The time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. There's lint in your hair? Oh, there is. You're right. How the fuck did I get lint in my hair? That's crazy. I just got out of the shower. Oh, it's probably my new towel. Anyway. This bitch is bourbon and vomiting back there a little bit. Anyway, You were foul for the IG story? Wait, why? What the fuck? Bro, this thing is not coming up. Oh, I got it. There it is. Folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And a lot has happened in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Just kidding. Not a lot has happened in the world at all. I didn't do shit. Last night I ended the broadcast after 9 hours. This is like my fucking fourth 10+ hour day. And what did I do? I didn't go to sleep, even though I was tired. I went back and I did a podcast. We did a podcast at straight up 9, from 9 p.m. on a Friday afternoon till freaking 9 p.m. on a Friday afternoon, all the way until 11:30, and then I passed out immediately after. Like I think 9 p.m. on a Friday. Is it, you say evening, but like technically 9 p.m. is afternoon. You know what I mean? It's after the hour of noon. Anyway, my brain is like not necessarily firing on all cylinders, so bear with me as I explain my day and explain my life to you, but it's not going to be, it'll be fine. You're insane for that take. Anyway, folks, personal news wise, yeah, I did the podcast. It was another banger. I was delirious. I do sometimes feel like our late night podcasts come out even better. Because we're like drunk off of just being tired. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I passed out, woke up at 5 as always. It's been really annoying. I wake up at 5 every morning. I have the shittiest fucking election related dreams. Like literally the worst dreams of all time. I really need to stop mainlining, I think, news and information. Holy fuck, can't wait for things to calm down a little bit so I can just like dial it back a little bit and be normal again, be a normal human being again. Hopefully, we'll see. But yeah. Do you and your mom live together, or does she just visit? Just curious. Don't worry about it. Yeah. It's pretty shitty overall. Things are shitty. I'm going to be going to Japan. I'm going to be going to England soon. Not right, lads. Going to England in fucking December. I have to search for your stream, dude. It's not showing up on my feed. Brother, I don't know what to tell you, okay? I'm being blacklisted, okay? I'm being blackballed, blacklisted. I'm being fucking owned, okay? People hate me. That's it. It's a massive conspiracy. Except it's not a conspiracy at all. They're censoring me, lads. They're censoring me. The truth is out. Did you play basketball today? I did. I did play basketball today. And I actually cooked. I actually cooked on the course today, so it was like kind of good. But then I lost the last game. But I started off the day, I'll be honest, not so great. Not so great. Let me explain to you why. Left my car outside. Left my vehicle outside. Okay. And big mistake. Someone took my fucking gear from the back of the car. Yeah, a massive crime is taking place. Yeah, they took my basketball shoes, my basketball, and like my bag, basically. My bag, like my park bag, which is fine. It's not the end of the world. It was just annoying because I had gone to the park thinking that it was in the car. And when I got there, I was like, fuck, I don't have my goddamn shoes. So I had to play with my, not your car is, well, it's not a problem. It's not a problem because I bought, many of you might not know this, but when I found out the Kyries were going to be discontinued, and because I love, like, if I get invested in one basketball shoe, that's my shit forever. I bought like 10 of them. I've actually given multiple people my old Kyries, including Nicewig and also Ted Nivison, and I still have a shit ton of pairs, so. But yeah. Anyway. And you say crime is down? Yeah. I don't really. No smash and grab, nothing like that. I am anti-crime now. I'm just kidding. I don't give a shit. I mean, it's fine. I'm fucking rich, so it doesn't bother me at all. Like I said, I have literally like 11 other pairs of basketball shoes. Like, this shit would have been really annoying. I mean, it was still annoying, but it was like, it would have been a million times more annoying. That's why I get more mad when like rich people fucking complain about crime. It's like, bro, you're fucking rich. Like, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Because I've been robbed when I was broke, and that shit sucked. Okay, like when you're broke and you get robbed, that's like the worst thing ever. When you're fucking Casey Neistat and you get robbed, it's like, I get it. It's like a violation. It feels violating. Like the veneer of safety is gone, but it's like, come on, dog. You're fucking Casey Neistat. You know what I mean? I'm sure you're gonna fucking recover from this, right? I hate that. Yeah, I got my shit yoinked, but it's all good. It's not the end of the world, right? It is what it is. I literally don't even care. I just talked about it because I thought it just like bummed me out that it more so bummed me out that I went to the park not realizing that I didn't have my fucking basketball shoes, and then I had to play without my shoes, and I feel like that ruined my performance a little bit, and my back hurts a little bit right now. So, did you not lock your doors? No, of course I locked my doors. Did you watch Dan on Thursday? I did. It's so fucking good. Well, yeah. Other than that, other than getting my shit yoinked, it's all good. Most park bag crime is done by an immediate family or acquaintance. Yeah, I don't think so. But what the fuck is this? This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Am I allowed to share this great artwork on stream? Yes. Do you watch Arcane? Oh, I was planning on watching Arcane. That's what I was gonna watch. I started watching the first episode of Arcane, and I actually did not. I fell asleep watching it. Underwear pig got me flush. Wait, what? Underwear pig? Oh yeah, I posted in my undies. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh God, my brain is fucking broken. Anyway, I'm a little bit all over the place. Okay, I'm a little bit all over the place. Yeah, there you go. Undie pig for all. You guys can get to you. I mean, just follow me on Instagram. You know. Bad start to the morning. Undie pig. Had to put that shit out there, bro. Seriously, my wife follows you. Not cool, dude. Hey, my bad, bro. My bad, Brody. My bad, Brody. Yeah. Can you show more undie pics? Bro doesn't even know how to face us after posting this. Yeah, I'm so embarrassed. Very boomer way to take a selfie. Why? How the fuck do Gen Z take selfies? This is why I tell my mom not to watch a stream. Why? You think she's gonna get too turned on and break up with your dad? Is that what it is? Because like that's a valid concern. No disrespect to your pop, but I'm different, you know. Also, this is the fit pick. You already know. Why are your past broadcasts for subs only? I wanted to see the election stream. Is it to stay? You can subscribe if you want to see it. I have a lot of fucking weirdos out there that are, my parents are already divorced. Then she should definitely be checking out the stream. Anyway, I've talked about it already. I have like a lot of haters like swarming my shit, so they might as well pay for it, you know? I have a lot of freaks out there that are trying to get me banned, and I have a lot of freaks. Just turn off clipping. Then the VODs are on YouTube anyways. Yeah, I already did that. You can only clip if you're a subscriber, and you can only watch the VODs if you're a subscriber. It is what it is. It is periodical. I might change everything, you know, in the new dawn, in the new day, in the new life, in the new year. We might change things up, you know. Maybe I'll bring the ads back. Maybe I haven't decided yet. But yeah, for the time being, if you subscribe, you can support the show, be able to send me links, clip stuff for yourself, and also you can watch the VODs. I'm making my haters my waiters at the table of success. Bro, your ass can't even do less politics, and you've been saying that for like half a year. Also, you guys notice what I did? I took some Purell. I think that's what it's called, right? Purell is the hand sanitizer. And I washed it off with some hand sanitizer. And I basically fixed it up, you know? What? Gaza's top Islamic scholar issues fatwa criticizing 7th of October attack? What? What the fuck is this? Fatwas. Bro, whenever people start talking about fatwas, I'm like, the fuck? Like, a lot of motion on this one, dude. I don't fucking know. Not sure if you've shared this yet, but do you have an estimate of how much you left on the table not running ads on election day? I don't know, but it's a lot more than you think. Let me tell you, okay? Like, a lot more. But it's all good. That cleric is literally an ISIS supporter. Libs are about to be like, well, you know. It's more than $75, yes. It's like at least 10. It's like at least $100. At least. I love Philly DeFranco on Friday streaming, and he was getting points from your past stream with Bradley. Yeah, Philly D is a big time HasanAbi head. Okay. But why did you make the Neanderthal pose in the pic? I don't know. That's just like how I do it. Your consistency and focus doesn't go unnoticed, but thanks for steering the ship for the last few weeks. Yeah, you already know, baby. That's what I'm trying to do my thing. But yeah, I play basketball. My back hurts right now, probably because I play with a shitty ass, like old ass Jordans that I have that are super busted, and it fucked my back up a little bit. And it is what it is. You know, I don't like it, but it's my life, you know? It's my freaking life. Not much to do. Not much else I could do about it. That's just being 33 years old. So yeah, did you watch the FEMA story? Oh yeah, I forgot. FEMA drama. Amsterdam hooligan story turns into weaponized anti-Semitism by media. You deserve a massage someday. I agree. Felix in the building to build an army of liberal Joe Rogans and more news. Get in now. They were low-key glazing you in the latest Chapo app. Wait, really? I haven't listened to any of the Chapo. I haven't had any time, dude. Which sucks. What did they say? They said nice things about me? Hell yeah, let's fucking go. That's gonna piss off their audience. It's funny, like, there's people in my audience that don't like Felix. And then there's people in the Chapo audience that don't like me. And it's kind of funny because, like, I love those guys. Like, we're friends. You know what I mean? We're like IRL friends. So it's always funny when there's like people in my community that don't like Felix or don't like the Chapo boys. And then there's people in their audience that fucking hate me. All of a sudden, everyone is HasanAbi. W takes. Yeah. I mean, I think people are kind of waking up. Chop audience crush the loser haters in the comments unequivocally. Yeah, well, the thing that's perfect about both me and Chapo is that we both share an unimaginable level of resentment towards our community's naysayers. So that is like the most consistent through line. It's like Chapo, Cumtown, Tafts, HasanAbi. We all share a tremendous amount of resentment and frustration with like all of the chirpers. There's always some fucking chirpers in everyone's community. Not dog, the people who dislike you the most also left Chapo over Ukraine stuff too. What do you mean? You just joined the DSA. You inspired me to create a chapter in El Paso to get to work. Hell yes, brother. That's amazing. Lyric compared you to Alex Jones today. Wait, what? There is no way Lyric is that fucking libbed up that he said I'm the Alex Jones of the left. That's some like, nah, there's no way. Lyric is the man. Yeah. Found a Trump AOC voter. The Yemeni American former chair of Bronx Community Board 11, Yaha Obaid, who arrived in the U.S. from Yemen, aged 8, trained as a pilot, and now controls air traffic at JFK Airport, is more than just a model American immigrant. At the height of the first administration of Donald Trump, he was held up in a speech by his Democratic representative of the Bronx's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the victim of the Muslim ban, the government shutdown, and the anti-immigration sentiment flowing for the White House. But on Tuesday, Obaid and probably thousands of fellow members of the Muslim community in the Bronx, which contains both the poorest and the bluest congressional districts in the U.S., voted for Trump, as did many of area's Hispanic and Latino inhabitants. What we have done right now is just hold the Democrats accountable, said Obaid, and the borough's 65,000 new Trump voters, who the Republican candidate talked about the pledge to fight inflation and illegal immigration. They have taken our vote for granted. The Democrats are so funny. They are literally looking at people saying, I hate what you represent so much that I'm going to vote for a guy who is openly antagonistic to me, who has openly wished me harm. Like, like, this doesn't even read with so many of the Democratic elite. Like, they just don't even understand. They're like, there are Latino people with fucking undocumented migrant immediate family members, and they're like, well, you are just so unlikable. It's so annoying. I don't want to vote for you. Fuck you. I'm voting for the guy who is going to deport my fucking immediate family members. And there's a level of stupidity there for sure, like where they're like, oh, dude, that'll never happen to my family members. They're good immigrants, right? Like, there is a level of stupidity associated with that. And certainly there's a level of that calculation for like voting for Donald Trump as like a Muslim dude in the Bronx is in a similar vein, right? But like, the DNC should be looking at this and going, instead of going, wow, these fucking black and brown people are so stupid, they should be like, oh my God, people are so unimaginably resentful and angry with us. Maybe we should change some things about our top line economic policy approach, and even like the way that the Republicans campaign year round versus the way we only campaign and beg you for money once every fucking 2 years. Well, don't worry. Ours found their wedge issue they're going to hammer for years. It worked in 2024 big time, so here we go. Dude, the trans panic shit is only being elevated by the media, okay? It literally did not work big time. I saw the one exit poll where they were like, yeah, the trans stuff has gotten out of control. It was like 50% or some shit. I am telling you right now, no, it's the voters who are wrong. I know. Oh my God. The Democrats are going to fucking go further right. They're going to start being like, we are the trans killer party, okay? Lyric was saying the exact same thing that you said about how the podcast and everything were dominated by the right. Yeah. Anyway, North Carolina remembers when all the businesses left because of the bathroom bill. Pooh's butt. Hi, Hasan. The only 2 times I've gotten through chat have been jokes that landed poorly. So I wanted to apologize, reevaluate my purchase and stuff, and let you know that at least in 2 instances, chat wasn't being uncharitable. As it sometimes goes, thank you so much for what you do. Legit. Aw. Trans panic is fucking stupid. It does not work. Kentucky governor vetoes sweeping GOP transgender measure. Okay. Democratic governor pushes back against transgender related attacks by GOP in Kentucky campaign. Democratic governor Andy Bashar reelected to 2nd term in Kentucky, overcoming state's GOP dominance. There is a method out there. Kentucky is a plus like 30 fucking Trump state. And Andy Bashar is their governor. Andy Bashar is uncompromising in the way that he has defended trans people. And he is the most popular governor in the fucking nation state. Please suck my entire ass dick, okay? That is the lion, okay? That is Andy, the Lion of Louisville, okay? The Lion of Kentucky. That's not the Lion of Damascus. We're not talking about Bashar al-Assad. This is Andy Bashar, okay? Seth Moulton telling Representative Reed Epstein that identity politics hurts Dems. I have 2 little girls. I don't want them getting run over in a playing field by a male or formerly male athlete, but as a Democrat, I'm supposed to be afraid to say that. Yeah, these guys are so brave, dude. Thank God. Thank God, Seth Moulton. What has he done except veto bills? Brother, what are you talking about? This is a dude who has not only vetoed bills, like anti-trans bills. If the anti-trans panic was so fucking successful, then he would have been punished. Okay? That's the whole point. If anti-trans panic was so goddamn successful, Andy Bashar in a place like Kentucky would have never gotten reelected. Okay? They never would vote for him again. They'd be like, fuck you. You love trans people and we hate trans people. We hate trans people so much. How dare you dismiss our anger? How dare you dismiss our valid concerns about trans people? Are you going to react to the Hezbollah crash out claims he legit called you a terrorism supporter? I don't care, dude. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, okay. Like... Y'all calling anything a crash out? Yeah. Israeli soccer fans attacked on eve of Kristallnacht anniversary. So I will say this much. This morning I woke up and I listened to the NPR Daily. Big mistake. Okay. It was so fucking annoying. It was so goddamn annoying. Because NPR spent like 7 minutes talking about the Hooligans story. And like the first 6.5 minutes was specifically about how, you know, all of these officials, all these Dutch officials were like, this is the Holocaust. Like, I can't believe we let the Holocaust happen again. This is literally Kristallnacht. Verbatim, by the way. That is not even an exaggeration. The Dutch king was like, this is Kristallnacht, right? You're saying it as if you on the Daily. It was so annoying. Oh, no. It wasn't. It was NPR's Up First that I was listening to. They were like, oh my God, Holocaust 2 happened in Amsterdam, right? And you already know what the actual details of the situation is. But like, because we covered it extensively yesterday, and I'm obviously gonna have to cover it again because like it's driving media discourse, and I haven't seen anyone fucking course correct on this at all, which is really frustrating. Okay, but like 6 minutes of like, this is literally the Holocaust. Jews are under attack everywhere. I can't believe that like the Israeli ultra nationalist soccer hooligans who were doing hate crimes like all over the streets of Amsterdam have a right to defend themselves, and people don't actually see it as such. What the fuck? We need to send the B-52 bombers to The Hague. We need to destroy Amsterdam. Whatever. I'm exaggerating. But like something along those lines, right? And then at the end of the fucking coverage, in the last like 30 seconds, they were like, and as a reporter on the ground, I talked to some of the locals who actually mentioned concerns about how the Israeli hooligans had started the entire chaos and were beating people and ripping Palestinian flags off of buildings. Last 30 seconds was the actual journalism. The rest of it was just the Dutch king said, it's the Holocaust 2.0. Like, and I could not, I was like, dude, you need to get your broadcast license taken away. Okay, that's right. I said it. Donald Trump is right. Broadcast licenses now. Okay, I'm taking it away. I'm taking it away. It's crazy, bro. You're quoting a fucking monarch. What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? Like, this is insane. NPR is true centrism. That's the thing. So Americans read it as leftist, but it's global centrism. It's grossly both sides. No, that's not both sides, man. Both sides, okay? Both sides are not the same in this situation. If you were to do a both sides are the same type situation, which I personally did, okay? When I originally covered it, I was like, it's a fucking soccer hooligan shit. Like, it's a soccer hooligan shit show. There are going to be racists on both sides of that situation. There's going to be fucking anti-Semitic people on one side, and there's certainly going to be fucking, you know, Islamophobic people on the other side. Sometimes there's going to be anti-Semitic people on both sides. It's soccer hooligans. Like, have you never fucking seen ultras? Like, what the fuck? There's like 8 total fucking clubs out there that have anti-fascist soccer hooligan franchises. Outside of like 8 total in the entire planet, virtually every single fucking soccer hooligan franchise is unimaginably right wing. And it's like, it's not your standard hooliganism. Yes, it is. Even on the fucking the Maccabi Tel Aviv side, it abso-fucking-lutely is like the same. What are you talking about? Italians throw bananas at their fucking black players, dude. What do you mean? It 100% is the same. The only difference is there is a government currently doing a genocide, and these guys are like flexing that genocide. Like I was telling you yesterday, the Times was working overtime to course correct after the real facts came out. They originally had the story on the Express desk, which is like the quick hit throwaway, non-deep dive stories. Then it blew up as the New York Times top brass tried to save face. They were editing the story all day yesterday, but it's like a gross instance of like journalistic misconduct to just pop off and be like, they did a crystal knock. Oopsie. Turns out we were defending some of the most racist, some of the most vicious soccer hooligans of all time. There is no equivalent in this situation. Like, there's nothing. Like if Russian neo-Nazi ultras, soccer hooligans from Russia were roaming the streets of fucking Europe and talking about how they're going to kill Ukrainian babies, okay? And flexing how much they've killed Ukrainian babies, and they got their fucking shit packed up after trying to beat on people in some random fucking European city center, everyone would be celebrating it. People would be like, oh, look at that, dude. Can you imagine? There would be puff pieces about the fucking Ukrainian hooligans that actually fought back against the Russian hooligans, regardless of their political opinions. You know what I mean? And they literally made it seem like it was a fucking pogrom. I hate that. Dutch person here, worth mentioning that Amsterdam is a leftist student enclave, and Geert Wilders has been calling the mayor to step down for weeks before the hooligans. Yeah. I think it's ridiculous. Like, New York Times, whenever there's a story that is like even tangentially Israel related, I feel like New York Times just shuts off its fucking brain, dude. I don't understand it. They'll be like, oh, this is like somehow related to Israel. Okay, well, time to just be bad at our jobs. It makes no fucking sense. It's so stupid. It's not just like dropping the ball altogether. And you guys know I have much love for my New York Times journalists, friends out there, including but not limited to some fellow photojournalists in the chat, as you may have noticed. But overall, it's like you can't turn into the New York Post when it comes to Israel, okay? That's insane. You're the fucking New York Times. And every time it is an Israel-related story, the New York Times turns into the New York Post, okay? It turns into a goddamn dish rag. It's crazy. It's unacceptable. And it also plays a significant role in people losing faith in mainstream media. Losing faith in mainstream media at a time when it is necessary for people to actually not lose faith in mainstream media. Oh my God. Yeah. By the way, here's the 15-year-old Dutch reporter who actually was reporting on the ground and got fucking threatened by the Israeli soccer fans, the Israeli fascist pieces of shit. Okay? These are ultra-nationalist neo-Nazis. Okay? That's it. That is literally what they are. It is so shocking that people still cannot see it. Anyway, the media is directly complicit in this genocide, but also directly responsible for the 2,000 plus spike in Islamophobic hate crimes domestically, often not even against Muslims or Arabs, but people orientalized like Mexicans and South Asians. Yeah. Anyway, this 15-year-old's a far-right influencer? Wait, really? Okay, well. Yeah, the Maccabee supporters picked up metal pipes, put on masks, and started chasing after people. Sky News uploaded a balance report and Amsterdam Hooligans took it down, re-uploaded an edited version more sympathetic to the Israeli hooligans, saying the previous one didn't meet journalistic standards, then deleted the new version, uploaded the third edit. Still no explanation of what journalistic standard was violated. That's incredible. Dude, what are we doing? What are we doing? Are we trying to make every single person in the Western world be like, oh my God, like there is this incredible level of control? Is that what's going on? Like, do you want people to become anti-Semitic? Are you actively trying to get people to believe what fucking Nazis say all the goddamn time? It is very, very frustrating. I hate this shit. Like, this is just simple manufactured consent. That's what it is. But most people don't track it as such because most people don't apply materialist analysis to things. They have an idealistic understanding of the world. So when people have good, bad dynamics and an idealistic association with what's going on, they look at this and they think, okay, well, you're presenting this as like sectarian differences, a religious conflict. Then yeah, I'm going to think that like Jewish people are responsible for it. That is not the case. Manufacturing consent and obviously pumping a shitload of propaganda at the behest of a foreign ally against a ethnic minority that is usually portrayed as the violent, vicious, barbaric hordes invading the nation state is actually so perfectly in line with the agendas of all of these mainstream outlets. But when you bear it like this, when you lay it out like this, on the one hand, you're obviously successfully antagonizing against Muslims and immigrants as a whole, right? Which is usually the purpose of this kind of coverage. But also on the other hand, for a lot of people, you're making it seem like, you know, this is Jewish people that are controlling the fucking media. And when there's so much unexamined anti-Semitic attitudes that people already have that they just never check, and then they see this shit, you're just pushing them further into the throes of fascism, and I despise it, and I find it abhorrent. I find it morally repugnant because you're fucking it up on both sides of the equation, because not only are you radicalizing people against Muslims, but you're also radicalizing people against Jews as well, at a time when both Islamophobia and anti-Semitism is skyrocketing, okay? I hate this so much. We are going down a very scary path, okay? We are going down a very scary path. It is tremendously, tremendously bad. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't like it one bit. I watched Dutch mainstream media change the narrative from both sides are wrong to it's a new pogrom and anti-Semitic hooligans were targeting innocent people. Yeah, we'll do yeah, this happened 2 months ago in Israel and it wasn't talked about. Israeli football fans attacked Palestinian fans with sticks. No, dude. The Maccabi Tel Aviv like hooligans are apparently notorious for pulling like this off, but it's not that shocking, okay? I need you to understand something. That is the least surprising thing of all time. Oh, wow. A far-right football club went and did insanely racist shit. And then on the other side, the people went back and beat the fuck out of them. Shocking. It's not shocking. I'm being sarcastic. It's the most normal bi-weekly fucking story in Europe. Every week this happens. Why is it now a massively consequential mainstream narrative? Because at every moment that you're talking about this shit is a moment where you are not paying attention to what Israel is doing in Palestine. That's it. That's it. Here, I'm going to give you a great example of like how normal people who aren't inherently and automatically anti-Semitic find themselves in the throes of anti-Semitic tendencies as a consequence of shit like this. Okay? Here, this is Theo Von. Theo Von is not necessarily like a bad dude. I don't think he's like an ideological Nazi. Look how this normal conversation between Theo Von, one of the top podcasters, okay, versus Joe Rogan, the top podcaster, plays out.
True. Yeah, it's not true. Well, why? I don't understand why left-leaning media, which is mostly Jewish, are calling people white supremacists, dude.
Jewish? Did you just say that?
Yeah, I just don't understand.
Left-wing media is mostly Jewish?
I mean, according to my Jewish friends, it is, you know? But why do they hate white guys?
It's just woke things.
That is just normal combos now, okay? And for the record, if you've ever talked to a normal human being outside of like one of these fucking big cities, one of these major cities that I live in, that you live in, yeah, that is like low key what the fuck people say all the time. Okay? This is a thing that people think. Okay? And every time Israel does some shit, every time Israel does some fuck shit, okay, and says we're doing this for Judaism, and then, you know, they say if you criticize it, you are anti-Jewish, and then the media pumps this fucking propaganda directly to every fucking marketplace. For every older person that goes, oh my God, the anti-Semitism is out of control, you have like 11 people who go, well, goddamn, I think Jews do control the fucking media. What the fuck's going on? Okay, I don't understand it. even if they agree, even if they're like, yeah, it seems like anti-Semitism is out of control, but also we're always talking about these dang Jews. You know, that's what happens. That's what happens. How do you expect a guy in Arkansas to look at the situation and constantly see this shit and be like, and not lean into the pre-existing underlying anti-Semitic fucking tendencies that they might have? I feel like I'm going crazy. Equating the far left with Judaism, where have we heard that one before? Yeah, I know. A classic. And I can't begin to explain to you. Like how, like, people will get mad at me for saying this, okay? People will get mad at me for saying this, but like Theo Von, I don't think is like a well-read neo-Nazi hiding his fucking ideological framework, right? Like, I don't think this conversation between Joe Rogan and Theo Von is like two Nazis who are like, ooh, like, let's be sinister and sneaky. Like, it's just a dumb dude, one, trying to be funny. Like, he's not hiding his power level. You know what I mean? That is just straightforward. He's like, yeah, I think these Jews in the media hate white people. Like, that's straight up what he thinks. It's coworker talk, yes, but I don't expect coworker conversations to be like, well, you know, we should rise up against our masters type shit, okay? But you don't want your coworker conversations to also, you don't want your coworker conversations to be like, man, these Jews sure hate white men, right? What the fuck is that about? Like, that is literally just complete normalized fucking neo-Nazi sentiment. Why is it anti-Semitic that Jews own, to say Jews own Western media? They actually do. We see examples of misdirection and misinformation towards real facts concerning Jews all the time. No, dude. No. It is anti-Semitic to say Jews own Western media, because they don't, okay? It's WASPs that still very much own Western media. It's WASPs. They still love Israel, and they will also cynically say certain things are anti-Semitic if they're anti-Israel, but it doesn't change that reality. It doesn't change that dynamic. Their goal, for the record, and by the way, that chatter is literally proving my fucking point, okay? Their goal in the media, in mainstream media, in the Western world, is to prop up America's allies, okay? Is to go along with America's foreign policy. So the cynical weaponization of anti-Semitism, okay, against all things Israel related is no different than openly going along with Colin Powell claiming that there is, weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Okay, that's it. And now do it with Hollywood. It's the same principle for Hollywood too. This is what a lot of people refuse to comprehend. Okay, if Jews controlled the media, or if Jews controlled Hollywood, then they wouldn't be fucking screaming about anti-Zionist Jews on a daily fucking basis, okay? Jonathan Glazer, who is the son of Holocaust survivors, made a fucking movie about the normal existence of Nazis right next to Auschwitz, okay? It was fantastic. It was gruesome, but it was incredible. It was an incredible movie about how people can just refuse to reckon with the violence that they're subjecting others to during, it's not just the banality of evil, but it's more so just like how people turn a blind eye to horrifying atrocities, right? The name of the movie was Zone of Interest. Jonathan Glazer got a fucking Oscar for this movie. And in the process of getting an Oscar for this movie, he stood up there on stage and said, I do not, as someone who is a descendant, of Holocaust survivors, I cannot stand by and see and allow my Judaism to be weaponized in defense of Israel doing a genocide. That's what he said. Everybody fucking clamped on him. Okay? Not only are Jews not of one mind, okay, no matter how hard Zionists try to tell you this, which is really fucking annoying, okay, that's not a thing. I mean, the oldest joke is, what is it? Like 2 Jews, 3 different opinions? Isn't that what the meme is? Okay. The entire principle behind the analysis of the Talmud is debate. Okay. There is no single unifying attitude in any marginalized community, let alone Jewish people. Okay. It's very stupid. But not only that, but also, if there was some sort of, monolithic defense of Israel or some sort of like extra control that Jewish people had over the media or Hollywood, you wouldn't have anti-Zionist Jews getting fucking arrested left and right. You wouldn't have anti-Zionist Jews getting called anti-Semitic and smeared left and fucking right. Okay? That's not how this works, which is why I have consistently maintained the position that if every single American Jew turned into an anti-Zionist tomorrow, America would still support Israel. Why do you repeat this so often? Because it's important to recognize. Because it's the truth. And because I'm worried, I'm fearful that the more this kind of stuff happens, the more people find themselves in the throes of anti-Semitic opinions. I don't want that. There are always new people coming in and out. And I need people to understand, because anti-Semitism, at least historically, has been the canary in the coal mine of fascism, okay? Which is why I am extra careful and extra critical of institutions like the ADL cynically weaponizing something so severe in defense of an apartheid state committing a fucking genocide. Anyway, I also repeat this kind of stuff so that you can repeat it to your friends, because I know that this exact conversation, or many different variants of this exact same conversation, is probably happening with your coworkers on a regular fucking basis. So my job is Trump won, eat shit. Trump won, eat shit. Okay, nice, man. My job is to give you the tools, to equip you with the tools to adequately defeat these kinds of arguments with your friends, with your coworkers, make and articulate these positions, okay, so that you can ensure that they do not go down this devastating, terrifying anti-Semitic pipeline. I had to have this convo with my dad, who has never met a Jewish person his entire life. Your talking points directly helped me explain it to him. Yes. Oh. Weird how the Trump guy gets aggro when we're talking about anti-Semitism. Yeah, it's really funny for me that like Trump supporters who are anti-Semitic themselves and even like anti-Israel will be like, oh, he's just going to be different, I think, on Israel. Like, I promise. It's like, dog, he got $100 million from Miriam Adelson. The fuck are you? You're so stupid. You're the dumbest motherfucker of all time, okay? I mean, we already knew that, though, because you are anti-Semitic, so. I take your takes all the time. It literally makes the people around me happy. Good.
left-leaning media, which is mostly Jewish, are calling people white supremacists, dude.
Jewish. Did you just say that?
Yeah, I just don't understand.
Left-wing media is mostly Jewish?
I mean, according to my Jewish friends, it is, you know? But why do they hate white guys?
Theo Von is such a, like, he has such a good way of, like, taking something that is, like, completely unacceptable and just, like, saying it in a way where, like, saying it in a way where it is so not antagonistic and so coming from a place of ignorance, and so casually that, like, it almost comes across as like if I heard anyone else say this shit, I'd be like, what the fuck, bro? Are you a fucking Nazi? What do you mean? Jews control the media and they hate white people? Like, Jews are white, dog. What the fuck? What are you saying right now? Especially in America. It's not like you're in Israel. Like, you probably have never even met, like, I mean, unless you're in fucking, unless you're in Los Angeles, like, you probably have only, if you've ever met a Jewish person, they are Ashkenazi, okay? What the fuck? Like, I thought he was saying the media hates white people. Yeah, he's saying the media hates white people, and the media is run by leftist media is run by Jews who hate white people. That's what he's saying, which is, like, doubly psychotic. It's doubly Nazi. Can you explain what a WASP is? WASPs are white Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
It's just woke things, man. It's just virtue woke bullshit. It's like the
I just don't understand it.
Well, because true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's good that Theo Von is saying anti-Semitic shit with Joe Rogan, just not pushing back at all. Yeah, see, people are like, it's the anti-Semitic shit in the room with us. Like, this is straightforward, okay? And I'm saying this as someone who likes Theo Von. I think Theo Von's, like, you know, he has his moments. Like, that right there is 100%, like, that's a massive W for the neo-Nazi movement in the United States of America, okay? When you got a guy like Theo Von who now, like, is repeating those talking points on Joe Rogan in a way where he's not even he's not even aware of what he's saying. So he just says it so casually in almost like a disarming way. There is no greater moment for anti-Semitic people than this, okay? It's the casual ways in which you can just openly demonstrate anti-Semitic sentiment like that, okay? That is when you get your coworkers to also tap in on this type of shit. You cannot normalize this stuff. This is not good. Oh my God. I do feel that in the last year that people conflating Zionism with Judaism has increased dramatically. A guy sent me a literal list of Jews in the Soviet Union as proof Zionists control the world. That's the funniest part. That is, like, scary, but it's also kind of funny because they're just, like, looping back around to do the Judeo-Bolshevism arguments while simultaneously being anti-communist. Like, that's the funny irony of like Israel defenders who are themselves, like, obviously some of which are definitely anti-Semitic, others who are not anti-Semitic, who are terrified of anti-Semitism, turning around and doing full fash arguments of, like, you know, instituting a McCarthyist Red Scare propaganda against commies, right? Like, that shit is a 1-to-1 with what the Nazis were doing, okay? Yeah, I saw this, and that's why I thought it was really funny. Yeah, I don't think it's good that Theo Von is saying anti-Semitic shit with Joe Rogan, just not pushing back at all. If telling the truth is anti-Semitic, then I guess you can call me Hitler. What is going on Twitter, dude? Twitter is insane, dog. Twitter is so psychotic. That's like I don't. I don't even know what to say anymore. You know what I mean? I don't know what to say anymore. We've just like lost the plot. We've lost the plot in its entirety, brother. Ay, ay, ay, ay, ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay, ay, por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. There's also a version where they just use Zionists instead of Jews. Zios control the media, etc., which is obviously still anti-Semitic. Yeah, that is, again, a conflation between Zionism and Judaism has muddied the waters, which is why I usually will be extra careful and considerate when talking about this. Because when people, you never know when someone is saying like, oh, Zionists control the media. I'm always like, like, I don't think you mean Christians. I think you're talking about Jews. Like, that's a problem. You know what I mean? And it also comes from that, like conflation, straightforward, straight up. When Kamala said we're not going back, I didn't expect this fucking back. No, it is so 2016. What is this? Bro, what the shit? They call us Nazis as if it's an insult. It's an honor, to be honest. Oh my God. Oh my God. As seen on InfoWars Fox News. This person was on Fox News. Yeah, we went back to 2016, but in many ways, we also went back to like 1934. How do you have a coworker conversation without coming off like you're just being a number one commie? I mean, the greatest way to do that is always to utilize my techniques of being like, why the fuck are we spending billions of dollars in war overseas when we got 600,000 people that are fucking sleeping outside? Okay, like that's insane. Fix the damn potholes. Give me better fucking broadband. Give me better internet. It's so fucking stupid that we're just doing this shit. I hate that. Like, yeah, people don't realize you're talking about socialism, communism unless you say the words. Yeah, exactly. I think it's a real ACA Obamacare moment, okay? Always remember that. People love the ACA. People hated Obamacare. ACA is Obamacare. So just talk about the fucking positives and then work them through the steps always. Okay? Never forget. People love being able to stay under their parents' insurance until the age of 26. People love the fact that insurance providers can no longer deny you coverage. Also, this in the response to the comment. Okay, can we just stop? I don't want to fucking see this shit anymore. Stop sending me this shit. Stop sending me Nazi pose with like 3 likes, dude. Come on. I saw a tweet where someone said their brother was fine with Obamacare being repealed because he used the ACA amount. That's what I mean. Bernie Sanders in 2003 worth a watch. I mean, I've seen this so many fucking times, but here, you know what? Let's just do this for the one time, all right?
The party do so good. And now I'm going to tell you something that very few people in Congress would tell you.
My fucking goat. Still.
If you are the Republican...
He's my goat still. We might have our disagreements, but, you know, I still love him. I will never forget his contributions to the progressive movement broadly in the United States of America. He will always have a special place in my heart, okay? You got to respect your elders, chat. and myself included in that process, by the way. I am your fucking elder at this point. It's a little self-serving of me, an old guy. To say such things, but I mean it.
Republican leadership, and this is what your goals are. Your goals are to give huge tax breaks to the very richest people in this country. Your goals are ultimately to privatize Social Security so that Wall Street can make money from that. Privatize Medicare so the insurance companies can make more money. Privatize education. Do away with public schools. If those are your goals and you said that to the American people, you think you get a lot of lower? There are many members of the Congress today, Republicans, who not only will not raise the minimum wage, which is $5.15 an hour, you know what they will tell you, honestly? They believe in abolishing the minimum wage. Did you know that? Check it out. Telling you the truth. So that if Americans can work for $3 an hour or $2 an hour, not a problem. Now, if you had an agenda like that and you went before the American people,
I gotta pee.
Tax breaks for the rich, destruction of Medicare, destruction of Social Security as we know it, lowering the minimum wage or abolishing it, how many votes do you think you'd get? Not a whole lot. Maybe the richest 1% would vote for you. But that's not a lot of votes. So what do? I've got a problem. You package it. How do you package it? And here's, I want you to pay attention to me. Because this is bad stuff. I don't mind debating people who say, I was on the Hannity show, Sean Hannity yesterday, and Hannity, extreme right-wing guy, he thinks he loves these tax breaks for the rich and so forth, so we had a little bit of a discussion about that. Actually, it was a loud discussion, matter of fact. But I don't mind people who are upfront about that. Okay, give the rich more tax breaks, we can argue that. But that doesn't win you elections. So this is what you do. What you do is divide people up. When you asked me your question, how do I get elected? I said, I try to bring people together. We fight for women's rights. We support the rights of minorities. We support the rights of workers. We bring the majority of people together. And occasionally, honest people will have differences of opinion. In this room, there will be differences of opinion. But everybody in this room is in agreement that everybody should have health care, right? Question number 2, should we increase funding for education or should we lower funding for education? Raise your hand if you think we should increase funding for education. Okay, you're on the side of the vast majority of Americans. Okay. So on those issues, we bring people together. Now, what do the Republicans try to do? And they use it in what we call, kind of language that they don't, not upfront about. What do? We divide people up by races. Affirmative action becomes one issue. All them black people are getting the jobs that we white people used to have. Split people, working class, white against black. Instead of working together to create decent jobs for all. Those uppity women now, they want the right to choose. We'll split people on the abortion issue. We'll split people up on the gun issue. We'll split people up on religious issues. You follow what I'm saying? So you split people up, and then they end up, if you're a middle-class person, voting against your own interests, and the rich go laughing all the way to the bank. Okay? And they very often play white workers off against everybody else. And we try to bring people together to say, look, we're all in this boat together, whether you're black or white, whether you're Hispanic, whether you're Muslim, whatever you may be. Everybody needs health care. How do we create a health care system that works for all people? Not divide people up. Everybody knows that the kids, young people, do not make it into the middle class unless they have a decent college education. So how do we make college education accessible to all people? Not an expensive proposition, a tiny, tiny fraction of the president's tax breaks for the rich, if we put into financial aid, would make sure that every young person in this country could go to college without going deeply into debt. You know what? The vast majority of the people support us. But in order to do that, we've got to bring everybody together. And many of these, not all, and I'm not here to disparage all Republicans. Some very decent people happen to be conservative. I respect that. But some people who I don't respect will play off women against men, black against white. Oh, the gay issue, very, very big issue. Okay?
If you want to be right and too early, be a leftist. Okay? That's it. A lot of people will yell at you, but then maybe many decades later, people will look back fondly at the things you said for decades. Okay? People will look back and be like, this seems like oddly prescient.
straight against gay.
Of course, being right too early is, in many instances, being worse. I mean, it's worse than being wrong all the time. Being right too early, in many instances, is worse than being wrong all the time. You fell off. I know I fell off big time, dude. It's Jover. My career is Jover. I need to do a right-wing pivot instantly. I'm going to start talking about how, like, I'm going to start watching Tyler Oliveira videos and agreeing with them and finally fucking cave and become a right-wing content creator. It's over. It's done.
Right? We're all supposed to hate gay people, so we split that group up. And then the argument, some of us are not patriotic. We had concerns about the war in Iraq. I voted against giving the president authority to the war in Iraq. Well, that makes us unpatriotic. We hate America. Divide those things up. And that's how they succeed. And they succeed with the help of the media. Because the media will not talk about how, in a sense, the common problems that Americans face and how we bring people together. And that's what I believe. I believe that on issues like everybody in this room thinks, I think, that instead of giving tax breaks to the rich, we should increase federal aid to education. Anyone disagree with that? Well, you know what? Most Americans agree with that. All of you think that every American should be entitled to health care. I suspect most of you think we should not have a trade policy which allows corporations to throw American workers out on the street and run to China. Most Americans agree with that. And our job is to bring people together on common interest, and some of these extreme right-wing people. You watch the issues that they talk about. Affirmative action.
Oh,
they
yeah,
use
I'm going to watch
divide.
this video.
The issue of abortion they use to divide. The issue of guns they use to divide. And our job is to say, let's focus on basic economic issues. How do we expand the middle class? This is a great country. Why is it the average American is working longer hours for low wages than 30 years ago? Let's talk about that. Okay?
Amsterdam local here. We're organizing a protest tomorrow in protest of the protest ban, and the municipality has instituted how NPR is contacting us to hear our perspective on it. Do you think we should talk to them? Yes, absolutely. Talk to them. Don't be antagonistic. Be clear in what your goals are. Maybe even mention the fact that, like, a lot of mainstream outlets unfortunately got the story wrong, and that the locals' opinions is not being represented, you know, something along those lines. But yeah, always talk to the media. I do it all the time. Any opportunity I have, I usually, in my insanely limited schedule, every opportunity I have, I still will always, I'll always stop and try to give some commentary, because I think it's important. I think it's important to be, I think it's always important to get your message out in front of an audience that has not heard it before. Okay? Mention the total editorial spins like the Sky News re-edit and the hive mind like condemnations filled with disinfo by liberal order world leaders. Yeah, don't say liberal order world leaders. Just be like, you know, we went out, we saw that these like hooligans were wreaking havoc, and people, of course, understandably pushed back against that. And it was kind of shocking to see how at odds Western press has been with like what actually unfolded. I always explain to people, like, know your audience, okay? Know who you're speaking to. Try to imagine how your message will be received, okay? Trojan horse your radical positions, if you know what I'm saying. It's your responsibility as the largest content creator on the left to grow much more than the 400 right-wing creators ahead of you. Yeah, but you always have to package it. And it's always funny because, like, I am very open about this. I'm very open about like constantly messaging to an audience and like knowing how that message will be received, which is why so many people will try to bastardize what I'm saying or clip it out of context in general. But the thing is, like, ultimately my radical goals are Medicare for all, free college, and end the wars globally, uplifting the working class internationally, allowing everyone to thrive. Like, these are not, I don't think that these are nonsensical, bad positions. The very fact that these positions broadly are considered evil or radical means that we as a society have completely dropped the ball on basic empathy, basic humanity. That's what it is. Because when you go to the extreme right, like their position is literally, we need to forcibly exclude certain subsects of society and divide society on inalienable characteristics, traits that they cannot change about themselves, whether it's like religion, ethnicity, yada, yada, yada, right? And maybe even forcibly expel them. On the extreme left, or at least where I'm standing, my positions are, my radical positions are that we have to protect every single person and that we have enough wealth and enough power to do so. But unfortunately, we are controlled by a system, that we exist under a system that refuses to do said things because of financial material interests of those who are at the tippy top of society, and a system that preserves their position. That I don't think that is like a super radical position. I don't think that that's a super radical, super scary position in the way that people try to say it is. We put the interests of corporate profits over the interests of people. I'm seeing stories like this all over the place. I don't know how to get Bernie/leftist message to people and make them believe it. Did you vote? Yes, for Trump. Not trying to get my taxes raised. You're a hostess at Outback. I mean, this seems like a meme overall, but yeah, there are a lot of people who think that way. Yes, there are a lot of people who think that way. American brains are broken. American brains are completely fucking broken, okay? Here, I mean, here's a great representation of broken brains. Let's take a look at why America voted for Donald Trump. Again, this is anywhere but Washington series from The Guardian. It's one of my favorite types of fucking news hits when they get like a British guy to go talk to some American hogs in the heartland, Gender affirming care into the schools. Yeah, dude, I too like to imagine a world that is not happening. Gender affirming care into the schools. Like, dude, I don't even know how old you are. I doubt that you are. I doubt that you have children, but I have these conversations so much. And it's like following the scientific consensus on harm reduction that is, what the medical scientists have decided is the best way forward is probably the best thing to do, right? It's just like, are you pro children committing suicide? Like, I don't understand. That's like a very weird and very radical position. 32-year-old Reddit mod. Do you at least acknowledge that Medicare and free college could serve the people in charge of them more than they actually serve the American? It's a very real possibility. Wait, what? Trans kids have the highest suicide rates. Yeah, because of fucking idiots like you. And secondly, what? Medicare and free college could serve the people in charge of them more than actually serve the American people? What are you saying? Serve the American people? Or serve the people in charge of Medicare for all? What do you think is going to happen? When you get free healthcare, when you have free college education, like all the way up to college and trade schools, that it's going to somehow harm you? Like you're going to be educated and it's going to suck? Like what? Medicare already is the most popular existing socialized medicine structure in the nation. It's the most popular healthcare in the nation. Okay, Medicare, it exists. and people fucking love it, okay? It's not benefiting those in charge of it. I don't even know what that would mean. Unbased. Yeah, it's unbased.
Election victory. Despite 34 felony convictions, 2 impeachments, the end of national abortion rights, and an...
Do you think it's true that the Democrats lost because they don't appeal to or include young men, but also we will always have to coddle men for them to listen to do what's right? Oh, this argument, man. Yeah. I think one of the worst lessons that the Democrats are already like gearing up for is one that would be self-serving for me to lean into as well, right? If I was someone who did not have a genuine mechanism for change in mind, which is we need like hundreds of liberal Ben Shapiro style podcasters to flood the market, and that will convince the children, that will convince the youth to be pro-liberal. They already exist. They don't actually have that same level of popularity as right-wing content creators have. And there's a reason for it. That reason is because unless they are also like to a certain degree right-wing themselves, right? They already exist. That's not convincing people, okay? You cannot message your way out of this without having the actual message of the top change. You have to look at the problems that young men are facing and try to address them, okay? And be earnest. If you don't do that, if you don't address their material needs and you just simply tell them like, oh yeah, if I make convincing like Andrea Dworkin arguments in fucking debates, in podcasts or whatever, all of these young men are going to become magically feminists is so stupid, okay? You have to tackle the problem at its root. And the root is radicalization happening because of material conditions, okay? Sure, there is definitely an air of entitlement. There is a crisis of insecurity among young men. There's a crisis of insecurity across the board for the next generation because they look at what's going on. They know that they'll never be able to fucking own a home. They know that they'll never be able to have honest wages that help them survive. They know that they're never going to be able to retire at a regular age. Okay. And that just sucks. That sucks. And in that environment, you feel weak, you feel scared. And especially if your parents have told you over and over again, or if you look at you look at the past generation and you look at the gender dynamic in the past generation, and you have these expectations that you're supposed to, society owes you something, and you have this level of entitlement, and you lean into said entitlement, you start believing delusional things, especially when there is an entire marketplace of also delusional, insecure fucking losers who prime you up, who tune you up into saying like, nah, dude, it's because women actually are advancing in society. The society is designed to fucking advance women, and they're doing that to fuck you over. So it's a multifaceted problem that requires a nuanced approach. There is no black or white solution to this. There is no like, we put a bunch of fucking liberal podcasters who flood the market and then everyone's going to become a liberal. That's not how this works at all. Okay? Especially if the Democratic Party's like inability to address these material issues remains as their top ideological priority. You are never going to be able to fucking convince young men with I'm going to give you $50,000 in tax cuts for your startup. I love startups. I love fucking small businesses and startups. It's like, dude, there's a shit ton of people who are not of that mindset, okay? There's a shit ton of people who are not of that mindset. Like, they're working. They fucking work Uber, okay? They're DoorDash drivers, and they're doing all this stuff. Like, you have to meet them where they're at. They have very real concerns. And in all of those concerns, if one side is turning around and addressing their concerns and saying, you're right to be angry and you should be angry at women. You're right to be angry and you should be angry at other migrants, right? They're coming in and taking your fucking jobs. And the other side is like, we need to maintain civility and hug and kiss the Republicans who are calling us pedophiles. And we also need to make sure that Israel gets $18 billion so that they can keep pummeling Gaza and Lebanon with force and maybe even do a first strike on Iran. Yeah, people are going to look at that and be like, the fuck? Like, every aspect of the Democratic Party is busted, okay? Every aspect of it. Even when they do good things, like pulling out of Afghanistan or beefing up the NLRB, Lena Khan, okay? The IRS actually going after tax dodgers. Like, when they do good things, they don't even fucking promote it because they're scared. They're scared of promoting it. They don't campaign year round. There is a way to fix the Democratic Party even as it is, right? Without really changing too much. Just fucking market better. There is that aspect of it too. You'll still be able to secure marginal victories over the Republican Party as things get worse and worse year after year. But if you actually want to have a resounding victory, you have to address people's problems. You can't just be like, it's a vibe session. Okay? When wages are not outpacing inflation, you can't just turn around and be like, why do people think like the prices were going to go down? You fucking idiot. You know? Like, people do not have the capacity. People do not have the capacity to think about these things in you know, the academic ways in which you expect them to. And not only that, but also not only that, but also people are so propagandized towards that they just have a real inability to dream of an American government that actually has their best interests in mind. Like, I'm in an environment that is heavily dominated by men. My community is overwhelmingly male, okay? Overwhelmingly white men are in this community, okay? It's not like this organically occurred. How the fuck did it happen? You know? How did it happen? You can't recreate it. You can lean into it, but that requires the Democratic Party to at least like pay attention to people like myself. You know what I mean? That's it. Look at these fucking monsters. How dare they not vote for my beautiful Kamala? That's crazy. That's crazy. What's the most significant issue for you is unity is wild. Like, no disrespect to my man here, but fuck. Brings a fucking chill down my goddamn spine, dude. Yo, you are fucking insane, dude. In the year 2024 of our holy Lord, this fucking psycho's talking about vaccines and mask mandates, brother. What the hell? She's gripping that shit too. God dang. The messaging gap on this issue is so glaringly obvious that you got a hijabi woman at a fucking Trump rally literally being like, he said he's going to end the war. He promised it. That's it. What did the Democrats promise? The Democrats obviously had a harder position here because they were responsible. Okay? They were responsible for not restraining Israel to begin with. But it's like how can you look at this and not recognize? You can look at this and say, oh my God, people are so stupid, right? And we do plenty of that, right? We do plenty of that here. But like the other side of this is, aside from vote shaming, which is, again, not how you run campaigns, okay? We can have, this catharsis. We can have this moment of emotion, but the Democratic Party as a party cannot. Okay? They have to look at this and go, how did we drop the ball so spectacularly? And I can tell you exactly how. Okay? I can tell you exactly how. It's because the Democrats portrayed themselves as the lethal military, pro-American hegemonic superpower war party. Okay? That's it. They kept repeating it over and over again, and people heard it. So all it took from the Trump side was to say, I'm going to stop the war. That's all it took. Anger within the Arab Muslim community towards the Democratic Party led many who considered voting for Stein to switch to Trump when polls tightened to ensure Harris lost. I spoke with the U.S. Muslim community members to understand why for the new Arab. Yeah, they wanted to punish the Democrats. They wanted to say, you cannot win while killing our people. And in that situation, they're like, Trump is probably going to do even worse things. But you cannot look at the situation if you are a consultant, an advisor, and say, fuck these guys, fuck these voters. Because the reason why we got here with so many fucking people leaving the Democratic Party or just like choosing not to vote is because of the fuck these voters attitude. Do you remember when I told you?
I'll show you 3 states in specific. I'm going to show Wisconsin. I'm going to show Georgia. I'm going to show Arizona. Dana, do you know what the total was between those 3 states?
I don't.
Wasn't even 43,000 combined, and that was the difference with Biden winning all 3. And in the end, Trump would have ended up with 269 electoral votes.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
Remember that number. Remember that number. This is why I told you the uncommitted movement was very important. But nobody listens to me. Because what the fuck do I know?
To 2020. I want to show you 3 states in specific.
It wasn't just that. There was another thing that I consistently mentioned. Okay, this is from October, like before the election. Another thing that I consistently mentioned, okay, over and over and over again throughout this entire process. Even when you're not eating, you're still eating. Yeah. Exactly. Was, can you talk about stuff instead of just proving yourself right? I am talking about stuff. This is me talking about stuff. I think it was even, yeah, it was before that. It was. Felix also made a point on the pod. He said that Dems almost wanted to win and lose the Arab vote to prove a point. That's what it felt like, for sure. There were a lot of instances where I asked you guys to clip my fucking takes because I was like, I'm telling you right now, this shit is not good. It's in September. Sorry, not October. Thing is, I don't even know what to say, actually. Stop talking, Hasan. I don't. I really want to understand your thought process behind cutting off your nose to punish your face, but it's going to get worse, right? Yes. Long-time listener, first-time subscriber. Love everything you put out. Can I ask why you class yourself as white? Are you being sarcastic? I mean, I am. I'm pale as fuck. Like, I track as white for many people before they find out my name is Hasan. I have a lot of white privilege. So I say I'm white because I am. Uh-oh. Little F that just took place. I don't know what happened. The moment that I said I'm white, all of a sudden, the stream was like, no, you're not. Calm down now. Little baby F. Hold on. Let me also hit up Felix. He said like 2-ish. All right. What do you want for food? Remember when Hasan used to be brown and now all of a sudden he's white? So which one is he? There's never been a moment where I've said I'm brown. I've always said I'm white. It's usually incredibly racist people who switch between whether I'm white or whether I'm brown, okay? Depending on how they want to construct an argument. They want to You asked us to clip this? She's losing. It is because she ran a fucking dog shit campaign by refusing to disassociate from Biden. Okay, number one, first and foremost, refusing to fucking capture the momentum that she had early on and capitalize on it by addressing the real economic harm that Americans were feeling by simply saying, oh, $50,000 in tax cuts for startups. Like, that's what we're going to do. If she loses, it is entirely because she did not separate herself from Joseph Robinette Brandon and ran towards him, which is the absolute stupidest thing she could have fucking done. And I don't want to fucking hear from a single goddamn person that I was wrong on that. I was 100% right on that. And polls from Blueprint and many other pollsters show that reality. Messaging polls show that people fucking hate that Kamala Harris Thoughts on the liberals blaming progressives? They're bailing on the pro-Palestine movement. What do you mean bailing? They were never on board with the pro-Palestine movement at all. The fuck? Sorry for the DNC. From the DNC, sorry, 2X. Oh, this one.
Will take America's long military dick and wave it at everyone in the region, bringing troops into the fray, okay? Bringing troops into contest. Do everything in its power to make sure that the Dems don't win. Kamala Harris will be attached to all of Joe Biden's worst foreign policy achievements. Barring that, without that, this election is not in the bag at all. I've been warning that the Democrats are way too cocky, way too confident about the Brad Summer memes, the momentum that they got, the momentum that they experienced. That momentum came because the Democrats responded to public pressure. I'm sorry. You have to be the dumbest to be like, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she's going to go to war with Iran, because she's going to stand up to America's enemies. You want to know why I know you don't think that that's a good speech? Because you're coping in the chat saying, well, it's not for me. Maybe it's for some other person. Maybe it's for the Trump guys that want to drop Trump, but just like need that extra oomph. Are you saying this was a 1 out of 10 absolute train wreck in your opinion? No, of course it's not a 1 out of 10. My expectation coming into the speech was to see what Kamala Harris talks about when she's like the joy candidate, to bring hope and change and joy. She had the opportunity to run 2008 Obama. That's what I was expecting. Even if it was fake, my expectation at the very least was that the couple moves that they made, they were going to lead into a progressive messaging campaign. I'm sorry. The Democratic president should never, ever say, we are going to have the most lethal army, the most lethal military in the world. You're supposed to be the counterbalance, the fascist, jingoistic sentiment. You're supposed to at least aesthetically present yourself as the peaceful candidate, as the peaceful party. She went up there and went cop mode. It was shocking. Like, I shit on anarchists all the time. You know this. I do. But goddamn, they're kind of not wrong. That's crazy. She had all this progressive momentum, and now all she's got are the loyalists who are just begging for someone, not Biden. So the answer is no vote. Man, I'm not saying that. Vote for Kamala Harris, baby. Do whatever the fuck you want. I'm not going to tell you not to vote for her. I'm also tell you to say that you're not going to vote for her, to try to fucking get her to do your bidding. As a voter, it is your right. It's your right to demand things from your politicians for your vote. They do not have your vote for granted. They should earn it from the jump. The one thing I will tell you is not vote for Donald Trump. When it comes to like making a political calculation, it's always running towards this mythical guy out there that is like, I'm going to only vote for the Democrats if they become moderate. Then become a Republican. I never hear a Republican go, you know, Donald Trump's got to take this line. He's got to take this soft approach because there's some moderates out there that he needs to win over. It's because that's not a thing. Because they're entitled to their politicians doing their bidding. Democrats are so cowardly that they're like, I want this thing, healthcare, free college, I want these things. But honestly, I'm terrified that my neighbor doesn't want it. And he's not even going to vote for the Democrats, but maybe he will. So we should just run on this moderate policy for some other guy, not me, but another guy that might want it. It's wild that we're always seeking out this mythical moderate. People take for granted in European countries all of the policies that we are desperately trying to bring forward. But here in America, it's a non-starter. Trans people were mentioned twice during the whole DNC, by the way, no speaker. I mean, that's like, that aspect of it, as long as it's like a firm commitment after trans people, I don't believe that the Democrats are going to lean into trans panic, which by the way, actually, I don't know, maybe they will. they're just going to become the Republican Party of 4 years ago until that ratchet effect makes it so that the Democratic Party inevitably becomes the Republican Party just at the same time. Jake Tapper CNN, there were criticisms of the left calling Kamala a cop. Tonight, she seemed to have stepped right into that. True. They're celebrating her being a cop. This is a right-wing Democrat movement, and they're not even hiding it. But no, you don't understand. Chatters will tell me all about how good this is. I ain't dude and go vote for Trump. Bro, I swear to God, the Dems are so back. This literally is like, you know, oh, if you don't want to vote for her, like, you don't vote for her, like, you're saying that she shouldn't be this, like, right-wing. You must like Trump. That's crazy. Like, you think that's a good way to message, dude? You think, like, you should try and push people away from the party? You think this race isn't close? Democrats, in the Electoral College, Democrats need to win by 5% nationally, minimum. That's without factoring in, obviously, in the current polls, at least a 3 to 5% margin of error. We're not even in that comfortable space yet, and you motherfuckers are running victory laps. Oof.
That was the last night of the DNC. That was the last night of the DNC. How did I see it so correctly, so far ahead? You've had way too many esoteric predictions come true. This shit is blatantly apparent to anyone who isn't on the DNC payroll. How? And it's so interesting that while I was 100% correct, there's one other aspect of this that I want to talk about. I was 100% correct on all of this shit. So was Michael from Pennsylvania, who is now banned for, something that he said on stream that I think is indefensible. Let's be real. And he doesn't think it's defensible either. But a thing that I want to mention here, is that this isn't hindsight. This is foresight. This is sight. Okay? This is sight. So how do we get here? Why was I so fucking right about all this shit? And then there were so many people who were so goddamn wrong. It's because people love deluding themselves and creating a hug box for themselves. I saw this thing where Republicans were doing victory laps over David Pakman. Okay? What's his name? Colin Rugg or whatever? He posted about David Pakman losing subscribers. And part of that is because, look, I have cordial disagreements with David, but I do think that he hammed up, and I've made some jokes about it. He was really libbed up, right? He was really, really libbed up, greatly overemphasizing the Democratic Party's chances. And I think partially he did that because he personally stopped giving a shite. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Okay. Let me see if I can find the actual tweet. What's the name of the guy? It's like Colin. It's like one of those like fucking right-wing accounts that like pops off and posts shit all the time. Pakman is no friend of the Palestinians. I know. We are definitely at odds with is it one L or two L's? Is this it? No. Oh, I found it. Okay. But I can't find the fuck. This guy posts so much. He's like a power user. Here. This is what Republicans are taking victory laps over now. New Dem influencers are seeing record numbers of subscription cancellations along with a mass exodus of followers, causing an algorithmic desubscription spiral. The development comes after many of these influencers gaslit their followers into thinking Harris would win. David Pakman called out his own party for giving up when things get hard. Let's watch what he had to say about this issue. Okay, don't say Pack Watch. Don't say Pack Watch. I have a broader point that I want to make.
When I woke up this morning, we had lost 5,000 YouTube subscribers compared to where we were last night. Now, the first thing I thought was, is this a glitch? We've been on YouTube for 15 years or something like that. And subscribers always just go up. They just never go down. They go up. Is something wrong with my channel? Is someone attacking my channel? What's going on? So I started texting. And I texted Brian Tyler Cohen. And I texted Tyler Cohen and Brian Cohen and Brian Tyler. All of them. I texted all of them. I texted Jesse Dollemore. I texted Luke Beasley.
I have no idea who these people are. I do know Brian Tyler Cohen. That's another content creator who's like kind of lived up as well.
Farron Cousins and Sam Cedar. And every single one of our
he didn't text me
channels since last night is hemorrhaging subscribers. What is it that is going on? Here is a graphic. As you can see, subscribers just go up, up, up, up, and they are down. It is not just YouTube subscribers. We are seeing record cancellations of paid memberships. Record cancellations. These are the people that keep the show running. Now, for a moment, I thought, if it's just YouTube, maybe YouTube is purging people who are inactive subscribers. And once a year, usually YouTube does this and you see a little decline and then numbers go back up. They're not doing it. They're not doing it. And if that were the case, we wouldn't be seeing paid membership cancellations on the website. So now I understand what is going on. It's terrifying, but it is happening. A lot of people are checking out. I heard anecdotally from a couple dozen people who said, you know, David, I just can't do it anymore. I just can't do it. I'm checking out. I'm out.
Okay, my controversial opinion is I don't think it's like, I think unsubscribing from a YouTube channel is not, you know, stopping the fight or whatever. You know what I mean? I'll say this much. I have not seen a decline in my subscriptions. I've seen an increase in my subscriptions, both here on Twitch and also on YouTube as well. One thing I will say is that, like, Colin Rugg is saying people were disillusioned by David Pakman's analysis, so they're fucking punishing him by unsubscribing. I can't speak on this. I don't know if that's like the actual, I don't know if that's literally what happened. I wonder if I think it could be interesting to have a conversation with David Pakman about like what he thinks the campaign did wrong and match it up against like what he has presented as what the campaign has done right. But is HasanAbi Archive not you? No, it's not. My point is, David Pakman called out his own party for giving up on things. He terrifies me because our instinct is the opposite of what it does. And we will get crushed if this is the way we just respond to defeat. The right wants us to not exist. The right wants to decimate independent progressive media. When the right loses, they get organized, they fund, and they create insanely effective organizations like Turning Point USA, investing in the Daily Wire, and build out this huge network of right-wing idea and influencers. We are in an algorithmic desubscription spiral right now because when people start unsubscribing on YouTube, YouTube thinks, oh, we probably shouldn't recommend this content. The thing is, I will say this much, okay? I did notice something in my own YouTube, okay? This is like kind of, I guess this is somewhat irrelevant, but I mean, it's like a hyper specific focus. But even in my own YouTube, every time I was, openly critical of the Democratic Party, are the Democrats throwing this election 3 weeks ago? Does Kamala Harris still have a chance? Kamala Harris is wild for doing this podcast. Like every time I was critical, how the media lies to you, Tim Walz defends himself on Fox News. Most of my coverage was incredibly critical of the Democratic Party. And the incredibly critical videos of the Democratic Party were simply Kamala is flopping in this interview. Like these critical videos where I kept reiterating my position over and over again about what the Democrats were doing wrong did not reach a broad audience. People did not want to see it. People did not want to see it at all. Whereas videos where I was hopeful about Kamala Harris's chances, okay, is Kamala Harris's strategy all wrong? 3 weeks ago, 123,000. What the hell is Kamala doing with Ested Herndon? 144,000. Kamala losing Arab voters to Trump? 108,000. Kamala Harris's town hall was a disaster. Sub 100K. Okay? Drama, 500,000 almost views. Okay? Shitting on the Republicans, as Austin said, hogwatch, that goes nutty. People love that shit. There was a post in your sub of people doing the same. I'm done. I ain't following politics no more. I'm letting God take the wheel and be uninformed. I'm sick of it. It feels selfish. Yeah, I mean, that's one fucking Reddit post. I'm looking at like broader numbers here. It's getting closer. Craziest poll ever dropped. See, this is the Iowa poll, 384,000. And if you look at like David Pakman's, I assume if you look at David Pakman's videos from the time, if we were to look at an assessment of that, it seemed like there are a lot of people that wanted to see positive news about Kamala Harris. So they responded positively to positive news about Kamala Harris. Okay? Liberals wanted hopium. Liberals wanted hopium. They wanted to get libbed up, and they wanted to hear how bad Trump was and how good Kamala Harris was. And then when they pushed themselves to this echo-chambered position, okay, when people push themselves to this echo-chambered position, obviously they felt duped and they felt angry. And to a certain degree, it's kind of their fault. Like, you were seeking out this content. You were rewarding people that were giving you this content. Actually, I didn't click on your videos because I thought, of course, our most prominent online dude is shitting on us. Yeah. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning that, anytime I criticize Kamala in your comment section and say she's going to lose, I get swamped with libs calling me a Trump supporter. It's true. I listen to the pod, Johns, when you depress me too much. Yeah, if you were also in there, if you were also exhibiting that kind of tendency and not taking this stuff like seriously, and then turning around and just like seeking out positive affirmations about how great Kamala Harris was actually doing, remember that. Like, remember how you got there. If you feel like this world-changing event that unfolded and you felt like it was impossible to predict, then obviously there was a mismatch. There was obviously a mismatch with like what you were seeing. There was obviously a mismatch with what you were seeking out and what the reality was. It was actually this video that reminded me of that, actually. What was it? This is the day of. I think this was my final prediction and why. How are you not live? He is live, but Twitch is hiding his channel from the front page. You got to visit directly the stream. I remember seeing the comments on this video the day before the election. And I was, again, critical of Kamala Harris, and even though I said Kamala Harris is a slight chance of victory. So why in the comment section, people were like, most analysts say she's run a good campaign. What is the data you're saying that she's run an objectively bad campaign? Her campaign has been flawless. What is he talking about? Data scientist here, an avid Silver Bulletin reader. Nate Silver was the only on the Trump is going to win train when Biden was running. It's been a toss-up since Kamala tossed her hat in. Nate Silver is hedging his bets now that he can claim he forecasted a Kamala win. Hasan has no idea what the median voter thinks. Like, such bad takes. She's had a pretty perfect campaign. What are you talking about? Her campaign not ran bad. Her campaign has been amazing and effective by all objective metrics. I can't imagine what you're referencing. Campaign had been amazing. She had 100 days, not 2 years. Babes, I love you, but her campaign was so good. What are you talking about? It's absolutely not a fact. Wow, I actually have to disagree with this one. Her campaign has been pretty good. I usually agree with you, but I think she's had a great campaign. You make a few good points, but it's been a very good campaign. Not flawless, but damn good. Whenever I'm vindicated in moments like this, it's not the flex and be like, I told you so. You should have listened to me. I don't give a shit about that, okay? Because the world moves on and things are going to get worse before they get better. But the reason why I show you this is because I want you to identify exactly the motivations that you had in that moment that caused you to look at what I was saying and not hear what I was saying. Where were you getting information from that caused you to be so firmly committed to the idea that she ran a fantastic campaign? Hasan thinks a perfect campaign is one that 100% caters to his positions on all issues, even though his opinions are niche. I find myself almost always agreeing with Hasan's takes, but I really disagree here. Kamala's campaign has overall been good. Bit of a comms problem, but still great overall. This really shows Hasan's lack of political strategy knowledge. Like, you want a bad campaign? Look at Mondale versus Reagan. She had a great campaign. Every single comment. Every single comment. So, what? Kamala ran a great campaign, and the fact that Kamala lost really mutually exclusive? You can't run a fucking great campaign and then lose by worse numbers than Hillary Clinton. Okay? Clearly, if you lost, what kind of attitude is this? No, dude. No. She ran a fucking bad campaign. She lost. What are we talking about? Even in the aftermath of a resounding defeat, there are still people who are saying, no, you don't understand. She actually did do her best. No, she didn't. There are so many. There are so many gimmies that she just dropped the ball on spectacularly, if not ran directly against. And not only was I so right about some of those things, they even internally were saying, what the fuck are you doing? Dem insiders begged the team to not campaign with Liz Cheney. It's all coming out now. Could have told everything that I verbatim, every single thing that I brought up throughout the entire campaign. Focus on the economy, focus on kitchen table issues, and not by fucking saying, $50,000 in tax cuts for startups. Stop running a fucking neoliberal tax cut focused campaign. That's so stupid. These moderation focused policies are awful, and they're not responding to people's material harms, their material experiences. In case you missed it, inside the Harris team's all-staff call the other night, one bit, campaign leaders pleaded with staffers to not talk to reporters, according to 4 people on the call who spoke with Axios. What? Her campaign was perfect for those who'd crawl over glass to vote against Trump? That's not the voting majority. Exactly. Then by logic, Trump ran a stellar campaign. He didn't. But he still ran a better campaign than Harris. Yes. I said both sides are running objectively bad campaigns. But one thing I kept reiterating, I don't know if it was like during the Amish vote conversation, and I asked you guys to clip that. I don't know if anyone did. But remember what I told you? I was like, Donald Trump, if there's 10 votes to gain anywhere, Donald Trump will go and get them. Okay? Because he runs like he wants to fucking win. While his top line messaging was fucking stupid, he still actively went out in front of people and directly saw what they were interested in and said he would do that. Okay? If there's 10 Amish votes in a goddamn district in Pennsylvania, he's going to go out there and try to get those votes. He's like, there's a reason why 64% of Native Americans, I saw one poll, it's like insane, voted for him. You want to know why? Because he did right by them once, okay? I think he like did federal recognition for one tribe, and people remember that shit. People fucking remember that shit. I don't know if it's a bad poll or not, but no, I told you that he was going to do a decent job. I told you that he was going to do even do a decent job with the native vote in certain fucking states. These are important. Only 24K Native Americans voted for him, but yeah, HasanAbi. That's not completely true, but yeah, over 50% did vote for him. Yeah, interestingly, Bill Kristol, a top never Trump Republican, publicly urged Harris in the final weeks of the campaign to pitch a progressive populist economic message against Trump and his army of billionaire supporters. Even going on Joe Rogan was a good move, and Dem sending Fetterbit was awful. Yeah, Fetterbitch was the worst person to send. Trump ran like he wanted to win. Kamala ran like she expected to win. That isn't true. It was an NBC exit poll of under 300 self-identifying people in the cities. Oh, okay. I mean, out of those who do vote, indigenous voices are obviously incredibly suppressed in the election. Only 23,000 Native Americans voted for Trump. That's 1.5% of Native Americans. The majority of us don't vote because the genocide of our people is still happening under both parties, which is ironic because there is a direct one-to-one fucking comparison for that and, Gaza. 120 million adults didn't vote. If you put all the non-voters into their own party, they would beat the Republicans and Democrats by 50 million votes. They also heavily suppressed the votes of Native Americans. Most Native Americans on reservations don't have cars, and Republicans purposely make polling places far away from the res. And because we got the highest unemployment and poverty rate, a lot of folks with cars don't got gas money. Then if you're a Native American in Alaska, there's some tribes that got to fly 100 miles away on a small plane to get to the nearest polling station. Many natives in Utah, South Dakota, and Nevada have to drive 100 miles to the nearest polling station. Then, because we don't have physical addresses on reservations, a lot of natives get rejected at polling stations because their tribal IDs don't have an address listed on it. And if their tribal IDs are somehow accepted when they get to polling stations in some of the very isolated rural areas, half the machines don't even work. Not to mention, but why would indigenous people who suffered under a genocide in the U.S. want to vote for the other genocide of Palestinians? That would be so disrespectful to our dead ancestors to vote for the demise of Palestinians. My baby mama and her 4 kids are undocumented, and we're currently applying for permanent residency status because America's Samoa requires it for my kids to attend school and for my girl to work. Here's a step-by-step process of what that has looked like over the last year. There you go. The reason why I mentioned this, though, is that like the tiny minuscule percentage of natives that do vote, the fact that the majority voted for Donald Trump is not because they're like fucking racist dumbasses or whatever the fuck. I'm willing to bet that a lot of the natives that did vote, a lot of the Native Americans that did vote probably came from that one tribe that he fucking gave federal recognition to. And Donald Trump does stuff like that all the time. Okay? Donald Trump does shit like that. He does that shit because he knows he already has a fucking ceiling. Okay? He's already tapped out. He courted the Maine lobsterman for one electoral college vote. Exactly. We did not majority vote for Trump is intentional disinformation. People are misrepresenting the NBC exit poll from cities in only 10 states of 229 people self-identifying themselves on their way out of the polls. You can see the actual election data from counties near the tribes. Here's the Oglala County, South Dakota. Here is a Menominee tribe of Wisconsin. Imagine telling an entire Maricopa County you're going to go hard as fuck on the border and expect them to vote for you. Joe Biden and Harris fans were screaming at pro-Palestinian Native Americans for protesting his apology. Yeah, I saw that. Anyway, the Harris, Walsh, Trump, Vance, Kennedy. Damn. The 7 total Kennedy voters. Those are my goats. So ultimately, okay, the point I'm trying to make is this is somewhat of a misread of the exit polls, and I recognize that. Exit polls are unreliable, even though we make a lot of inferences off of it because there's no readily available data beyond that at this point. Having said that, okay. Ryan Grimm quoted you word for word on Al Jazeera with Mark Lamont Hill on why young men didn't show up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where that exact time code is. But listen, chat. Listen to me. What I'm trying to explain is there were hundreds of thousands of votes that Kamala Harris could have actively courted, okay? There were hundreds of thousands of votes that Kamala Harris could have actively courted within the youth that got fucking arrested, okay, for protesting against Israel's genocide of Palestinians. Members of the Arab, Muslim, Lebanese, Christian Arab communities and their friends, and just white people, black people, brown people, natives that cared about what America was doing. She could have actively courted those votes, okay? Hundreds of thousands over multiple swing districts. There was polling data readily available for this, okay? And she chose not to. And at the same time, she chose to not only avoid them, but also actively chastise them, actively push them aside. Arab voters specifically, like community leaders in Dearborn specifically, were like, I have used up so much of my political capital in my fucking communities. Like, I have literally door knocked for every single Democrat. I want to vote for the Democratic Party. I know the dangers that Trump presents, but this campaign is pushing us away on purpose. This campaign is actively pushing us away. What do you expect? What do you expect in that situation? People respond. People are going to understandably respond to that by saying, we hear you. Fuck you. No more votes for you then. Got it. But now they're blaming all the voters they pushed aside and making them into scapegoats to make sure the Democrats stay blame-free and their base stays angry at the votes they pushed away. Yeah. And if they keep this shit up, they're going to wither away more and more of their base. Doors open. That is my point. Yeah, I said I'm going to have Rashida Tlaib on. I'm going to have Rashida Tlaib on next week. The Dems have more funds? Yeah. And in spite of having $1 billion war chest, they literally fucking ended the campaign $20 million in debt. $20 million in debt. Ryan Grimm timestamp.
I got a couple points on this. I'm curious for your guys' take on it. But the non-mainstream media space is now maybe it's half the country's like media environment. Like Joe Rogan, all of that podcast, YouTube world, Katie, myself. We're reaching maybe half or more of the country at this point. And if you go into any kind of male gendered spaces that otherwise wouldn't be politically coded, sports, video games, like health and wellness stuff. Dudes are into that a lot now. Bodybuilding. All of the influencers who are doing content around that stuff are now becoming coded Republican and right wing, and are presenting right wing ideas through their So they're talking about video games or they're talking about bodybuilding, but if you're doing a 3-hour stream, you're going to talk about the news of the day. And the way that they talk about the news is generally right-wing. Rogan went from kind of a left-wing, center-left guy to like endorsing Trump this year. And people will call him a white supremacist or something. I bet.
Bar for bar. Guys, what do you mean? I love Ryan. And also, I say these things so other people also hear it and then repeat it.
Half his audience is non-white. And And there's just no left-wing competition. There's no center-left or center-left. There's the Pod Save Bros, but they're
It's not the same. It was the same issue with right-wing radio. There was like Air America, which was like this much, and then there's like...
And then went back.
Ryan is a friend of the show anyway. The Pod Johns are not going to save the discourse space. Okay? They're not. It's just not going to happen. It's not. And the Democratic Party is not going to. The Democratic Party is not, unless they change their attitude towards how they're running and get a little bit more openly antagonistic with their big donors and pull a Trumpian move. Like, Trump is chaotic. Trump was scary for a lot of Republican mega donors, okay? But now we live in his image. Now we live in a country that is directly Trumpian, whether he won or lost. Whether he won or lost, it did not matter, because Kamala Harris was still presenting Trump's vision of America. He was able to successfully come in and reshape American politics. And in the process, he secured corporate donors. Corporate donors are people just like you and I. If the Democratic Party, instead of running terrified of their corporate donors, starts saying, you want us or you want these guys? We're going to fucking win without you, and we can do it without you if we need to. Like, we are the government. We are the captain now. We are running the fucking show. If the Democratic Party did that, I'm almost certain, in spite of, all evidence to the contrary, given how capitalism operates, that many corporate donors would fall in fucking line. That's it. I'm waiting for Felix to come to talk about the Amsterdam pogrom story. But what is this?
I can't believe we lost. I mean, we did everything we could. Did you hold a primary so we could pick a good candidate? No. Did you do anything to tap into working class people's frustration with the economy? No. Right. And did you promise to do things differently than the current president that everyone kind of hates? Like, for example, providing like an actual vision for the future. Something that's just not saying, we're not that guy. No. What exactly did you do?
Ran Liz Cheney.
Brat campaign.
Liz Cheney.
Were you at least brat when you were bumping that? I'm sorry, I'm gonna do a bump in the bathroom.
Where are we? This is sick, by the way. I love this artwork. No progressives want socialism, and people are being honest. It's because they see communism as the ultimate goal, and they're fine with liberalism and capitalism, but that chasm will run the party deep. Dude, it's not. I've never once advocated for a politician to go full tilt socialism. When I fucking talk about what I think is successful strategies of running a modern Democratic Party campaign in the United States of America, given the material conditions, I am an advocate for social democracy. Like, people call me libbed up for that reason. It's so goddamn frustrating. I'm not like, dude, fucking start jailing every landlord or some shit. Why not? Because I'm not a fucking delusional theory nerd that is hugboxed into believing that there is a firm and committed militant vanguard party out there. I recognize, as someone who talks to normal human beings on a regular fucking basis, as someone who reads quite a bit about the way that people analyze modern American society, that there is very little class consciousness. Material realities are different. The way that the American industrial output, the way that workforces exist is different. Okay? There is no industrial assembly line where organizing is almost a naturally occurring phenomena. Okay? And in places where people do have a tendency to work under old structures of like an assembly line, corporations have developed methods of absolutely gutting any sort of organizational rigor. Amazon is a great example of this. There is a reason why Amazon has an unimaginable amount of churn, an unimaginable amount of turnover. They specifically bribe you to quit. Because if you were working in a facility year over year over year, you are inevitably going to recognize your coworkers. You are going to start, what are you saying? You make no sense. Yes, I make no sense because you have no understanding of, no, don't ban him. You have no understanding of theory. You have no understanding of like how things work. Okay? That's just the easiest way to put it. What I'm talking about right now is specifically for the theory nerds who say, why are you not advocating for a Marxist-Leninist vanguard party? Okay, this is for a hyper-specific number of people in this community that think that their theory for change is not responsive. Why ban? Because he disagrees? No, I didn't ban him. I unbanned him. Many of you literally don't see what is happening in front of your eyes. Oh my God. Okay. For the people who say, why not revolution now? You are a revisionist. They do not understand the level of class consciousness that must exist or even lay dormant that you can tap into. There is none of that in America. Okay? It does not exist. America is the arch capitalist nation. America was a proto-capitalist nation before capitalism was well defined. Pre-industrial revolution, America was a proto-capitalist nation. It is in our core DNA. An endless expansionist mindset built around genocide of the indigenous population. America also happens to be the country that won the Cold War, the ideological rudder that has been steering the world. That's why the likes of Francis Fukuyama had said that history is over. You know, in the aftermath of the Cold War, it's done. This is now a permanent neoliberal vision that we will exist under. I mean, he's wrong because fascism is coming back in a big way, directly as a consequence of not having any sort of counter hegemon, directly as a consequence of not having any sort of counterbalance that is a moderating force that would offer capitalism a lifeline in the form of a welfare state. Yeah, I know he admitted that he's wrong today. That's why I'm bringing his ass up. The re-election of Donald Trump is a decisive rejection of liberalism, writes Francis Fukuyama. Would you say a primary focus of your work is to build class consciousness? Abso-fucking-lutely. That is what I'm here to do. That is precisely what I do, and I think I do it best. That's what I do best. My point is, neoliberalism has suffered from its own successes. Okay? Both parties are completely captured by corporate interests. There is no counter power. There's no counter ideological. There's no counter superpower to the United States and its dominance that can present an alternative vision that at least terrifies people enough into submission that would then allow an unironic lifeline to liberalism, to capitalism in the form of a welfare state. Okay? What about China? That's funny. Yeah. I think China is a perfect example of the most like the people point to China as like the closest to socialism, and China is like basically Swedish social democracy at its peak. That's it. That is another testament to how hard capitalism has dominated the planet. That's a pretty bad simplification. Yes, I am. I am oversimplifying it. The social democracy with one-party fascist dynamics? No, I don't fucking agree with that. Nice dialectic understanding. Holy shit. No, the capitalist contradictions need to be resolved at some point. Sock them bourgeois reforms aren't the fucking end-all be-all. Wait, so you're mad that I'm saying that China is like representative of like Swedish social democracy at its peak, okay? But then you're simultaneously also saying that sock them bourgeois reforms aren't the fucking end all be all, which is ironic because that's precisely what I'm presenting here. So you agree with me on this point, but then when I say that for China, you get mad. How is not one party authoritarian regime? Holy moly. Guys, we live in a fucking uniparty. Wake the fuck up. Wake up. Okay? When it comes to the broadest scopes, when it comes to the broadest strokes, rather, America is uniparty. On American foreign policy, we're uniparty. On neoliberalism, we're uniparty. What the fuck are you talking about? Wake up. The wedge issues are what make you feel like there is some semblance of a democratic choice. And even in that process, you hear one party actively yell at their voter base to vote for them without making any sort of concessions whatsoever to the demands that they have. Okay? Every matter of state is still authoritarian inherently. That's the function of the fucking state to begin with. And one party, multi-party, or a duopoly still ends up under a capitalist organization of the economy churning out the same exact fucking results. People understand it when I say neoliberalism won, okay? America won the Cold War and it's suffering from its own successes. But when you move one step beyond that and talk about like American democracy and try to approach it with a little bit more theory, everyone goes, whoa, what the fuck? What are you talking about? This isn't to say that you shouldn't fucking vote for either party. I'm not saying that. I'm not one of those people at all. Okay? I am a firm and committed advocate for voting. I love voting. I fucking nut every time I vote. But I'm not American. I agree to an extent about the U.S. system, but cannot agree China is any kind of democracy, really. I don't think anybody understands the Chinese governance, Chinese form of governance. And while it is less democratic overall, certainly, than even the theoretical democracies that we have in the fucking Western world, like people, I think that there is no voting process whatsoever. There is. In the U.S., there is basically one party, the Business Party. It has two factions called the Democrats and Republicans, which are somewhat different but carry out variations of the same policies. Noam Chomsky. Do people think there's no voting in China? I think they also think that like Chinese voting is similar to like Vladimir Putin or something. Like every country has a different process, right? Even in the Western world, there's different ways in which people go out and vote. There's different forms of governance, but ultimately, on the broadest level, and it sounds kind of reductive, and I guess it is kind of reductive, governments just either work at the behest of corporations, which is what I would say in, which is what I would say is what is going on in the Western world, with some minor variation. Or the corporations in China work at the behest of the government, and as long as the government is interested in, for one reason or another, uplifting people's material conditions, then the people, regardless of a overall lack of civil liberties, feel as though the government has their back and feel quite patriotic about the many significant gains that their government has made. This is the case in China. Something that we've talked about before. We tend to forget that many in China and in their lived experience of the past 4 decades, each day was better than the next. Why shouldn't they feel that way? Why shouldn't they feel overall overwhelmingly positive? It's like they're having their own fucking version of the 90s in America, you know? In terms of like global dominance. I'm Chinese, and while I'm not sure that China will eventually transition to full-blown socialism, I would say that China is easier to reforms its way into socialism compared to Western countries, since we've already won a revolution to have a communist party in charge. I know for a fact that at least our leaders have a firm grasp on dialectics. Yeah, I mean, if they apply it, whether they will apply it or not is an entirely different conversation. China doesn't have socialized medicine. Are they really the people's billionaires? I think the healthcare industry is probably one of the worst consequences, or not consequences, like, but one of the areas that need the most improvement. They do have socialized medicine, by the way. You're wrong about that, but there are significant issues with Chinese healthcare overall. Anyway, I don't know why the fuck we're talking about China. Yeah. Look, if you want to understand how shit operates in China, their zero COVID policies were unimaginably restrictive. Okay? Incredibly restrictive. What happened? They no longer have those policies. They did that. It was very effective, but it was also incredibly restrictive. And it was more so the lack of knowing exactly when you would be able to freely roam the lands, right? I think it was the lack of understanding, and feeling like you have no control over your life, and that to that degree, that was very frustrating for people. And what happened? People straight up fucking revolted, okay? And then what did the government do? They ended it. In China, you can't change the party, but you can change the policies. In America, you can change the parties, but you can't change the policy. This is what Eric Lee said.
But at the moment, the party state, has proven an extraordinary ability to change. I mean, I make the joke how...
That is largely blown out of proportion. No, it wasn't, dude. Come on. Yes, at the time, their policies were incredibly restrictive. but it was done at the behest of the people, for sure. But it was far too fucking restrictive. Like, not knowing how long you're gonna be stuck in your fucking home, even if they're giving you food, right? Still doesn't change the reality that you're not allowed to leave your house. Like, that sucks. Okay. And the people genuinely had enough. Within the Western media, the riots in response to China's actions were blown out of proportion. The reason why I know that the riots in response to China's actions were not necessarily all that blown out of proportion is because the Chinese government responded. And they lowered the restrictions. That's it. And as soon as they did, they got hit with a shit ton of COVID. And then the media did fucking victory laps about how so many Chinese people were dying to COVID. They're like, oh, these idiots, they fucking lowered the restrictions and look how many people are dying. It was insane to watch. It was insane to unfold. Now, the point is, you're not wrong about that. There was a response by the government. I'm just critical of the way that the Western media covered it. Yeah, there is no real way. That's actually not true. The Chinese government announced lifting quarantine before the protest started. Chinese healthcare is much better these days. My parents get monthly stipends on top of their healthcare, which is completely free to spend on health-related products. Even fruits count. They work for the state, though, not private companies. Yeah, this guy fucking... Okay, CPC Andy. Or... Yeah. I wonder why your parents got stipends, huh? All right. Anyway, not all of us are lucky. Not all of us are lucky enough to be born into a fucking family whose parents are leading the charge of the new global hegemon. Okay. Why are China so naive? Anti-Chinese propaganda is effective precisely because there is authoritarian issues exist. This is why America is able to use democracy and human rights as a way to bully countries into neoliberalism. Yeah. I think what's ironic about that is that there's two sides of that same coin. You can have authoritarian policies that are implemented at the behest of, preserving the overall public safety. At the end of the day, it is quite authoritarian to be like, yeah, sorry, we're just going to have nationalized healthcare. If you're an executive at a healthcare industry, yeah, you might lose your job. You might have to take a pay cut, right? But ultimately, it's for the betterment of America's future, right? That's authoritarian. Americans will not respond positively to that sort of shit at all, okay? But if you don't do that, authoritarianism will still happen to you. It will just happen when material conditions worsen to such a degree that people will inevitably go for the fascist option. And that is where we're at in the United States of America. If given the opportunity between authoritarian fascism or authoritarian socialism, I would prefer the authoritarian socialism option. If those are the only two options. That's it. I'd rather have the state enforce policies of even development, improving literacy, okay, and offering everybody healthcare, then have the state basically melt half the fucking population. If those are at the two extremes, and I'm not saying that that's the perfect solution at all, make no mistake, okay? HasanAbi anarchist confirmed, clipped tanky. Okay, but that's really funny because this, I think what I just said is inherently the opposite of anarchism. I'm glad you don't clown on anarchists quite often like some band streamers constantly do. I mean, I do. Chinese Central Committee department heads usually only stay for 1 to 3 years. They are restrictive to protect their project for countering brain rot, but their democracy is more felt or realized by its citizens. We have Pelosi calling the shots of the past 70 years, delivering empty promises to people and richest donors. You've been really good on chilling on anarchism lately? Yeah, because, you know, you're going to need fucking mutual aid and community organizing. And it's those crusty ass, no shower having ass motherfuckers that are always doing that. So the dynamic is simple. You either have a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, which is what we have, or a dictatorship of the proletariat. And if that is the dynamic, if you want, you either have the tyranny of the minority or the tyranny of the majority. Americans have decided that tyranny of majority, which is also known as democracy, okay, is a bad concept. And they have deluded themselves into believing that it is a bad concept. That's what's crazy.
In America, you can change political parties, but you can't change the policies. In China, you cannot change the party, but you can change policies. So
wait, what? It's the healthcare is nowhere as good as you think. I never said it was good. I literally said it's the weakest aspect of Chinese governance is its healthcare. That and its mistreatment. I think there's a lot of issues. There is definitely a lot of issues with Chinese governance. Okay. I'm not a China is going to cripple and collapse tomorrow guy at all by any means. But I do believe that, you know, there are still going to be many issues with Chinese governance as well. Healthcare is, I think, one area where there are a tremendous number of problems still. I think that there was a decline in education as well, which the Chinese government immediately took action against. Your opinion on China is so bad. As long as I never listen to your opinion on China, shaking my head. Okay. Sure. All right. I can never tell when I say something like that. I can never tell if that person is mad because I'm not glazing China hard enough, or that person is mad because I'm glazing China too much. You know what I mean? Because there are a lot of people, there are plenty of people who will go, dude, you're doing Adrian Zen's propaganda when you talk about Xinjiang. Okay? Those are like the MAGA hogs, but for China, that are like, you don't understand. China had to take action in the form of dragnets and implement a surveillance state on an ethnic minority that was a majority in that region because of separatist values being spread. And like they had to do re-education camps. Okay? Those are like the MAGA hogs of China. I'm a centrist in China. Okay? I'm a China centrist. They'll be like, you're xenophobic. And then I'll be like, I don't think they're doing like mass organ harvesting of the Falun Gong or whatever. And that Falun Gong is like a rabid fucking CIA-backed psychotic cult that is anti-miscegenation and that they should never be taken seriously, no matter how many Shen Yun / Epoch Times / NTD coverage, NTD channels they have. And then people will go, dude, that's really fucked up. These guys are the brave, bold warriors that are actually taking down the authoritarian Chinese state. Its collapse is imminent tomorrow. You are such a fucking CCP backing tanky. I'm a Chinese centrist. There's some aspects of their governance that I like. Okay? And there's plenty of things that they do that I don't like. Mike Bloomberg said China isn't a dictatorship. Is he right? The Communist Party does listen to the people sometimes. Earlier this fall, Mike Bloomberg said that the Chinese President Xi Jinping is not a dictator and that he's the long-ruling Chinese Communist Party listens to the people, listens to the public. Now that the former mayor has entered a presidential contest, comments like this are coming back to haunt him. China's CCP does listen to the people as long as they aren't independent-minded. Bloomberg is right in one regard. The CCP has a big stake in learning what the Chinese public thinks and providing some of what it wants. The government encourages Chinese citizens to monitor local officials, file complaints. Yeah, this part, for the record, this shit is pretty crazy. They have, like, dare I say, almost a technocratic approach that is, like, very meritocratic in terms of, like, polling all of the fucking local officials regularly. Oh, you didn't fix the pothole? Okay, you're out. But at the top level, obviously, there's still, dare I say, strong leadership. In a recent book on Chinese governance, my co-authors and I document how these limited forms of public engagement can help reduce corruption and improve compliance with regulations. Other studies confirm, even this has like a weird tint. Like they're making it sound like it's snitching. No, it's like, hey, listen, you got a local official, you ask for, I don't know, a pothole to be fixed on the road. They don't fix it for months. They're out. That's it. It's not called snitching. It's called good governance, for the record. This is one aspect of Chinese governance that I 100% agree with and should be and would love for it to be implemented in America. Can you imagine having an immediate response? Can you fucking imagine having a goddamn immediate response to your local official fucking you over? Okay? Other studies confirm that the Chinese government desires some measure of civil society and is surprisingly receptive to public input, even well-intentioned criticism. In return, an abundance of research demonstrates that the CCP continues to enjoy broad support and legitimacy among the Chinese public. Yeah, never tell Americans that like the Chinese people's perspective is broadly infinitely more popular than the Americans' perspective is on their government. It's like LeBron numbers, Lamau. At the same time, the CCP is uncomfortable with having the Chinese people think, feel, or act for themselves. Pervasive government censorship and targeted repressions are symptoms of the leadership's deep-seated insecurity. Naturally, it is harder for the regime to engage and understand the public if it limits what the public can say. I think they're a little bit heavy-handed, but I do agree with this to a certain degree. But Beijing is far better at figuring out what the Chinese people are saying and thinking. In a current book manuscript, I show how Chinese technology helps the government see and understand what the Chinese public wants in a controlled manner. While the system underpinning this technology is dystopian, it helps the regime harness and optimize competing public interests when making policy. This capacity to listen, process, and respond is perhaps what Bloomberg is alluding to. The Chinese public, for instance, wants cleaner air without compromising economic opportunity. The CCP and its leader are working to make that happen, even if it means blowing up dirty factories and relocating entire communities. Xi Jinping and the CCP are delivering a paternalistic version of soft authoritarianism, whereby collective well-being is more important than individual liberties and national development is more important than political rights. Here's what Bloomberg gets things wrong. Yes, Xi Jinping is a dictator. The CCP is generally popular. The governing system is often effective. And Xi Jinping does, as Bloomberg points out, have constituents. But a popular dictatorship is still a dictatorship, even political science. My point is, we also have a similar structure. We have just duped ourselves into thinking that we do not have an authoritarian government. You know? That's why I used to do this meme where I would like talk about America as though I was a member of the Western political class that is writing an op-ed on China. If you were to use the same exact language applied to China, but with when you're covering the United States of America, you would recognize that 9 unelected people have the capacity to lie to the public in the process of their appointment and then turn around and overturn the democratic wishes of a population and take away their civil liberties, okay, for half the population without even getting too much of a political punishment for it overall. That is what happened in America in these past 4 years. Do you consider that to be democratic governance? I don't. This is sick. I wonder why they stopped this. How we would cover James Comey's firing if it happened in another country. How we would cover the Supreme Court nomination fight if it happened in another country. How would the U.S. cover the State of the Union if it happened in another country? I wish they would. Dude, I want to do this. I want to bring it back. If it happened there, key test for liberal opposition in legislative elections. Like, I don't want to dive too deep into Orientalism and how many people are misguided and don't understand that the same principles that exist in the Western world are oftentimes looked at as a barbaric practice everywhere else. In Russia, or in the USSR, you had gulags, right? You had work camps and gulags. In America, we house 25% of the entire globe's prisoner population, and slavery is literally constitutionally protected as a mechanism of punishment. What the fuck do you think an American prison camp is? Some of them, like Angola, Louisiana State Penitentiary, is directly built on top of a plantation and is referred to by the same name as the plantation. In Pakistan, they accept bribes. That is disgusting and gross. A barbaric practice of bribery exists in both Pakistan and India as well. Here in the United States of America, we have codified and legislated our bribery structure in the form of corporate lobbying. You understand? That is the difference. We delude ourselves into thinking that these structures are very different. It's buttoned up. It's more civil. Okay? The way you would cover it in the way you would cover shit that we do here, if they were done in China, I can't wait for that to be to be clipped out of context. I fucking hate the internet, man. It's fine. In the United States, let's just say it's not the USA. Let's say it's a different country. In this different country, you can have the richest person on the planet who is not even originally from the country, okay, come into the country as an undocumented migrant, okay, slowly but surely work his way up the ranks of lucking into being in the right place at the right time, okay, and generating an endless amount of wealth by consistently overpromising and under-delivering. But given the way that the stock market works, people still have this firm commitment to him. That person can be under investigation by every orifice of the federal government. Every regulatory investigation, every regulatory agency has launched an investigation to a number of different companies that this massively powerful billionaire owns, okay? And that person can openly say, I am going to give another person that is also a billionaire and corrupt in his own right $50 million, $100 million, and I'm going to help him win the election so that now I control those federal regulatory agencies. Okay? For the tiny, minuscule price of $120 million, I now control every single federal regulatory agency that has, throughout time, targeted, investigated, and punished each of my companies that I own. That's real. That happened. Okay? That's Elon Musk. That is straightforwardly what is going on right now. It's stuff that you read in the history books about oil barons and railroad barons completely controlling the American government. Okay? And it's happening in front of your eyes right now. And yet you turn around and you go, that's different though. How is this different in China? Great question. In China, the government controls the corporations. So you have to be a party member for the most part to be able to even rise through the ranks. Okay. But if you step out of turn and maybe even sometimes criticize the government for good reason or for bad, you get punished. That's it. Can you imagine if America punished? China executes former asset management chief for corruption. Can you, and they fucking execute their own party members too. Like they will, I mean, I'm not in favor of capital punishment, but I do need you to understand, like, imagine a different world where the government says, oh, you've poisoned baby formula and you've killed people, or you've poisoned the water supply of protected lands. Yeah, sorry. Not only are you going to jail, but so are the corrupt government officials that turned a blind eye to it. In America, the government works at the behest of corporations and corporate interest. In China, the corporations work at the behest of government. In the United States of America, we value and reward our omega wealthy for engaging in corrupt practice. We sometimes elect them as president twice. Doesn't matter if you have 6 bankruptcies under your name. If you're a corrupt real estate developer, billionaire asshole, we will elect you on a fascist ticket twice into the highest office. No accountability whatsoever. We reward it. In China, if you do shit like that, you'll, you know. I was born in a communist country with a wildly popular leader party that was classified as a dictator. However, he was internationally respected. So I do agree dictatorship is generally bad, but not always that bad. When you do right by people, people trust in you. That part of the equation is simple. By the way, the country is Yugoslavia and the leader was Tito. Listen, brother, don't get me fucking started. You don't know how good Tito was. You don't know how good Tim Duncan was. Oh my God, you don't know how good Tito was. IMF loan communism. Okay. How the fuck did we get here, man? God damn. All right. Let's look at the murder for hire scheme against Donald Trump. Truly the Teflon Don of our times, all right?
Donald Trump. The DOJ announced charges against 3 men. 2 are in federal custody in New York. The third suspect is believed to be in Iran. The president-elect's team said it is aware of the plot and that nothing will deter Trump from returning to the White House. Following his historic pick for chief of staff, the president-elect is moving quickly to assemble his new administration ahead of Inauguration Day. Willie James Inman is in Washington with a whole lot more. Good morning, Willie.
Hey there, Michelle. Good morning to you. While President-elect Trump is working on putting together his White House team, Justice Department officials announced charges in connection to an Iranian plot to assassinate the president-elect and other Americans living in the U.S.
Court documents reveal an alleged scheme backed by unnamed Iranian Revolutionary Guard officials to target and kill Americans, including President-elect Trump. The documents allege Farhad Shakari was tasked with working on a plan to kill Trump, but he claims he did not come up with the plan. Prosecutors say Shikari also worked with 2 New York-based men in a plot to kill an Iranian critic. And while Shikari is still at large and assumed to be in Iran, documents show the weapons the 2 men here had acquired. Meanwhile, in Mar-a-Lago, President-elect Trump made his first pick for a top spot in his White House, tapping campaign manager Susie Wiles to serve as his chief of staff. She would be the first woman to serve in the position.
Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background.
As Trump allies jockey for key White House and cabinet positions, some top names are emerging. Tennessee Senator Bill Hagerty is being considered for Secretary of State, along with former Ambassador to Germany Rick Grenell and Florida Senator Marco Rubio. For Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent is seen as Trump's top pick, with former U.S. Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer also being considered. As for Chief of the Department of Health and Human Services, allies of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. have floated his name, and though Kennedy is scheduled to meet with Trump next week, it is unclear if he will have a role in the new administration.
Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo is also being considered to lead the Department of Defense. Now, these are just some of the names President-elect Trump is considering for his administration, and no final decisions have been made, but Trump is listening to those around him and his team as his team moves quickly to fill key positions. Dana?
All right, Willie James, thank you.
This is likely the Trump pick. Look at this likely Trump pick. Fell for Donald the Dove in Big 24. Oh, yeah, I covered this. I mean, I didn't cover it, but I was speaking about this last night. Horrible news if true, arguably worse than Pompeo and Rubio. This man is an utter war hawk neocon, at least as bad as anyone in the Biden administration. In case you're wondering, he's all for continuing the disastrous Biden-Harris policy of the proxy war with Russia through Ukraine. He attacked the Biden-Harris administration for not supporting Israel enough with our money. He wants to go to war with Iran, another issue in which he's identical to the current disastrous Biden-Harris administration. He wants to confront China just like the Biden-Harris administration. So why did Americans bother to vote for Donald Trump if they just end up with another 4 terrible years of Biden-Harris foreign and defense policy? Well, because the answer is simple. Foreign policy is uniparty. Remember when I told you guys that the Ukrainian dynamic was not going to change? Because the dynamic within Ukraine is not because is not there because we have a genuine moral interest in defending Ukraine from Russian invasion, and instead it's a great way to fucking offload all of our older arsenal and also beef up our manufacturing, like the artillery facility that we created in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and also beyond that, it's a great way to undermine a foreign adversary's military and put a nation state that will be pivotal in enforcing our control over the region under permanent debt for the rest of its existence, as we pick up as we buy out basically all of the formerly state-owned enterprises with our private capital. So that is the real reason why America is, this heavily invested in Ukraine. That was always what it was, even though we are technically on the right side of this war, this invasion. Okay? No point in hypothesizing if this guy's not picked. If you for any moment thought that Donald Trump was going to not have a fucking war hawk neocon, you did not pay attention to how Donald Trump operated when he was president last time. In many ways, Donald Trump was just a logical continuation of normal Republican Party politics. Okay? His messaging was a little bit different, where he dropped the dog whistles and whatnot. But overall, the policies, broadly defined, were identical to former Republicans. This is why I always yell at Nancy Pelosi and any number of different dumbass Democratic establishment leaders whenever they say, we want a strong Republican Party, we want the old Republican Party. It's like, bro, the old Republican Party did the war on terror. The old Republican Party in the post 9/11 universe brought endless death and destruction and destabilization to the planet. What the fuck are you talking about? You want the old Republican Party? No, I want no Republican Party, okay? I want a permanent fucking Democratic labor-backed regime in this country, okay? None of this shit. Maybe, perhaps, the Democratic Party kept saying we want the old Republican Party because they turned into the old Republican Party. People always say, Hasan, it's easy to undermine those in power. It's not so easy to defend them, okay? I promise you, I would be the most regime-pilled propaganda minister if the United States of America operated even slightly in the direction of the former glory that the Democratic Party had in the New Deal era. Okay? The Democratic Party ran everything for so long as a direct consequence of the New Deal era. Okay? I would be the most regime-pilled propaganda minister you've ever fucking seen. Oh, yeah. You don't know how good the New Deal era was. You see this, lol? JD Vance says U.S. could drop support for NATO. Yeah, no, this is bullshit posturing. I don't believe this. Okay? I don't believe this at all. The fuck do you mean we're going to drop NATO? Yeah, dude. Yeah, we're going to cast aside our real military dominance, like our most effective way, our most effective military partnership that straightforwardly continues like American empire. We're just going to drop it. We're like, huh, you better watch out, dude. The irony, of course, is that this is why I said I don't think the Ukraine policy is going to change that dramatically from the Biden era to I don't think that the Ukraine policy is going to change that dramatically from Biden to Trump. Do with that information what you will. I think a lot of liberals will be angry at the way Trump communicates it, but in the broader sense, like these decisions are not being made due to our moralistic reasons of wanting to fucking free Ukraine from the treacherous invasion of Russia. It is for defense contracts. It's fantastic. We've like literally outsourced. We've basically figured out a way to outsource defense spending to a foreign nation where not a single American active duty service member has to die. Okay, but our major corporations in the defense sector keep turning profit year over year. That is the ultimate goal of Ukraine from the American perspective.
Welcome back to CBS Saturday Morning. We begin this half hour.
Why do you want Ukraine to lose territory to Russia? Did I just say that? Did I not? Like, I don't even like talking about this because ultimately people just don't hear what the words that are coming out of my mouth. Like, I don't know how to communicate this to you. I didn't say a single thing that I did say this. I said that. I literally openly understand and recognize that America is on the moral side, okay? Which is unique for American history, okay? America is on the right side of the power struggle, the right side of the war for the wrong reasons. And if you're on the right side of the war for the wrong reasons, you do not have an emancipatory interest whatsoever. And it's not necessarily a happy accident. Like, this is why early on I kept saying in my many different criticisms of Vladimir Putin that simply never made it to those fucking dumbass compilations talking about how Hasan loves Russia or whatever, was that Putin's invasion of Ukraine was a gift to our worst NATO generals. Putin's invasion of Ukraine was a massive gift to the American defense sector. Like, if I was more conspiratorially minded, I would have said that they collaborated together to make it so that this would happen. And the only people that suffer are obviously working class individuals that get conscripted in the war on the Russian side, and the much larger number of civilians that are forcibly displaced and murdered in the process inside of Ukraine or die defending their territory honorably. I love how strong horseshoe theory is when it comes to Ukraine. Since you clarified your stance, do you think this will change the mind of this chatter, or will they continue to believe some clip they saw? Not only is it not changing the mind of that chatter, this guy literally doubled down and is saying horseshoe theory. Like, I'm in the process of describing that Ukraine's emancipatory needs are not only moral and just and completely understandable. Okay? I'm telling you what is most likely going to happen in the future of Ukraine.
With how a key campaign promise of Donald Trump is being felt along the southern border. The president-elect is vowing to carry out what he calls the largest deportation effort in American history. The tougher border policies gain traction among many voters, but his election is also causing fear and uncertainty among desperate migrants trying to enter legally. Immigration reporter Camilo Montoya Galvez talked to those on both sides of the U.S.-Mexico border for a look at this crossroads for U.S. immigration policy.
You sleep here. Okay. Wow. Ivan Castro Santos, his wife, and their 4 children have been living in this crowded room over the past 4 months. The young family traveled from southern Mexico to this shelter in the northern Mexican border city of Nogales, joining other migrants from across Latin America.
Venezuela, de
Ecuador,
acaban de pasar de Perú.
Peru too.
Ajá.
Half of them are children. All of them have one goal: finding work and safety in the U.S. You wanted your kids to be safe. That's the reason you left. Tens of thousands of migrants are estimated to be here in Mexico, waiting for a chance to enter the U.S., including the children behind me. But now many of their parents are growing increasingly desperate and concerned that President-elect Trump will make it much harder for them to enter the U.S.
We're going to have to seal up those borders.
Trump ran on mass deportation and harsher asylum policies, a platform that appealed to many U.S. border residents.
It's kind of like this. People say, why do you want an end of the war? Which you assume magically means that I'm in favor of like ceding territory to Russia when I'm not. When Ukrainians want to continue the fight, right? And the question that you're presenting me is no different than like, if there was a fucking ceasefire opportunity with Israel's bombing campaign over Gaza, I would urge, and I have urged, both parties to take it. So my position on Israel's occupation of Gaza and its endless genocide in Gaza is identical to my position on Russia's unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine. My position is always anti-war. And we have a lot more influence in terms of what happens with Israel than we do over control over Russia. Russia is a foreign adversary and a massive nation state in and of itself. with industrial power. Israel is another American state, basically. It's a, American, the American aircraft carrier that's unsinkable.
It's like Ana Parada.
That was the main thing, is immigration. I really saw the Biden administration being a little bit too lax on immigration. And having Trump back in office, I believe it's going to be a difference again.
On the Mexican side of the border, the reaction to Trump winning was dramatically different.
Asustada.
You were scared.
Sí, me sentí asustada porque él prometió en sus discursos que iban a deportar a todos los inmigrantes.
Because he promised to deport all the migrants.
Y que iba a cortar la CBP-1, que es la aplicación y el
and that he would close down the application system that you are trying to use to enter the country legally. A doctor by trade, Luz Angela says she and her son fled political persecution in Bolivia. If allowed into the U.S., she says she would like to help others. You want the U.S. to help you, but you also want to get the chance for you to help the U.S. through your medical work.
Claro que sí.
Yes. Whether the U.S. gives her that chance is now an open question.
Sabes que te amo.
For CBS Saturday Morning, Camilo Montoya Galvez, Nogales, Mexico.
Mayor Eric Adams told Fox 5 New York, as we move towards competitive contracting for asylum seeker program.
Bro, this motherfucker wants a pardon so bad. You are going to hear even more unhinged shit from Eric Adams. More unhinged than before. It's so funny that most of the rest of the world is scared of a second Trump presidency, and more than half of our dumbasses don't see it. Yeah, I mean, it's not shocking, but
We've chosen not to renew the emergency contract for this pilot program once the year term concludes. He's talking about the taxpayer-funded prepaid debit cards program for illegal immigrants here in New York City.
Listen, everything's changed.
Already sunset.
Which angered so many people. They're like, what? They're getting debit cards? I saw it for myself. I spoke to migrants outside. We're going to get to that in a second. But I thought this was interesting in the New York Post, guys. Trump calling Eric Adams saying he wants to rebuild the city he loves. So a lot of people who were run out of the city, who were charged with crimes that were specious here, right down the street here in Manhattan, might say, screw that city. But he's like, no, I love this city, and I want to help you rebuild New York City.
For sure. I think when it comes to immigration, and you talked about foreign wars, I think you'll see from multiple cabinet secretaries a renewed focus with our agencies on the southern border, right? That the invasion is right here of our homeland, and that needs to be taken care of front and center. For sure.
And people mad. We were defending borders in Ukraine and not our own. I, by the way, told you guys a couple weeks ago, I went out and spoke to illegal migrants and got some of their reactions to different things that are happening. I asked one of them about Tren de Aragua and what they had been seeing, what he had been seeing. Listen to this clip. It's fascinating. He's got a lot of advice for America. Listen.
La situación con las pandillas, especialmente la pandilla o el cartel de Tren de Aragua, ha aumentado crimen o su presencia de esta pandilla.
Sí, cada día aumenta más, parece mentira, pero sí aumenta. No he convivido con ellos, pero sí tengo una compañerita que la conozco y en el hotel donde ella pernocta.
Tyler Oliveira style shit on Fox News, bro. Fox News invented this genre. What do you mean? This is the OG, brother. This is the fucking OG. Tyler is simply following through on the method and doing a cheap copy of it, you know?
Nota, ellos están haciendo vida allí y lo que ella me comenta es que estas personas prácticamente toman el control de esos espacios, de esos lugares. Entonces ahí es donde yo vengo, que tiene que haber intervención del gobierno. No es solamente un agente de seguridad, sino debe haber algo mayor que controle eso. O sea, ¿cómo le van a dar beneficio a una persona que esté haciendo daño y de paso que se quiera controlar todo el edificio? No es posible. Debe existir un refuerzo, digo yo, masivo, porque creo que la seguridad es muy poca para lo que realmente está entrando acá a este país.
I wish this clip had gone a little longer. I said to him, is America turning into Venezuela? This guy happens to be a Venezuelan. He goes, yep, you guys are turning into Venezuela. He also went on to tell me, listen, why aren't you guys vetting people before they enter the country? He's like, it's too late if you vet them after. This is an illegal immigrant who's saying, why are you giving...
What do you say to that? What do you say to that, brother? What do you say to that? Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. That's what you say to that. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Ay, ay, ay, ay, por Dios. Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump. Economía por Trump.
benefits to gang members who have taken over the hotel.
By the way, yes, this is why I say Hispanics are Turkish coded, 100p, okay? My Flexicans are all Turks. Venezuelans are all Turks. It reminds me of that Turkish guy. I will never forget him. The motherfucker that crossed the border and immediately, in the process of crossing the border, gave an interview to Fox News and was like, bro, the fuck? Y'all have no security here? What the fuck's going on? You could have a rapist coming in. I mean, not me, but... incredible stuff. Speech by AOC on the Dems' political alignment.
A left party.
I feel like at this point between Elon's Twitter and conservative podcast, the only way with confidence Dems win is if Trump is an utter disaster. He is going to be an utter disaster. He is 100% going to be an utter disaster. And yes, Democrats are banking on it. They're going to fundraise nonstop. I will never forget this man.
Did you have to pay a cartel?
Yes.
How much?
Around 10,000.
10,000?
Yes. In fact, the American people is right, completely true. Who come into this country, they don't know. Well, okay, I'm good, but how if they're not good? How they killer, psychopath, else? No guarantee of that. Why, like no security, no security check, no background check.
No security check, no background check. You're worrying about who's crossing the border?
Yes. Of course, me, because I'm like, people are not look normal.
Did you have?
My brother assimilated. Okay. He fucking stepped foot. He stepped foot on U.S. soil and assimilated like instantaneously, brother. Instantaneously. Many such cases. God damn, dude. What a legend. What a fucking legend, dude. Now, one thing that I got to talk about that I'm very frustrated by is the way that liberals on the immigration issue, the way that liberals have been speaking out of pocket about Latino people has been very frustrating to see. Okay. On the one hand, it's funny to see a dude who's literally a fucking illegal immigrant, an undocumented migrant being like, America's turning to Venezuela. You got to fucking kick my ass out of here is an insane thing to hear. Okay. But also simultaneously, this right here is contributing to liberals priming themselves up to also fucking be on board with the inevitable purge that will come with Trump's mass deportations.
Latino men who, despite the utter disrespect shown by Trump and his promise to deport some of your mixed status families, Most of them voted in a 55% majority to make the deportations happen. Y'all voted with Stephen Miller and David Duke and against your own sisters and chose Kamala, who...
Excuse me. David Duke endorsed Jill Stein. Excuse me. David Duke, Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, did not endorse Donald Trump. He endorsed Jill Stein. Okay? That's right. True. And Richard Spencer endorsed Kamala Harris. As far as I know, Donald Trump lost his primary endorser, the neo-Nazi Nicholas Fuentes. So his record is infallible. Probably because he didn't just get endorsements from Nazis, he directly hires them. But I don't know. That's neither here nor there, okay? It'll never not be funny that David Duke, a vicious, rabid, virulent anti-Semite, endorsed the only Jewish person on the presidential ticket. He's like, Jews control the media. That's why I'm voting for this Jew to control the nation. Oh, everything is so insane, dude. How do you make an SNL sketch? How do you make an SNL sketch out of that? You can't. It's just like, it's real life. It's way funnier. It is infinitely funnier than anything you could come up with on your own. You know what I mean?
chose Kamala Harris with 60% of their votes. So you own everything that happens to your mixed status families and to your wives, sisters, and abuelas from here on in.
So this kind of sentiment is fucking nutty and gross. And I think that's what differentiates like liberals from leftists in many instances. So if you have this kind of tendency in your mind, okay, if you have this kind of attitude in your mind, you got to squash that real quick. You got to stamp that shit out. There is no place for that kind of attitude in this community. I'm just letting you know. I've never been the type of person that says, oh, like, fuck the red states, like they deserve to get washed away by hurricanes or whatever. Okay? I've never been the type of person that says like the only time I've ever said anything of the sort, anything even close to that would be like a joke, you know what I mean? Like the fucking Florida Project. I've always been a firm and committed believer in universal healthcare. That means every single Trump Republican, that means even fucking Nazis get healthcare. Okay? And under the Trump administration, when the Latino family members of the people that voted for Donald Trump that are undocumented, if they get deported or if they're in the process of deportation, I will fight for them. Because I don't give a fuck about which party is doing the wrong thing. Okay? I care about the violence that people are subjected to, not who's doing it. Okay? Not only is vote scolding just universally abhorrent and people hate it and don't respond positively to it, deportation is a horrifying, inhumane, cruel punishment for the lightest version of a crime, okay? If someone is in here, in this country, and they've been living here, they have family members that are American citizens, they've been working a normal, honest job day in, day out, trying to make a fucking living, terrified that if they get some federal scrutiny, they might actually be kicked out of this country. And you just go to their house, you find out where they are, and you go with jackbooted thugs of the state apparatus, and you kick their door in, and you fucking chain them, and you force them into concentration camps. And then you kick them out of this nation after they've spent a number of different years in here. You're a horrifying monster. It doesn't matter if Obama's doing it. It doesn't fucking matter if Biden is doing it. It doesn't fucking matter if Trump is doing it. And it would not have mattered if Kamala Harris was doing it. The violence itself is what matters. And I'm seeing stuff like this, and I'm kind of scared of the future when I see stuff like this here.
Latinos for Trump, it is time to embrace the consequences of your actions. I've always been a firm believer of fighting fire with fire. If somebody goes low, I'll go lower. Now, with that being said, I know for a fact that most Latinos for Trump have undocumented family members, whether that be...
Like, how the fuck are you Latino? Because this dude is Latino, by the way. He's a Latino Democrat. How the fuck do you have such wanton disregard for like random people who didn't do anything? They're going to get deported anyway. Why not make them the first? What the fuck are you guys saying, dude? Okay, let me ask you this, okay? The Nazi Party rises to power, okay? And there were, if I recall correctly, okay, in the process, there were Jewish people that voted for the Nazi Party as well. I remember reading a newspaper clipping from the time, okay? And now they're hunting Jews to put them in concentration camps. Are you calling the fucking Gestapo on them? Are you calling? Are you going to do that? You're going to be the first to be like, nah, I'm taking over. I'm helping the Nazi Party. That's fucking insane. Do you have no capacity to understand that, like, it's the Nazis are bad because they were doing the fucking mass concentration encampments, okay? Not because they disagreed with you. So if you participate in that action yourself, then you're a fucking Nazi. Do you not understand that? And it's not even directly the Jews that voted for the Nazi Party. It would be the family members that didn't vote. Like, that makes it even worse overall.
Their parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, etc. So if you know of a Latino who voted for Trump, I urge you to call this number and report said family members. It's time that these Latinos for Trump get a taste of their own medicine and a taste of poetic justice. Now, I know what you may be thinking, Angel, this is extreme. And I agree. But extreme problems call for extreme solutions. And unfortunately, many innocent...
Like, I genuinely cannot understand how fucking libbed up someone can be. That, like, to me, this just says, like, oh, you just wanted your party to win. That's it. You did not care about Trump's deportations. Like, you didn't care about Trump's deportations at all. You just wanted your party to win, and you would be perfectly comfortable if your fucking party that won was doing the deportations, because your party is still in power. Okay? So you want Biden's ICE to deport the family members of those who voted for Donald Trump? That is psychotic.
Innocent people are going to be affected by this, but you can't be that innocent if you raised a Latino for Trump. And before all of the Latinos for Trump come at me all angry, this is what you wanted. This is what you voted for. You should be happy. Let me see that smile. But there you have it, guys. Once again, there is that number. You know what to do. It's time that these Latinos for Trump learn the hard way. But anyways, Let me know what you guys think. Latinos for Trump.
377,000 likes. I was not expecting this type of pettiness, but I love it. I'm in Spain and my professors can't stop talking about how scared and disappointed they are. The world isn't just laughing, they're anxious and concerned. This is Curtis 50 Cent Jackson level pettiness. I love it. This is not only dystopian, it's terrifying, dude. This to me spells trouble. That it's not, you're not going to see a fucking, you're not going to see a rise of resistance liberals this time around. The resistance liberals are just going to become Republican. Like they're just going to become more and more reactionary. No more resistance liberalism, you know, no more reactionary approach to like the Republican policies that you are at odds with. Why didn't you just vote for Trump then? Like, this is what I don't understand. Why didn't you just vote for Trump? Why? Like, how is this any different? Like, what was the difference? Oh, you're just mad that you didn't get a $50,000 tax cut for your fucking startup? Is that why? That's why you think, like, you're on board with the mass deportations? Because, like, you're advocating to do mass deportations. You've looped around and become the Latino for Trump by doing this, ironically enough. I said, this has 54,000 likes. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? How are you any different than the same people you claim to hate for even entertaining this nonsense? Deportation is inhumane, no matter if it's happening to the relatives of a Dem or Republican, scratch a liberal. My God. This is why I think you're wrong about liberals going back to protesting against Trump. By the way, I hope I'm wrong, but I just don't see that happening. Many are fully embracing Trumpism because they view it as a way to punish minorities for the Harris loss, knowing they'll be fine. He lives in Mexico? The blue voters in my red county have all been talking like this. It scares me and confuses me so bad. Read my logs regarding Nazi Germany. We have always held the well-being of the German people in the fatherland, to which we feel inextricably linked, above our own well-being. Thus, we greeted the results of January 1933, even though it has brought us hardship personally. The Association of German National Jews. I mean, I'm sure that they were more so interested in like self-preservation and protection at that point. What is this?
The whole vote blue, no matter who, is so much more dangerous than these people who stand by the Democrat Party realize. Because not only is it allowing the Democratic Party to continue doing what they're doing.
Okay, I don't really care about like rerunning the fucking Green Party vote shit. A lot of fuck you, you're on your own going on out here right now. Yeah, this is a time where people are supposed to fucking help one another, not actively participate in the Trump deportations. It fucking blows my mind, dude. This is legitimately no different than watching all of the fucking suburban, all of the fucking blue voters, the Democratic Party voters, becoming little Adolf Hitlers themselves. And all it took was for them to lose a fucking election. This kind of cruelty transcends party lines. What a deeply selfish country we are. What a deeply selfish nation we are. Myself as a Latino, which I know you're not, Ken, I totally get behind what Joey Reid said. Latinos who voted for Trump, which is definitely their prerogative, who to vote for, should know that if any of their undocumented relatives or friends are deported, it is very likely because they helped Trump back in the White House. Elections have consequences. Ken says, I am Latino. My mom immigrated here from El Salvador. So you're raised in a Latino household with Latino culture all around, speaking Spanish, eating traditional food from El Salvador. That's so funny. They're like, nah, I'm calling into question your Latino background. Honestly, it feels quite a bit more bleak than 2016 in ways. Yeah. How the fuck did the liberals go from abolishing ICE to straight up dialing the ICE hotline? How? God damn, we are so primed. The American mindset. I used to say this all the time back when we talked about criminal justice, but like the American punitive mindset is such a horrible way to approach the world. Like, I hate Donald Trump because of his deportation policies. I don't hate Donald Trump because he's not a Democrat. Okay? And in the same vein, I hated Kamala Harris's also watered down version of muscular border policies for that same reason, because I think of the harm that will happen to people regardless of their fucking perspective. If you can't see that, then I'm sorry, you have to change your mindset immediately. I don't give a fuck what they say. I'm a Mexican-American essay. I was born here and raised. My grandma had to pass the test to become a citizen. Them motherfuckers can do it too. Yeah, it's hard, but y'all can learn too, motherfucker. Yeah, I know. Famously, all of the undocumented immigrants are just like simply refusing to take a test. And that's the reason why they don't. It's just like readily available, but people are just refusing to do it. You know? I will say this much. I talked about how the Democrats were priming their base to have reactionary opinions against undocumented people by personally advancing a right-wing border bill. But even I did not think that the reaction would be this quick. I did not foresee Democrats immediately going, yeah, we're going to be the ones who deport you. Fuck you. That fast. That is crazy. It's terrifying.
The community here is mostly Democrat, mostly. But I see it now that's the new generation. Now they're seeing things differently. And I was surprised that this time around, 57% of the Stark County voted Republican.
I'm a Democrat. I've been a lifetime Democrat.
We talked about it as far back as 3 years ago. Border crisis narrative is incredibly annoying from the media, by the way. They are absolutely feeding into this. And they're going to cause the Democrats to behave in a totally, even in a more reactionary way than they were already going to behave. It is so incredibly manufactured. There's always been a crisis at the border. When there are humanitarian problems occurring at the border as a consequence of the conditions there, 120 degrees they have to traverse in the desert, all that sort of stuff. And then also the American government adding on to the cruelty with the way that they choose to deal with people that are crossing the border, that are seeking asylum. There is an extra crisis on the border. There's always a crisis on the border. It's never stopped. The problem is the way media covers it. You can either cover it like you do under the Trump administration, which is somewhat honestly, from a moral grandstand point of view, like an actual honest point of view, by saying this is really messed up, this is really horrible, the way that we are treating these people is absolutely ridiculous. Or you can treat it in a way where you look at the border and you say, there's a gigantic crisis happening in the border currently, and it's really bad because so many people are coming in. So many people are coming in. So many people are coming in. What are we going to do? Depending on who is in charge, we either deal with it from the point of view of reactionary garbage, claiming that this is a huge issue, not taking an actual stance on it, but just simply channeling the right-wing agitations as they have done. Just covering it as, many Americans are concerned that the border is turning into a pylon with hundreds of thousands of migrants coming in through the floodgates. Like, that's no different than what Fox News says. No different. If you want the right opinions ahead of time and a worldview that is that revolves around being empathetic to everyone unconditionally, support the HasanAbi broadcast by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. Okay? Or by just generally being a leftist, you know. That's it. I was saying this back in 2021, and it's no different than what I've been saying for the past 10 years. Thank you, Barry Balls, for the 20 gifted subs. But people actively yell at me for having these positions. They yell at me over and over again. They say I'm a spoiler. They say I'm a fucking bad guy. They say I'm a grifter. They say I'm audience captured. All projection. I'm stubborn to a fucking fault on issues that I care about. And I will always, always criticize whichever party is doing this bad shit. Okay? Leftist Trey, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Understand that. You agreed to being a terrorist yesterday? Yeah, I said I don't give a shit what people say. Okay? I don't care. I don't fucking care. It's obvious what my positions are. I speak on them for hours and hours and hours and hours every single day. You have the capacity to figure it out on your own. If you want to be primed by someone who is desperately trying to misunderstand what those positions are, if you're going to get influenced by that person instead of like diving into it yourself and making up your own damn mind, then I can't change your perspective. Different than what Fox News says. When MSNBC is saying it, or whenever, you know, the Associated Press is covering it in that way, they're doing a disservice. If they truly have a left-wing point of view in the way that, like, so many imply, then they have to recognize that simply offering contentious coverage on a particular matter does not mean that you're doing honest coverage on the issue. So, House GOP leaders head to the southern border as Democrats ready immigration bills. So, Democrats are putting forward some immigration bills right now, and the hilarity here is what Kevin McCarthy, California Republican and House Minority Leader, is decided he's going to do a news conference about the U.S.-Mexico border policy outside the Capitol on Thursday, or did one, and has decided to do a field trip to the border. Remember, these guys are the same guys that laughed at AOC when she like went to the border camps and cried, right? So now they're going to do the exact same thing, but from the Republican side. Now they themselves are going to go and be like, oh my God, a brown person walked through an imaginary border that we had set here. Obviously, this means every American is going to be raped. All white Americans are about to be raped and murdered. We need to literally start shooting people. So that's where we're at right now with the border crisis. And the media is absolutely allowing Republicans to get away with it. This crisis of the border is spiraling out of control, McCarthy told reporters last week, and it's entirely caused by the actions of this administration. Sent a letter to Biden in early March requesting a meeting to discuss the increasing numbers of migrants at the border and work together to solve it. Like what? What are we going to do? What are the Democrats going to do? Work together with Kevin McCarthy? Like what? How are they going to work together? They're already, you know, overflow facilities and all this other like cruel shit that Democratic administrations rarely ever scale back. Wait, what's going on at the border? Absolutely nothing that is different, okay? That's the whole point that I'm trying to make here. Nothing different is happening at the border that hasn't happened in perpetuity in the United States of America. The only difference is an administration is different now, and they're going to do still the senseless cruelty on the immigrants that are trying to find a better life for themselves. But this time the media is going to act as the cudgel, or act as they are contentious and pretty much push the administration that was already willing to do reactionary garbage to begin with to immigrants, because nobody gives a shit about them. They're going to use the public opinion on immigration as a reason as to why they have to have these detention centers and why they have to do these like dragnet ICE raids and shit like that. That's it. Recently, Vice was on the ground at the border. The reality of reversing the Biden-Trump policy. Okay, I'll watch this. Anyway, the reason why I showed you that is because my position on this is unchanging, because unfortunately the problems are unchanging, and you know, and the solutions are always going to be the same.
But I voted Republican in different elections, I mean, especially this one. Well, that's my identity. I've been a Democrat down here. In family, I mean, like I said, generations back, we've been Democrats. I believe this county turned red this election. The last time it was red, I believe it was 1890, somewhere around there. My grandparents, great-grandparents were immigrants. But my thing is the economy. People are suffering right now. They don't understand the middle class, I think. I think they forgot about the middle class. The last election, I believe, the Republicans missed it by what, 3 points, 4 points, around there. It was bound to turn.
People from here say, well, that was back with my grandparents and my parents. They were.
I got termites in the house, and we got a termite guy in here.
Democrats because the Democrats would help the poor. But that was, what, over 50 years ago. And I've noticed that it's not like that anymore. We live here by the border. Only the people that live here by the border know what's going on. That's why, that was my main thing that I voted for him. And besides, the first time that he won, he did make a lot of changes, especially with the economy. For this past 4 years, like, the economy was too much for us, the middle class.
We must also recognize that today we woke up to a very different Rio Grande Valley that we thought we had.
Folks on the Democratic side have been really slow to have those conversations with Latino households and families. You know, we've seen a lot of efforts from Republican groups come into the community, canvass, block walk, knock on doors. I know that the Democratic Party does that too, but you know, we can't wait for a big election to have those conversations. By that point, it's too late.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. We're just a few days past the election, and we are already headed into uncharted territories. Yes, we know Donald Trump. We really know him. We've had him around for 9 years, 4 years of him in office. Lots of things aren't new. But, and I say this from a place of some experience, there's some different stuff this time. And one of the ways it's genuinely different is that he now has a kind of coterie of oligarchs, including the richest man in the world, who've kissed the ring, worked to get him elected, and are now apparently going to be running America. Now, this is a model that's actually familiar across the world. It's pioneered and perfected by strongmen like Viktor Orban in Hungary and Recep Erdogan in Turkey, and of course, Vladimir Putin in Russia. All of these.
He's right, but also wrong. He's right in the sense that Donald Trump is doing that. He's wrong for saying that this is the first time he's doing that. It's not the first time he's doing that. He did this the last time as well. Just so you understand. He had a cadre of fucking incredibly wealthy people that not only funded him, but also were prominent members of his fucking cabinet. What are we talking about? Yeah, Rex Tillerson, Scott Pruitt, Betsy DeVos, Steve Mnuchin. No disrespect to my HasanAbi head, who I talk to with regular frequency. Friend of the show, Chris Hayes, but you know,
these rulers have their little crew of corporate and industrial titans who often hold no official government titles, but do the work of the regime in ways large and small, legitimate and otherwise, in return for their access and special privileges, including squeezing the state coffers to line their own pockets. As The Atlantic's Franklin Fort puts it, the regime does the bidding of the billionaires, and in turn, the billionaires do the bidding of the regime. Power grows ever more concentrated as the owners and the corrupt leaders conspire to protect their mutual hold on it. In short order, this arrangement has the potential to deliver a double blow to the American system. It can undermine capitalism and
Good thing the Democrats never did that, you know,
erode democracy all at once. And you may say, and you would be right, that corporate titans have always had a lot of political power, certainly more than the little guy in America. But really, this is completely different from anything we've seen before. Just look at Elon Musk.
I'm not just MAGA. I'm dark, gothic MAGA. America's just not just going to be great. America is going to reach heights that it has never seen before. The future is going to be amazing.
I can't stand this motherfucker, bro. I can't stand this motherfucker. No redeemable qualities, bro. No redeemable qualities. Like, he's not only like a fucking corrupt oligarch, billionaire piece of shit, sexual harasser, massively transphobic, neo-Nazi, all this shit. But worst of all, he's so fucking cringe. Barrel-chested bitch ass. Hate him.
Massive crushing victory. Get everyone, friends, family, people on the street. Put the signs up, put the hat on. Let's go.
The wildly charismatic billionaire rocket and electric car magnate spent $130 million of his own wealth to get Trump elected. That alone is unheard of. I mean, as far as we have records of, no one's ever done that before. Musk also bought Twitter for $44 billion and drove its value into the ground. I mean, essentially setting half that money on fire, like $22 billion worth of value, in order to turn the social media platform into a right-wing propaganda machine to get Donald Trump elected. And it kind of worked. And not just to get Trump elected, but to make the world's richest man even richer.
Tesla among this week's biggest gainers on the S&P, up nearly 20%, fueled, of course, by the president-elect's victory. That surge resulting in a windfall for Elon Musk, who now has a net worth of $290 billion.
I mean, you see, right? You don't have to be like super sophisticated to see how like wildly corrupt this could be. Trump isn't even president.
It's not even wildly corrupt, potentially. It is just wildly corrupt. The problem is, we think that wild corruption is normal process. It's capitalism. It just is, though. It is just corruption.
Yet, but the mere fact he will be has investors flocking to invest in Elon Musk companies because Musk is close to the press. They know. In fact, they probably saw the Trump family photo from Mar-a-Lago celebrating the day after the election, a family photo that interestingly doesn't include Melania Trump, who I think is Donald Trump's wife the last time I checked. But there's Elon Musk. He gets the friends and family discount now. And while he's sitting on billions of dollars of government contracts to the point where the U.S. space program has become largely dependent on him, now he's going to be something approaching a kind of co-president. And if you think I'm exaggerating, here's what happened today.
A senior Ukrainian official confirms to Fox News that Elon actually joined a call on Wednesday between President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Notable there that Elon was on one of those first calls the day after the election with Zelensky.
So when Donald Trump called Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on Wednesday, right, probably one of the most consequential communications that could possibly happen. The wartime president that Trump asked to dig dirt on Joe Biden in exchange for American missiles, that guy, the first thing Trump was impeached for back in 2019, remember that guy? Okay. So when Trump calls Zelensky this week, and there's already been a bit of a record on these calls, Elon Musk was on the call too. He got to listen into negotiations between the president-elect and the head of state, and not just any head of state, but one reliant on Musk's generosity. As one official told Washington Post, Zelensky thanked Musk for the Starlink terminals Ukraine relies on for much of its military communications amid Russia's ongoing invasion. Now, I'm not saying it's a shakedown like the infamous phone call in 2019. I'm just saying that if Donald Trump and Elon Musk wanted to shake down the Ukrainian president, that would be how it starts. Probably worth remembering that headline from 2 weeks ago when the Wall Street Journal revealed that Musk has also been secretly having phone conversations with Russian President Vladimir Putin since late 2022. Probably just a coincidence. Now, late this evening, Trump's team tried to downplay the story. A single source telling NBC News that Musk just happened in on the call with Zelensky His brief participation wasn't planned. Maybe that's true. I don't know, but that's kind of the point, right? This guy, the world's richest man who spent more than $100 million to get Trump elected, is just...
Why does the media never cover Miriam Adelson in a similar vein? Miriam Adelson also spent $100 million. Interesting.
Just kind of around, and he can walk in the room when the president-elect is on the phone with the world leader. This is a guy no one voted for in any election. We've not really ever seen anything like this in American politics. Yes, America has had robber barons. It's had plutocrats, politically connected captains of industry. But I don't think we've quite ever gotten this, the world's richest man fashioning himself into a shadow minister of the president, with a growing monopoly over information and American technology. And again, it's not just Musk. It's not going to be an oligarchy of one. I mean, Trump has long been looking for a posse. Remember back in the spring when he brought all the oil executives to Mar-a-Lago and promised them good times and lax regulations if they would back his election campaign with $1 billion. They passed at the time, but I bet their thinking has evolved this week. There's plenty of billionaires jockeying for status in Trump's stable of oligarchs, hoping to be the government behind the government, especially big tech billionaires like Musk. As 4 of The Atlantic puts it, there's a distinct twist to the aims of the big tech oligarchs. They don't simply want to insulate themselves from regulators and courts. Ultimately, they want to exploit their relationship with the government in order to supplant it. They want to be the ones who gain control of programs and systems that were once the purview of the state. Their alliance with Trump is, at bottom, a power grab.
From the people that brought you, George Soros is the puppeteer behind America, comes, it's actually good when Elon Musk is that same puppeteer. But what do you expect? These people say, Bill Gates wanted to microchip you, but they love when Elon Musk is doing Neuralink. Yeah, but Musk isn't Jewish, so hogs don't mind. I mean, Miriam Adelson is Jewish and unimaginably pro-Israel. Sheldon Adelson was Jewish and unimaginably pro-Israel. Sheldon Adelson has long been a massive funder of the GOP. No, these guys are just fucking stupid. And also beyond that, I mean, anti-Semitic or not, they don't give a shit when someone is on their side. That's my point. Billionaires, regardless of their ethnic, religious, cultural backgrounds, operate with one interest in mind: their own immediate class interest. It's that simple. They want to accumulate capital. It does not matter. So remember that.
Well, the whole
I do want to watch the Why the Middle Class Supports Fascism video. I've been meaning to watch
it. The Germans voted for the Nazis. This is, of course, true, but it's not very politically enlightening. It might lead people to think that support for the Nazis among Germans was near unanimous, but they never actually received a majority of the German vote. Even in 1933, after voter manipulation and
Cuck philosophy talks about why did the middle class support fascism? And I think it's important to understand that, considering that, you know, we're there right now. Trump is live? What do you mean? Really? Where?
Severe repression against left-wing voters, the Nazis received less than half of the votes. This is not to deny, of course, that the Nazis received a terrifying amount of support at their peak, but to understand this support, we have to ask a more specific question.
What's up?
What sections of the German population was it that provided the Nazis with so much support? It is well known, for instance, that the Nazis came to receive support from Germany's leading industrialists and various military officials, but that's a very small percentage of the population. As a modern political party, it also needed a more numerous electorate, a mass base. The political parties of the Weimar Republic tended to represent relatively coherent social groups, but the Nazi Party was quite varied. Its support base went through a lot of changes and was a varied mix of scattered social groups, with the Nazis acting as a kind of catch-all party of reactionary protest against the Weimar Republic and everything it represented. It drew its votes from sections of civil servants, Protestants, white-collar employees, rural residents, soldiers, and others. But despite this variety, there was one social group that, above all others, served as the Nazi Party's main support base from its inception to its seizing of power. And that is the lower middle class. By which I mean not simply middle-income earners, but economic positions such as those of small business owners, the self-employed, shopkeepers, merchants, and in rural areas, land-owning farmers. In other words, what is often referred to as the petty bourgeoisie. And the Nazi Party knew this, and explicitly addressed itself to them. It called for the revitalization of the middle class, presented themselves as its protectors, and attacked the other parties for failing the middle class, saying that they had, quote, forgotten the rights of their middle-class constituents and delivered the handicrafts and retail commerce to the liberals and Marxists. It played into the middle class's fears of being pushed into the ranks of mere workers. The Nazi Party, which otherwise can seem hopelessly contradictory, makes a lot more sense when you recognize the middle-class component of its base. Consider, for instance, the seemingly contradictory way in which the Nazis described the Weimar Republic. On the one hand, they attacked it from a seemingly anti-capitalist perspective, saying the Republic was ruled by the ruthless greed of big business, financiers, and banks. On the other hand, they attacked it from an anti-Marxist perspective, saying that the country was in the hands of Marxist Jews who had no respect for property rights. This tension was the outcome of the middle-class standpoint it represented. Consider small business owners. On the one hand, they feared big businesses, which, due to their extensive capital and scale, were able to operate more cheaply and efficiently, and thereby often pushed small businesses out of the market by outcompeting them or buying them up. This was the source of their anti-capitalist sentiments, as they saw that unregulated market forces and their tendencies towards monopolization threatened their businesses in favor of big capital. But insofar as they employed people in their small businesses, they were opposed to calls for wage increases. They also resented the labor movement for demanding public social policies that were partly funded by business owners' taxes. And they opposed the radical labor movement's calls for the socialization of private property. In both the capitalist and the socialist systems, they saw attempts to take away the business that they had invested so much in.
Hitler was running on a policy of my mother was a small business. I love small businesses. That's what he kept saying.
And this is one of the things that made Nazi rhetoric so appealing to them. The way they saw it, big businesses were able to influence politics by means of their massive wealth, and the working class was able to influence politics by means of their large collective organizations, namely trade unions and mass parties. And in between these two, the middle classes were left behind, and they saw the Nazi Party as their new representatives coming to the rescue. And this sense of being threatened from both directions, threatened by both big capital and big labor, led to a kind of middle-class paranoia so characteristic of fascist politics, a paranoia that very easily lends itself to various kinds of xenophobia and anti-Semitism, and conspiracy theories about who really runs things. This explains also the contradiction in how Nazi propaganda depicted Jewish people. On the one hand, they were described with characteristics typically associated with the rich, greedy, self-interested, and concerned only with money. On the other hand, they were also described in ways associated with the poor, that they are dirty, uncultured, and spread disease. This was a characterization of the Jew that the middle classes could apply to both the big capitalists.
Literally substitute Jew for immigrant, and you arrive at where we're at in the United States of America, okay? Like, straight up, bar for bar, verbatim the same. They're stealing our jobs, but they're also lazy and stealing our social safety nets. They're stealing our jobs, but they're also selling drugs and killing people. Wait, are people saying that they're rich? No, it is an obvious contradiction when you say someone is stealing your job, but they're also stealing your benefits and your welfare. They also do say, yeah, they're stealing our homes. How the fuck do you do all of those at the same time? Yeah, they're also homeless. They're both homeless and crashing the housing market. Every problem is directed back to the migrants.
And
specifically, they're also like, causing diseases. They're disease-ridden.
To organized labor, which was appealing in the way that it simplified the world. Behind all these things that threaten my property is really just one specific group of people. Now, contrary to what people might assume, the social group that was consistently least likely to vote for the Nazis were manual workers in large-scale industry, who overwhelmingly voted for the Social Democrats and the Communists. The Communist Party appealed in particular to unskilled workers, whose position in the economy was especially precarious. Of course, such workers feared economic instability just as much as the middle class did, and often felt fear and anger at the existing state of affairs, but it did not lead to the same kind of political paranoia, because unlike most of the middle class, their fear and anger were socialized.
The Jewish population was causing economic issues in Germany. That's a fact. Doesn't make it right, but there has to be a bit of truth to get the population to go along. What the fuck do you mean? Let's watch how the winners frame the past. Ha ha ha. What? Brother is straightforward like a 1930s style Nazi. That's crazy. Like, he literally said, let's watch the winners frame the past, as in, like, he is like an open, out and about fucking Nazi. And he's saying, like, the winners of World War II rewrote history and framed it in a way that is unfair. Do you think Destiny and Charlie... It took me 3 seconds to find out what community that this fucking Nazi is coming from. Every single damn time.
Day to day, they share their workplaces with a large and diverse workforce with whom they were able to share their concerns, express solidarity, and most importantly, collectively organize. And it's no accident that unionized industrial workers were even less likely to vote Nazi than unorganized ones. This led to a sense of community which the atomized members of the middle class often lacked, and relied on extreme nationalist sentiments to make up for this lack. Workers in large-scale industry were less swayed by anti-Semitism, perhaps in part because they were likely to work with fellow Jewish workers in their day-to-day lives, and saw their similarities and common interests when unionizing, making demands, and going on strike. The Nazis did attempt to appeal to workers as well. After all, that is why they call themselves a socialist workers' party, but most of the working class were not swayed by these attempts. While a section of manual workers did support the Nazis, it's significant that these were primarily workers who were unorganized or who worked in small-scale manufacture. The importance of labor organizing in combating racism was seen also in the United States, in unionizing efforts that united white and black workers. A study from the American Journal of Political Science showed that unionized white workers were less likely to harbor racist attitudes than non-unionized workers in similar industries. But this is a form of organizing unavailable to small business owners and the self-employed, who are more socially atomized by virtue of their class position. Hence, in the Weimar Republic, while the fears and worries of the industrial working class could be turned into solidarity, the fears and worries of the middle class often turned into resentment, another essential feature of the fascist mentality. This is why Trotsky wrote, and for the purposes of this video, I don't care what you think about Trotsky, whether you admire him or hate him, the fact is that he wrote one of the best early analyses of fascism, and he is responsible for one of the most memorable quotes on the topic. Quote, "Not every exasperated petty bourgeois could have become Hitler, but a particle of Hitler is lodged in every exasperated petty bourgeois." So I hope it's clear to everyone that I don't mean to say that every middle-class person is Hitler. What I'm pointing to is a latent tendency among sections of the middle class, which, especially in times of economic crisis, can be very easily exploited by the far right, and it's extremely important to be conscious of this tendency. However, it's also very important to point out that while the Nazi Party's ideology and propaganda had a very much middle-class character, upon assuming power it immediately threw away its ambitious promises to the middle class and prioritized the interests of Germany.
I did not know that Trotsky was the first official documented coinage of the term Hitler particles. That's kind of crazy. Yeah. I feel like a lot of people who have favorable opinions of Stalin, or rather more commonly unfavorable opinions of Trotsky, have egg on their face right now.
German big business over everyone else. In the end, preserving the power of big capital was its historical role. Militant labor organizing was quite prominent at the time, and the wealthy feared that the economic crisis would turn more and more workers into anti-capitalist revolutionaries. In the face of the instability and growing contradictions of capitalism, the capitalists needed a tool with which to preserve capitalism by brute force, and fascism served exactly as such a tool. That is why the Nazis immediately set about suppressing trade unionists, socialists, and communists, and received so much support from the wealthy for doing so, while anti-Semitism provided a scapegoat to draw attention away from the underlying economic problems at play. The Nazis, a so-called socialist party, after assuming power, immediately held a secret meeting with many of Germany's leading industrialists, promised them government support and the elimination of communists and trade unions, in exchange for which the industrialists immediately began
Felix
raising millions of Reichsmarks for the Nazis. That's not to mention investments from American capital as well, as the Nazis collaborated with large American companies, such as General Motors and Coca-Cola. While the lower middle class provided the mass base of support for the Nazi Party, its objective function was the strengthening of big capital, as it was big capital which not only provided the Nazis with the necessary funds, but made possible the running of the Nazi war machine. Contrary to the hopes of middle-class Nazi voters, Nazi policy actually intensified the concentration of capital, gave advantages to it, widened the gap between small and big businesses, and led many small businesses to close down. As Trotsky wrote, German fascism, like Italian fascism, raised itself to power on the backs of the petty bourgeoisie, which it turned into a battering ram against the organizations of the working class and the institutions of democracy. But fascism in power is least of all the rule of the petty bourgeoisie. On the contrary, it is the most ruthless dictatorship of monopoly capital. Fascism succeeded in putting them at the service of capital. Such slogans as state control of trusts and the elimination of unearned income were thrown overboard immediately upon the assumption of power. It is therefore important for opponents of fascism to address the middle classes as well, by pointing out that, despite its promises, fascism in practice has historically done very little to help their interests. During the late 19th and early 20th centuries, many believed that the petty bourgeoisie as a class were a kind of throwback that would gradually disappear from history due to the growth and concentration of capital. And yet, in recent decades, the petty bourgeoisie as a class have only grown. It has therefore become even more important to win them away from fascist movements. After all, the role played by the middle classes has varied greatly throughout history, depending upon the social and economic conditions prevailing at any given time. Much of the middle class was on the left wing of the French Revolution, for instance, as well as many other democratic revolutions. Because of their class status, which did not benefit from feudalism, they often led the fight against feudal lords, aristocrats, and monarchs. While in colonized countries, the middle classes have often sided with the anti-colonial movements. And even various labor movements developed only with the participation of sections of the middle class.
Hello. We are currently watching Cook Philosophy's YouTube video on how the middle class went for Nazi Germany. That's what we're looking at, since you got like a bunch of people in both the Democratic Party and also the Republican Party in the eve of mass deportations talking about how they are going to be the willing participants in the mass deportation process by like calling ICE on Republican neighbors and their undocumented relatives. I was trying to prime people into understanding how we get here, how we arrive at this kind of attitude.
Yeah. I don't know. I always thought like the interesting comp with like fascism in a European context is that, like, you know, the sort of boots on the ground during its rise to power were like, you know, these hardened World War I veterans, like guys who had their whole concept of the future stripped from them, either figuratively or like literally by like, you know, injuries they incurred in the war. And like here, what would the equivalent to that be? You know?
Potatoes, tater tots.
Yeah.
Like not, dude, you forget how, oh, your food's over there in that bag, by the way. You forget how fucking gruesome it was during the COVID wars when you were not allowed to get a fucking haircut or you were not allowed to go eat your $5 jalapeno poppers.
Yeah, that, you know, that guy who like, oh, thank you. Having a bag of those is so smart.
Well, it's because like
I would never
every time when people, dude, I think this is like brown guy activities. I will say this is like, I'm white, but this is one of the few, this and like all my sauces that I keep in the fridge.
Well, we like, is this a universal thing? Because we have like, when I was growing up, we had a drawer of like ketchup packets and sauces.
Yeah.
And it was like our contingency drawer. It was like the U.S.'s strategic oil reserve. We wouldn't use like the drawer ketchup for like, you know, in a standard fry situation. But like if you were out, and this is like, you know, 1998, back before the DoorDash revolution.
Yeah.
You know, you go to the drawer. But I don't know, is that racial or not? Like, I feel like everyone kind of does that.
Yeah, maybe it's one of those things. Yeah.
I think that I have never seen like a white have a Ziploc like that.
Yeah, I have a Ziploc bag full of plastic utensils, and also I hoard all the sauces because store sauces are just simply better.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They simply hit like a specific palate that like a grocery store sauce can't. I don't know what it is. Even if it's fucking ketchup, it's just better, I think.
Even like soy sauce.
Yeah.
Like when I get like, I get Chinese like once every 3 months. Not because I don't like, just because it's like, I feel like you need multiple people for it. If you're just ordering it by yourself, there's something sad about it. But like, I've had soy sauce in a bottle on contingency, and it's like, for some
it doesn't
fucking
taste
reason,
the
it's
same.
not as good.
No, it's
Those
not.
little packets are so much better.
Yeah, I think it's almost a better microplastic ratio. So, Felix, I brought you here, you know, on this glorious day because aside from the growing ideological fascist movement in the United States of America, a pogrom occurred.
That's right.
In Amsterdam.
I shouldn't be laughing about this.
And I wanted you to I wanted your analysis and your commentary on this because like I simply with my Gentile mind cannot comprehend what took place when I found out that, get this, ultra-nationalist football hooligans were being racist and then fought people in a, in your words, soccer-style battle.
Yeah, Euro style. Like, they say they're European all the time. Even in their accounting of events, they're like, okay, we might have like torn down the flag and made a chant about killing every child in Gaza.
Yeah.
But you're just supposed to let us do that.
Yeah, no. Israel has a right to defend itself, and so do ultra-nationalist Israeli soccer hooligans have a right to defend themselves in the exact same way that Israel defends itself by just like wreaking havoc on any nation, really.
The day before, they like beat the shit out of a Moroccan cab driver.
Yeah.
Like, this one, I don't know. Like, you're seeing the usual things that you always see with this. Like, Sky News had a pretty even-handed appraisal of events, but they literally, just as I was getting out of the car, I saw that they deleted it and were like, this was not our, it doesn't meet our usual standards of impartiality.
Every time you and I, Marty is thanking you for watching our video yesterday. What is this? Oh. Oh yeah. Every time there's a Dutch person from Amsterdam that was like talking.
Her video is good.
Where it was like breaking down the events that took place. Every time you're here, we end up arriving at the same conclusion, but like it almost feels like Western media is trying to prime people to be anti-Semitic by being like, you don't understand. When it comes to anything that pertains to Israel, like, which is, by the way, representative of the monolithic Jewish understanding, is the way they present it. You know, there's a different set of standards, and we are going to report in a way that you can like immediately recognize is inconsistent with reality.
Have you like? There's nothing else where a news organization has like a very produced segment where they send someone on the scene, and then like minutes later they're like, "Oh, don't worry, we didn't get a call from anyone.
Yeah,
but we're just deleting that.
Yeah,
we're deleting it from the news because we decided it looks kind of bad. It's not." It's the wrong amount of impartiality.
This is nuts. After mysteriously deleting a package covering the Amsterdam protest, Sky News had put up a new version. The new version completely changes the thrust to emphasize that the violence was anti-Semitic. See the opening screenshot change below. Now, I made the mistake of listening to the NPR coverage on this morning's Up First, and it made me I audibly gasped. Like I started yelling in my own house, no one else around. It just like it felt like it just like shocked me to my core in a way that I thought was too much even for Western standards. Not only did they, of course, do the classic thing of like quoting the Dutch king who said this is like Kristallnacht 2.0. This is literally the Holocaust. We have failed the Jewish community once again. But they also quoted local officials as saying this was an anti-Semitic attack. And in like the 7-minute reporting, the last 30 seconds of that was covered with actual like journalism where they said, and the people on the ground, the locals have also reported saying that the Israeli fans of this soccer club were ripping Palestinian flags up and we're subjecting others to violence. And that's how it ended.
Yeah, that's the classic NPR report on stuff like this, where it's like, it's sort of like the way that British media does it, where it's like, okay, we technically presented all sides of this story.
Yeah.
So you can't get mad at us.
Yeah.
That's the NPR specialty. People have like a very blinkered idea of NPR as like,
woke.
Yeah, like woke, like liberal state TV. And like they definitely, at least when I was like a kid, they would report on things that like other news organizations wouldn't report on, which I think had more to do with them being publicly funded than, any political alignment. But that made people think like, oh, if you report on private prisons, that makes you like far left media in 2004 at least. But it's been sad to watch in the last like 10 years. They've made like a really conscious effort to like have more of like a center right tilt, which sucks. I mean, it was NPR for any Jewish child, or it could be any ethnicity, where your mom was always taking you to the allergy doctor. You fondly remember listening to that network. And now it's just like every other shitty network in America.
First time watcher, lifetime hater. I think you're an egomaniacal, narcissistic, nepo queer with a low IQ. Ban me, please, so I don't have to be reminded of your putrid existence. Thanks.
Nepo queer?
Yeah. I'm gay.
That's not how most
I'm
people...
gay coded. I unbanned him, by the way. I love this guy. He's going to have some more bangers, so we're just going to keep him in the chat, I think. No reason to ban a guy like that. Yeah, I have nepotism in the queer community.
Yep.
He's saying that my dad is gay, so I get queer brownie points.
Yeah, it's like joining like a really tough union.
Yeah.
Most people have to just wait until like a gay or poly spot opens up.
Yeah.
But you just the second you could get your card, you joined up.
Is really fucked up. I know. There were a lot of people waiting for that representation, and I took a spot from a well-deserving queer person. But
Yeah, it's a plum position.
Yeah.
I just hope you're helping other people on their way up.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know the events that unfolded, I covered it extensively yesterday, and we do have a bunch of Tyler Hitler Vera videos that we got to watch. He's been going super balls to the wall, like openly white supremacist.
Do you think that he's gonna
like more so than before somehow?
Do you think that he's gonna? This event might be like too in the weeds for him. Do you think he? There was like a 30% chance he'll go to the Netherlands, right?
Maybe. I mean, not this one. No. I also don't know what his framework is. Like he's definitely all right, like anti-Muslim, anti-migrant, but I don't know if we're waiting to find out if he's like alt-light or alt-right, I guess.
Yeah.
Where it's like, but even then, even the alt-right is like now divided on Israel. Like they hate Jews, but then they also like love Israel. Like Richard Spencer straight up endorsed Kamala Harris. And you can't even say that about David Duke, because David Duke then endorsed a Jewish woman, the only Jewish person running for president. So none of these guys have standards anymore. Israel broke everything.
Like, I've always said, like, anti-Semitism in America, at least doing it in a European context, is like an uphill battle if you're anti-Semitic, because it's like, it's not quite like Japan, where there was like no cultural context for Jews, so it just never really caught on. The problem with it in America is that it kind of requires too much like reading.
Oh yeah,
it's like very Euro shit. It's like really, it's really difficult for Americans to get a grasp on.
Yeah, like American anti-Semitism, like the underlying anti-Semitism in America is like coworker shit. That's like, yeah, sure, lots of Jews in the media, huh? That's like,
yeah,
like they're ambivalent to the position of like Jews controlling the media. Like they're like, Jews definitely control the media, but like I'm not entirely certain if it's good or bad, especially because like I've laughed at a lot of their content.
That's literally the only like anti-Semites in America I've ever run into have been like just guys like that. And it's not even that, like, they weren't saying like, oh, and you're controlling the media to make everyone jack off.
Yeah.
Like, that's a popular one now. Like, the Jews are
porn?
behind all porn.
Oh, hell yeah.
But, like, that's only online. In the real world, yeah, the only thing that I could really, like, put into that column was, like, extreme coworker opinions where it was like, oh, it was always put in this really stupid way, like, don't you guys own 9 out of 10 of the networks?
Yeah.
Like, but like not really upset about it.
Yeah,
like,
no. They like the product.
I like horrible bosses.
Yeah,
Don't get me wrong.
They like the product. They're like, I laughed at Boss Baby. Like the Jews did a good one on that one. Like that type of shit.
And he did,
No one is reading Culture of Critique and then and developing like their own version of scientific anti-Semitism.
Exactly. Yeah. It just like. It's the same, it sort of reminds me of like in 2004, there was a type of like liberal weebism for like European politics, because it like liberals during the Bush era used to love posting like, question time in British Parliament.
Oh yeah.
They would post that and be like,
George W. Bush could never.
Yeah, look how smart their politics are. They're so astute. And oh, when I listen to BBC, it's so much. Oh my God, it's like a different language compared to fucking NBC. But like so many aspects, like I think that's sort of overblown. Like how smart European politics supposedly are.
Yeah,
and everything is sort of like reverting to the same pile of shit everywhere. But there are a few like aspects to European politics that are informed by just, their political and media culture that are so different than America, which means like certain things that fly over there would not over here. And like anti-Semitism is one of them.
Yeah.
It's not to say that it's like a huge problem in Western Europe at all.
Like,
but there's at least like a cultural context for it.
Yeah, no. In America, people will say that's not true, but like in America, you could not have like a Marie Le Pen.
No.
Like that's a figurehead who has like openly, one of the major parties in France now, the Nationalist Party, like her father was a straight up Nazi. Like not even, it's not like, me being hyperbolic, like straightforward, a Nazi who she has defended regularly and has, repeated a lot of these like Nazi statements. Now, when you compare it to how was he a Nazi? Marie Le Pen's father, how was he a Nazi? Do you know what Vichy France is? Like they were Nazi collaborators. Like he said it. Like, it's like saying, like someone who actively collaborated and worked with Adolf Hitler is not like actually a Nazi.
Maybe they were just like industry friends.
Yeah. Yeah, Henry Ford. Not a real Nazi. Come on, how could he be that way?
I meant like Young Thug and Gunna now.
Yeah.
Where it's like we don't like each other, but we have a business relationship.
Yeah. The Front National was co-founded by Waffen SS.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, those European parties were like, by and large, all the far right parties were either, if they predate World War II, they were collaborationist parties, or if they're come after World War II, they were founded by collaborators. Yeah, it's just
Jean-Marie Le Pen said the Holocaust was just a detail of World War II.
I have known a lot of like rural like dads who like my friends' parents in Illinois and Minnesota, where their bookcase is just like, the pantheon of Bush and Obungler era conservatism. And there would be guys who like they'd spent their entire lives, they'd spent 58 years in a town of 600. And like I wouldn't like go out of my way to talk about politics with these guys at all, but one thing that they would repeatedly say from like 2012 to like 2015 was like, Obama is backstabbing Israel.
Yeah.
Like
yeah. Well, he was Muslim.
Yeah.
So I get where they were coming from. His middle name was Hussein. He's Muslim. And I wonder how Joe Biden felt during that time. Something that I had never really considered, because like he's always been like an ultra Zionist guy.
Yeah.
Deep in his heart. Maybe he always was like, listen, baby, look alive. All right, I got this. I know he's Muslim.
That's my friend, baby.
I know he's Muslim, Jack, but he's one of the good ones.
It is interesting. Like, I've never heard anything about him like leaking Israel stuff despite Obama, even though he like kind of hates Obama.
But his hatred for Obama came after, I think. Like his hatred for Obama, I think, stems from 2016 when Obama's like, "You're gonna fucking lose. Don't do it."
There was like a little friction before that, but the weird thing is, Biden was like, he was like one of the strongest like anti-Syrian intervention voices in that entire administration. But like further American intervention in Syria was the Israeli position.
Yeah.
So everyone was kind of like all over the place. It was a really fucking
well. It's kind of like his position on like, what is it, Iraq versus Afghanistan, right? Like,
yeah.
Like he's full fully in the tank for one and not so much in the other, when it's like that's kind of a package project.
Yeah, well, yeah, and Obama ran on that. He ran on expanding Afghanistan as a war because of that. Like, everything that's the most current feels like it's the worst it's seen in the world. And like, don't get me wrong, today's Democratic Party fucking terrible. But things were so grim in 2008 after like a true landslide victory. The framing was, oh my God, we could finally win in Afghanistan because we're not going to be distracted by fucking stupid Iraq.
Yeah.
It was a really shitty time.
Yeah. Only gotten shittier since then, I think, but
in some ways, I don't know. There's some, I'm not going to say the party is better at all, but like just some aspects of political culture are better than 2008. There's some that are like way worse.
Well, I look back fondly at Bush era liberalism. So I do miss that because I think Obama era liberalism was so much more reactionary, as liberals have a tendency to just like go with whichever direction the party is heading and have no ideological commitments. So at least like they put up a fight. And then under Trump era liberalism, again, abolish ICE, but like a litany of other like silly cultural signifiers that went above and beyond and went really nowhere. So I don't know. I don't know what we'll see under Trump era liberalism once again.
Well, yeah, Obama era liberalism was tough because it was impossibly smug while overseeing the complete destruction of any organized center-left political institutions. The complete dissembly of Organizing for America.
Oh yeah,
and just removing removing any structure and ability from any type of state machine outside of Nevada.
I think there is an equivalent. I've been thinking about this quite a bit. So for those of you who don't know in the chat, Organizing for America, Obama for America was like a massive, I believe like 3 million grassroots institution that Obama had crafted. And he said that he was going to use this grassroots mobilization structure to basically bully liberals who did not want to play ball with his like economic agenda, for example, or Republicans, right? And instead of activating this massive army of door knockers once elected, he basically shelved it under the DNC, and it laid dormant for the rest of time. And it was a massive lie. It was a massive fuck you to all those people who were like very excited to go out and push to make Obama's like otherwise radical agenda happen. And I think an equivalent in the Trump era basically was, and it wasn't as organized, but like I think it was the Black Lives Matter protests.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It had that exact same, like when Black Lives Matter protests happened, and then we elected Joe Biden, and he ran on a defund the police. How about fund the police campaign? I think that had a similar effect on, like a similar effect of just depressed political activism in this country.
I feel like, I would say that probably started with, you remember when there was going to be like a strike in the NBA? And who called the players?
Barack Obama. Okay.
That was when they were like,
I feel like we're steering into LeBron hate territory here, so I'm gonna stay out of this one.
No, I don't blame LeBron.
Okay.
I don't like, in my mind, LeBron wasn't like he wasn't fooled by O'Bungler. O'Bungler like threatened him.
Yeah. Okay, that I feel like is a much better,
O'Bungler was like,
that's a narrative I'm comfortable with.
Yeah, I am not a stick and ball sports guy. I love LeBron though.
Yeah.
As a guy, I
Same.
think he's awesome.
Thank you.
He's the most fun mega celebrity.
Yes.
He's awesome.
Yes. I agree.
Yeah. I would kind of I would say the dissembly and shelving of BLM is sort of similar also to the shivving of Acorn.
Yeah.
Because Acorn was like not quite the same thing as Organizing for America, but it was like a pretty effective and like widespread organization that did like a lot of things that not a lot of other like institutions in America did.
That was, for the record, Acorn was taken out by, you might know this historic figure who still operates within the confines of the Republican Party from time to time, even though he's lost his sauce a little bit in recent years. James motherfucking O'Keefe.
This is how he made his bones.
Yeah.
Was Acorn. Here's Acorn. The whole story of Acorn is sort of perfectly encapsulates this last 20 years of Democratic politics because James O'Keefe goes in wearing this ridiculous outfit claiming he's a pimp and like, oh, Acorn helped me sex traffic these women. He, of course, deceptively edited it, and that didn't come out till later. But at the time, Democrats were so reactive and panicky that they instantly and without thought defunded and killed Acorn.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. Whenever you do something like that, whether it is defunding Acorn after a video like that, or running on kids in cages, and then a fucking year later, going, actually, we like the entire Trump border, that we like all of it. Whenever you acquiesce to the conservative position on things like this, it makes it look like you got caught doing what they were accusing you of.
Yes.
You don't dissociate yourselves from it. You don't disavow whether it's Acorn, like, helping people, I guess, do sex trafficking and making dead people vote or whatever the fuck they were saying. It makes it look like, oh, wow, we just got caught doing that. We should, I guess they got us. We're sorry. And, like, even if voters don't know the whole story, they see you doing that and they're like, oh, that must have been true.
Similar principle with, yes, like you correctly pointed out, the border bill, turning around and being like, oh, there was some, after 8 years of saying that the border wall is racist, you turn around and you're like, I want to build the border wall now. All of a sudden, everyone's going to be like, what the fuck? Okay, well, I guess it wasn't racist then. Yeah. What the fuck were we doing?
So you lied to us, and because you seem so guilty, I guess you were importing votes.
Yeah. Here, I'll give you a microcosm of this example in a way that is like somewhat personal. When Destiny and Ethan Klein collaborated with the ADL and went after Twitch aggressively, cynically claiming that there was massive amounts of anti-Semitism happening on the platform. When Twitch responded to that pressure campaign, okay, it offered it institutional legitimacy.
Yeah.
If they had just like let it ride out and be like, what the fuck are you saying? Suck my dick. Shut up. You're ridiculous. It would not have extended the pressure campaign, because inevitably they'd be like, okay, well, this well has dried up. But since they did respond by banning the Arabs podcast, okay, the Arabs podcast host for the crime of saying Sabra hummus is shitty, that was like the anti-Semitism. All of a sudden now there's still an extra pressure campaign that has been ongoing, and it has not really gone away. I mean, they're not responding to it any further, but it doesn't matter. Every time they do, what? But it is? Lol, what do you mean? As in Sabra hummus is good? Or it's anti-Semitic to say Sabra hummus is bad? It's bad. I will stand on that.
It really had. This is not political, some terrible people have great food. Jim Oberweis, where are my Illinois people at? Jim Oberweis, astoundingly evil man. The greatest milk and ice cream ever. He knows his way around a cow.
Well, in any case, what I'm trying to say is, if institutions don't respond to this kind of like cynical framing and these like cynical smear jobs, then they have no motion. right?
Yeah.
Instead, if they were to turn around and do counter propaganda, and if they were to turn around and do like counter PR, as institutions have tremendous amounts of power in being able to do so, they would be able to override this like cynical fucking asshole reactionary framing on the matter. But liberals never want to put up a fight, and they always capitulate. And it's very frustrating.
That is the core problem with popularism. You know, if you apply popularism to the other side of things, well, Donald Trump is like, throughout this entire election, was probably for the majority of the time the most disliked politician in the country. Maybe sometimes he, like, in some polls, he switched positions with Biden on that.
No, popularism is shoreism, Chad. He's not saying populism.
Yeah, no, right. Shoreism.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's
David
like,
Shore.
It's like, well, what did they do? Did they, like, put a bag over his head and been like, we're sorry, it's not Trump. It's a different guy. He won't really be president. We're sorry. They
doubled down.
Counter-messaged. And
They doubled down.
A lot of people still fucking hate him, but guess what? He is the first Republican to win the popular vote, the majority popular vote.
Yeah.
Full majority.
In like
in 20
the last
fucking years.
yeah.
Well, depending on if...
I guess 2004 is a fluke, like, because it's post 9/11. But that's the last time. That's the last time Republicans won the majority ever.
Yeah.
And even before then, they had not.
Yeah, no. And he did not... It wasn't a groundswell. You know, the overall turnout was like down, but you know, if they were just like, okay, everyone fucking hates him, I guess we'll hide him or something. It's such an inherently self-defeating.
Yeah.
It looks at politics the same way that like private equity guys look at running a business.
Like here's another great example of this. When RFK, a former Democrat, moves to the right and is like, lending his image and his brand to Donald Trump and endorsing Donald Trump, or Tulsi Gabbard, when she does the same thing, they don't do it in the same way that Liz Cheney does it with the Democratic Party. We expect the Democrats never demand actual loyalty from the Republicans. As a matter of fact, they run towards the Republicans in order to get their endorsement. Whereas when Republicans are getting endorsements from Democrats, you have to be a Republican at that point. Like, you have to be the most right-wing guy ever, to prove that you are really loyal, that you're with the cause. And that, I think, that dynamic is it plays itself out everywhere within American politics.
Yeah,
I never heard a Lincoln Project person be like, "Yeah, I'm like, I'm pro Democratic Party's messaging on everything. Like, I'm pro trans or some shit."
Yeah, it is fucking crazy. I mean, like, I thought in 2020, after, what was it, like 6% of Republicans went for Biden, I thought that would be the end of it. I remember, what's her name? Rachel Bitecoifer or something? She has a stupid name. One of those, like, anti-Trump Republican ladies was like, this is pretty good, actually. I expected 3%. We succeeded. We succeeded because we at least made them think about it.
Yeah.
That was the thing. And I thought, I stupidly thought, I mean, it's still going to be a part of their campaign, but okay, maybe in the future they're not going to have that front and center because it is just so much Sturm und Drang for such little returns. Yeah, no, wrong I was.
Yeah.
The Cheney thing, I think of it as part of a piece with the Torres thing, where it's all downside, but no upside. Where is the positive name recognition there?
Oh, you mean Richie Torres being sent to Michigan?
Yeah, it's the same thing where it's like, okay, whoever is aware of these people as salient political figures probably fucking hates them for good reason. But who is like the passive follower of politics who is like, I love Liz Cheney, I love her. Richie Torres, I love him.
Me, you're describing me. Those are my two faves.
Yeah.
Fucking freak, Richie Torres. Richie Torres spent the last week of his own election where he was on the fucking ballot trying to get me banned from Twitch.
Richie Torres.
By collaborating with Destiny, who literally has propped up numerous neo-Nazis and revitalized their careers, self-admitted.
Richie Torres in his district is like the Jesse Uggo cartoon where the mom is like on her MacBook. Oh my! I need to finish this episode, and the kid's just drinking a canister of gasoline.
Oh yeah,
that's it.
Under the kitchen sink.
Yeah,
and she's grabbing all the baby's grabbing all the chemicals.
Yeah,
yeah.
That is Richie Torres.
Yeah, Richie Torres, by the way, underperformed Kamala Harris in his district. Underperformed Kamala Harris in his own district, which is crazy. Okay, that I'm not even kidding. That one is that is a tasty looking district, dude. That is for the pickings. I swear to God, anybody that wants it, it is free reign. Yeah. I'm telling you. Knock on one fucking door and you will win. You will turn that district.
Oh my, yeah. If you, this isn't even like they're ideologically leaning for anything in particular. I mean, obviously, I would far prefer a candidate with foreign policy views more in line with my own. But if you just show up there, like this is an Eric Cantor type thing.
Yeah.
Where the incumbent is so fucking arrogant that they spend zero time there. They spend zero time talking about their district. Yeah, no. Just even a somewhat organized campaign with a lot of small donors, I think would have a 100%. Very fucking good shot.
Yeah. I would literally put everything behind Jamal Bowman to unseat him.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God. Do you see the pendulum maybe swinging the other way and the party going progressive? Fuck no. No, not even a little bit. Every single televised moment since the night of the election, since the night of the election has been utilized by Democratic Party consultants, both on the Clinton camp and the Obama camp, where they basically have to justify their multi-million-dollar salaries by saying that the campaign was actually doing things that it was never doing, and that their methods and their salaries are justified, and that as a matter of fact, the real problem is fucking woke, or Latinx, or trans people, or not being, and this one was my favorite, not being sufficiently pro-Israel.
How does that, like, what more could they do?
Yeah, not only that, but also it is literally the reason why you lost Michigan and maybe even other swing states as well. If you look at the message polling on that, messaging polls on that matter months ahead of the election that said that they could swing at least like 5 points in favor of the campaign if they were to separate from Biden on the Gaza policy.
They lost so many fucking young voters, not necessarily to Trump, but just staying fucking home.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't they? My prognostication for the party is a little different. I don't know. This is a weird prediction. I may end up being wrong. But my appraisal of the party right now is that it's essentially leaderless.
Yeah.
Who is the leader of the party? It's not Jamie Harrison. He's stepping down, and even when he was never really the leader.
You see him like fucking retweeting Mueller she wrote.
Yeah.
About like making inferences that like the election was stolen. They're gonna do liberal January 20.
Oh my, yeah.
J20, baby.
Oh my God, yeah. He's gonna like headbutt a cop. I can't wait. It's not Hakeem Jeffries. He doesn't really.
I mean, he's Nancy Pelosi.
Right. The closest thing to an identifiable leader is kind of Nancy Pelosi, and she's
Speaker Emeritus.
Yeah,
Emeritus.
She's kind of like
Someone in the chat said Chuck Schumer.
Okay.
Come on.
All right.
Come on,
okay,
chatters.
pal.
Like Chuck Schumer has never in his entire career been an effective caucus leader, not even once, on the easiest shit, like the easiest gimmies, okay? He is so fucking bad.
He is such an indictment against the concept of seniority.
Yeah.
Like that's what you end up with. But I my point in saying all this,
because someone said Harry Hasan is liberal Q shaman. Yeah.
I think if Harry Hasan, Harry Hasan has a lot of joie de vivre, and I don't think his January 6th would be successful. At least not that much more than the first one. But I think he'd get a little bit farther. I think he would. He's young. He has a good. I think he would charm the cops. Certainly, if I was like a cop,
he would debate the cops into submission.
Yeah. Oh, they would. They wouldn't kill themselves the next day. They would kill themselves on the spot.
They'd be like, "I'll have you know, the Democratic administration has actually advocated to increase police pensions on numerous occasions." And the cop would be like, "I'm killing myself with my service weapon in front of you, only with the hopes that it ruins your life permanently."
But it's not. He's gonna keep going. But yeah, just my point in saying all this about like a lack of any identifiable Democratic leader is that what I think is that you're going to see the party go in a lot of different directions. By that I mean individual members of the party are going to go in a billion different contradictory directions. I think you're going to get like Gavin Newsom doing his usual thing of like comically evil far right stuff, like, you know.
No. He's doing resistance liberalism. He already started.
But I'm saying he's doing both.
Yeah.
He's going to do both.
He's going to do like, we're doing sanctuary cities for undocumented migrants, but the moment that their housing is called into question, I will personally execute them.
Yeah.
He's going to go there and fucking put a pillow over their fucking heads in the tent cities that they're living in.
Yeah. And it's basically, it's going to be stuff like that. There will be like, you know, anti-woke Democrats. There will be like classic resistance style Democrats. Yeah. And then
Gavin Newsom running on the no new homes policy. Not a single new house. If you fucking build another house, I will kill you. We have enough. We have too many houses.
But
he's running on a demolition policy. he's destroying existing housing supply.
He's going to do the Dr. Strangelove. He's going to like commandeer a B-2 spirit bomber.
He's like, we're sorry. We had to destroy this. We had to destroy this heavily populated urban neighborhood because there are far too many houses. The housing market needs to go up.
By God, I will die creating another parking lot.
Yeah. No, he's degrowth, dude. That's
Yeah.
Gavin Newsom, degrowth strategist.
he's ecofascism is coming back, and I support it. But you know, this is all to say that I think that there may be an opening for, don't get me wrong, not someone like good, but someone who's like ambitious and kind of knows what time it is.
Yeah.
The problem is, you know, Democrats they're either ambitious or they don't have their heads up their ass. They're usually not both. But you know, maybe time will show. My favorite Andrew Hudson quote.
Yeah, the problem is, like I was saying, and I've been showing for the past couple of days, like virtually every fucking Democrat has been running to every television outlet that they can go to and repeating over and over and over again that it's not that, you know, true moderation has not been tried. True liberalism has not been tried yet, okay? You don't understand. What Kamala Harris did, tacking to the center, saying that she is going to have a lethal military, most lethal military, saying she's going to have a muscular border policy, saying how much she loves small businesses. Her housing proposal was literally additional help, like loans for loans in the form of what, $50,000, $25,000 for first-time home buyers, like hyper targeted fucking policies that people are way too confused to even understand who it benefits, that also presented a public-private partnership, which she spelled out every single time, and a Republican in the cabinet. All of that stuff, that's not real Republicanism. That's not real true liberalism. That's not real moderating to the center. It hasn't been tried yet. The real moderation from the center is when you just run Nikki Haley.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what Kamala Harris tried to do.
And, like, the counterpoint from some Democrats, right, is that, well, people remember Kamala's primary campaign from last time, where it was a very internet addicted campaign.
Yeah.
But
it's not just like internet addicted, but it's like very NGO speak. Like that's the way. It's like the corporate DEI heuristic that applied, that comes across as like so disingenuous and so fucking annoying.
Exactly. And they said, like, okay, well, yeah, maybe she did run this like very center-right campaign, but voters still thought of this. And I think part of that is true, right? Part of that is definitely true, that hacking center-right when people have living memory of this type of stuff is only going to hurt you, and it appears inauthentic. The thing is, though, there is no Democrat that also wouldn't be kind of true. Like, there are very few people who they tacked in the same fucking comical, clownish way as the Harris campaign in 2020 did. But like, you're, for better or worse, you're woke to them. That's what you are.
Yeah, like Seth Moulton said, he doesn't want his daughters getting tackled by a man, which is indistinguishable, by the way, from what Republicans say.
Yeah, and it's like, guess what, asshole?
You're saying you have something in your mustache on the right side. Also, I gotta pee while you continue. Hold on.
Right. And it's like, they can say all that fucking stuff that they want. Guess what, asshole? You're still woke to them. You're still a woke fucking idiot. Yeah. No, it's, yeah. And that's not to say that, you permanently accept whatever framing, but it does mean that you cannot will your way out of how people perceive you. It is not a death sentence that people see you that way, even though they think that it is. But yeah, no, that is basically my appraisal, that the conditions are such with a leaderless party that is adrift, just endlessly backbiting, recrimination after recrimination. This is the stage is set for a uniquely ambitious and kind of clear-eyed elected or set of electeds. Will they arrive? Probably not. Probably not if history is any indicator. But what if they did? What if this is when Rod Blagojevich comes home?
Oh my God, you're in the tank for your buddy every time. I walk away for one moment and immediately he's already MAGA. He's MAGA, isn't he?
Yeah, but you can always like go back on
That's
things.
true. Also, Democrats love people who are former Republicans.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I think he has executive experience.
Yeah, yep.
And he's just like, I really think 99% of people, if they talk to him, they would get it. They'd be like, this guy's awesome. That's what I felt.
Yeah.
That's what, like, I already liked him, but like,
what would be the funniest person to put at the top of the ticket? Because like the obvious ones that I suspect the Democratic Party is going to push for is like Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg, and maybe even Josh Shapiro.
Joe Morrissey.
Joe Morrissey?
Yeah, do you remember him?
No.
He was like a loser Democratic like backbencher who he like yeah, this guy has like 20 kids. He married a 17-year-old or something.
What the fuck?
He's my favorite Democrat. He's such a piece of shit. He's so funny.
I was gonna say John Fetterman.
Oh, okay.
They're like, the only guy who's ever defeated Donald Trump was mentally deficient. So we have to run that again.
This is the campaign. I think Joe Morrissey at the top of the ticket because he's like more with it. This guy's Wikipedia is so fucking. This guy is a real piece of shit. Personal life, conviction for delinquency of a minor.
Oh my God. With a 17-year-old girl, later his wife, who was at the time the employee in his law office. Morrissey, the girl, and her mother denied any impropriety. A Henrico County Court convened a grand jury to investigate a possible improper sexual relationship between Morrissey and the girl. Morrissey was indicted on, no more woke stuff, Felix. That's what, that's an automatic lock. No more, well, I guess he did do miscegenation, so that's kind of woke, depending on like what American, what the American political landscape looks like at that moment, but.
No, that's gonna be okay. That's like
someone said Diddy-crats.
Yeah, he's a Diddy-crat.
He is a Diddy-crat.
I first caught wind of this guy in 2020 because like Republicans were actually talking about how good he was. They were like, you need to vote for Joe Morrissey because the Democrats hate him because they can't control him. And like the first thing I saw was
they can't control his sexual urges.
Yeah, the first thing I saw is like Morrissey under fire for marrying 8th grader.
Yeah. So that's incredible. Another good one. Are you ready for this? Because I've been thinking quite a bit about like what the silliest ones would be. Jared Polis.
Gross looking, Redditor, annoying.
America needs a real orange revolution. What we must do is privatize every sanitation sector in every county. That's what we need.
Must rent.
Yeah. I'll have you know, the real American dream is renting a property. Many people want to just simply rent a property and then take the extra money they have in their pockets and put it in the stock market.
Do you like in the same way that Donald Trump is, in the words of Matt Christman, cool entertainment? He is TV personified. Jared Polis is like the commercial real estate industry personified. Maybe that'll work. I don't like.
See, look, no. The Dems are on board. Only fucking state that went blue. Yeah, I know. Ironic enough that he is like the only person that has like a really solid approach to immigration.
Yeah.
Because he is a fucking die-in-the-wool real neoliberal for sure. And in the sense that he is like also very much like pro-immigration.
Yeah.
But that's it. Everything else is just so bad.
He's a very like pre-Ron Paul libertarian.
Oh yeah.
Like that's what yeah. It is amazing that it's easier to be a libertarian in the Democratic Party
than it is to be in the Republican Party.
Yeah, way easier.
Yeah. Republicans are all about the government controlling everything.
Yeah.
They don't even care about the deficit. They just dropped that completely. Donald Trump destroyed that deficit hawking. It's gone.
Only the third way guys care about that.
Yeah.
Only no labels.
The only people in the United States of America who genuinely do care about the deficit and do deficit hawking to themselves is like the third way people, and like Nancy Pelosi with PAYGO.
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
PAYGO.
Oh, what a brilliant move that was.
God.
For those of you who don't know, PAYGO is basically a self-inflicted wound by the Democratic Party that implemented a strategy where if you wanted to ever push for any sort of spending, it had to be it could not go against the deficit. Like it could not. It would have to basically create additional funds in and of itself. And of course, any expansion of the welfare state is going to literally run a deficit. So the Democrats, decided we are going to do that to ourselves. Like it has to be deficit neutral anytime we pass a spending bill for absolutely no reason whatsoever. Because whenever Republicans are in charge, nobody gives a fuck about the deficit. except for the Democrats.
Yeah. That was a big lib position though. In, the 2000s. There was briefly like a Keynesian argument against Bush's deficits though in 2006. This is how far back I go on this stuff. And the argument was Bush ballooned the deficit so badly with his wars that like now we're getting a housing slowdown and it limits the amount of deficit spending we'll be able to do to like get out of this. That was the Keynesian argument.
Yeah.
In 2002 and 2003.
I mean, the real Keynesian is military Keynesian. That's like that's the only show we've been running in perpetuity, which is that. And now it's extended to like, our outsourced proxy wars as well, where you got Zelensky and Biden going to the fucking Scranton facility to be like, look at all the artillery shells we're manufacturing.
I think Josh and Germendum said that running on like, no, we have to keep doing these endless proxy wars so we can have jobs building missiles is like running the concept of capital itself as a candidate.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
That is so fucking grim.
Yeah. It is really, really fucked up.
I mean, you know my idea about like
what the officers' revolt?
Well, but this is after the officers' revolt. This is like to keep the economy going.
The military junta overtakes America and America's now run as a proletarian dictatorship.
Yeah, or whatever, whatever they want.
Okay,
but I think that
whatever they want.
Yeah,
it'll be better than what we got.
Go crazy, experiment. That's what great musicians do. But I think that there should be a new sport, and it should be like first. I think we have to figure out how to make the first like electric powered jet, a zero emissions turbofan jet that can super cruise at like Mach 1.3 and fly like Mach. Let's not get greedy. Mach 2.1 in a clean configuration. Then we have a new sport. It's actually a lot more like one of the older sports, like jousting. We have sport dogfighting between combat, like fighting.
Like people are riding, like tiny people are riding the dogs, the joust, or just like dogs.
No,
are
the term dogfighting when two planes.
You're talking about. Yeah, that's sick. Okay, I got it.
And that way, it's like
I misunderstood.
We keep the manufacturing capacity. Also, landmark Supreme Court case where citizens have a right to private fighter jets.
Okay, this seems very self-serving for one man. It seems like you're just rewriting America in your own vision specifically, so you can have a fighter jet.
It would be self-serving if I wasn't putting in the mandate that they need to be zero emission. Like we need to make the electric turbofan and then we can do it. Like if I was just selfish, I would say do it as it is.
Oh yeah, jet fuel.
Yeah.
Well, that goes along with like America's attitude in terms of like the way we're looking at the climate crisis is we're just going to flip the table before we let China outcompete us in renewable energies as the future of energy. That's really cool.
That's awesome. I love how like that's a policy.
Yeah, our policy is just killing the world.
Yeah, killing the world, and like that's something we're running. That's something we're proud of. Is like telling people like we won't let better electric vehicles enter our market.
Yeah,
like why? Because fuck you. That's why. Like,
have you seen Jim Farley's like Jim Farley under hot water, CEO of Ford, for driving around in a BYD electric vehicle? He like went to China, saw the EVs, and was like, "This is incredible."
It's like how everyone who built like the what's the fucked up Boeing? Which is the fucked up Boeing airliner?
747 Max 8 or something. Or 787.
780. Yeah, how everyone who built that is like, I will only fly an Airbus.
Yeah.
exact same thing.
Yeah. It's no, it wasn't a BYD. It was a Xiaomi. Is that what?
He's a real head.
Yeah, he's not even doing. Yeah, he's not. I just want that Yangwang 9, the one that jumps. That's what I want. It's a Xiaomi. Xiaomi? Is that how you say it? I don't fucking know. Anyway, but yeah, let's look at some of the commentary sphere and what a lot of these guys are doing to cover their bases, save their asses, and to remind everyone that like we didn't lose. It's actually the voters that failed.
It's insane that they let them do this.
Yeah.
Like just
no, go on.
Even in the UK, like in the UK, the media is like in the tank for, whoever, right? But when you eat shit this badly, they at least kind of press you when you go on the news. And they're like, well, you were in charge here. Not here, though. You could just fucking lie your ass off.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy that, like, I have heard zero counter narratives. Like, the only person that was, like, coming close to it was, like, surprisingly, Jen Psaki on MSNBC in that brief moment. But, like, everyone, most of the commentary sphere that is not directly related to the party is basically saying, like, we should deport every Latino person. Okay, how dare they vote for Donald Trump, and who's going to be racist, which is why I think we should deport them to their shithole countries.
And why we have the same immigration policy as him before. I have to go to the bathroom, but like when Joanne Reed said it was a perfect campaign, it was Queen Latifah endorsed her.
Yeah, no, it was fantastic.
What can you even say?
All right.
Families out there who don't believe boys should play girls' sports.
They're not boys. I'm not going to listen to transphobia at this table. I am not going to listen to you call a trans girl a boy.
Are you going to allow me to finish my explanation?
When you use a word that's a slur, I'm going to interrupt. That's not how it is. They're not boys.
Everyone is libbing up. Like, he's popping off, but like it's a different flavor of libbing, okay?
They're not boys. They're not playing girls softball. I'm not going to sit there and listen to that.
Like, the real way to do this, in my opinion, is to let him finish his point and then immediately go, you don't care about this. Nobody cares about this. You're being transphobic for absolutely zero purpose. This doesn't put food on anybody's fucking table. This doesn't change the dynamic at all. And you're being primed by Republicans into fucking feeling like that was a important message. And the only thing that you're doing is one, bullying kids. Okay. These are God's children. All right. And that you're fucking bullying them for no reason whatsoever and priming the base to also have this exact same perspective.
Because look, this is a really heated issue, right? And Sharmichael, I know you. I know that you understand that people have different views on this. I think out of respect for Jay, like, let's try to talk about this in a way that is respectful.
Okay, so let me rephrase this since I'm being targeted here.
I don't, you're not, just to be clear, you are not being targeted.
I am, but it's okay.
I'm specifically saying that I know
Everyone's a fucking victim, dude. Jesus Christ.
That you are not intending to be transphobic.
He should know that I'm not. But he wants to sit here and
calling you transphobic. I'm saying you're using a phrase that you know.
So the way regular people interpret it,
that's not regular people. That's not regular people. There's no consensus that these are actually boys. This whole thing about trans girls is a canard. If we're talking about a tiny sliver of the population,
that may be the
and we're using that
but my point in terms
to take away healthcare from thousands of people.
Hold on, just get to your point.
My point in terms of its effectiveness. Regular people with children look at these things and they say, you know what, this is a bit too far. I do not agree with this. I don't like this. I think Democrats are going way too much to the left on social issues. They're uncomfortable with it. A lot of people believe that. A lot of families believe that. You may disagree with that reality, but that's why Republicans kept running those ads over and over and over again, because they saw the metrics suggested
and
that they were
lying
working.
in those ads over and over again and using rhetoric like you just used, saying this is boys playing girls sports.
Well,
First of all, we're talking about 5 people in the
What's the
entire
language
country.
you would prefer?
We're talking about trans girls being allowed to play with the people who are in their gender. And if you don't believe, you don't have to listen to me. Listen to the American Medical Association, the American Psychological Association.
The American Medical
Association. This is not about the issue.
Guys,
Right?
just
This is about trying.
Trans issues were essential to the Kamala campaign. This is such a fucking non-issue. I know. It is incredibly, incredibly stupid that these guys are literally just like running the Republican route and advocating for Republican positions from a liberal platform. Okay? That's it. Are VODs supposed to be subscriber only? Yes. I've swapped out the VODs for subscriber only. If you're a hater that want to fucking actively target my community or myself, you're going to have to fucking pay $6 a month. Or you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime, making my haters actively the waiters at my table of success. Now, if you want to just watch the VODs, usually they're all over YouTube regardless. So you can watch them on YouTube. Felix left because he didn't want to be related to Hasan. Yeah, that's why he left. If you also subscribe, you support the channel. And not only do you support the channel, but you also get to send me links, many of which I might not click on. But you still have the opportunity. Well, yeah. Mondaire Jones.
Lost your bid to return to the house. So
Oh yeah, he's had a real character development.
Yeah.
Mondaire, on that,
David
you lost your bid to
Axelrod.
return to the House. Okay, your district swung massively to the right. It was a district that Biden won easily, 10 points.
Yeah,
okay?
massively.
Massively. And now GOP. How much of that's due to Harris-Biden?
Well, look, ballots are still being counted, but a district that Biden won by 10 points may well have been won by Donald Trump a few nights ago. And it speaks to the fact that the Democratic Party's
I
brand
muted Felix
is in
on accident.
shambles in the suburbs because of the issue of immigration. I've criticized my party on this.
What is this? Felix Psychic Mana confirmed?
I may not be David Carradine, but I fucking choke.
This is from this is from 2016. Yeah. Mike is fucked. Wait, what? Really? Wait, speak into it for a second.
Hello?
Why is
Speaking?
it fucked? You can hear him. What are you talking about? Is fucked.
I think it's fine.
Yeah, Moderate Jones
waited way too long to be tough on the border, to take seriously the migrant crisis, and to act to secure the border. And we are paying the price. And we are seeing that all throughout the United States, in
They're
House
all
districts around the
saying
country.
this. Like
And it was
name
too
a
late.
Democrat who
by
is
the
coming out
time
and being like, I've actually criticized my body for this. Like, if you want to stand out as a Democrat, you should be like, either I think it's perfect, I think we're letting in the perfect amount of people, or it should be way more.
No, you should say, you should say, actually, as a Democrat, I think we've destroyed the global South for far too long. And this is why not only should we have unlimited migration, but if they do crimes, it's like a reparation structure.
Yeah. Like, you will stand up, like, everyone has seen every fucking loser. This guy isn't even in Congress. This is just like, you may as well just like interview a guy who got into a fender bender. Like, he's just a guy. He's nobody. He's as much of a non-politician as me now. But they're just asking this guy, and he's like, I've actually criticized my party. And it's like, to who? Your landlord? Your aunt? Because you weren't doing any party things. You're just a guy. Jared Paulus is the only guy who can go out there and be like, either it's the perfect amount or it needs to be more.
Yeah. No, it's I've decided I've decided, yes, we are now doing unlimited migration from the global south as a means of reparations. They get to do as many crimes as they want to.
Yeah.
Okay. And on top of that, I'm taking away qualified immunity from cops and giving it to the migrants.
yes.
Only qualified immunity for the migrants, none for the cops. Okay. That would be a unique position. Then maybe you could be like, well, I feel like the Democratic Party has gone a bit far.
We're going to have elections between La M, the Latin Kings, MS-13,
Tren de Agua. They always put the stink on it.
Yeah. All the transnational gangs.
Yeah.
Like there's going to be an election, and whoever wins, that's the gang that administers Los Angeles, New York, and Chicago.
Yeah. They are going to overtake every slum.
Yes.
They are legally allowed to overtake the slums by force and kick out the landlords and become the landlords. Okay? That's what's righteous. That's what's honest.
The Latin Kings have like a policy page.
Yeah.
You know? They're a little third worldist, like in their handbook or whatever. But yeah, no, this is just, you're not getting anywhere doing this. Like, I know every Democrat, they're like, oh, once the Republicans see that I'll criticize my own party, they're gonna fucking lose it.
Yeah.
No, they don't care. They think you're dead. They think that you were killed for like abducting children, and this is a hologram of you. They could care less about. Oh, I even call out my own party.
Yeah, this doesn't track on the right, especially because the moment that they say this, the Republicans go, okay, that plus 10x.
Yeah.
Every time.
I've never seen, the only guy I've ever seen Republicans go, I'm a Republican, but I like this guy, is with Fetterman. And then it goes out the window when he's like, we won the 2020 election.
Yeah.
They're like, you should kill yourself.
Yeah. On your son's birthday.
Yeah. Yeah.
Democrats at the top of the ticket took this seriously and said, let's pass this bipartisan border security bill, which we all know sitting at this table that Donald Trump has been blocking when he told Republicans in Congress to block it from going into effect.
But while they was blocking, they had the opportunity to do things which they chose not to do, an executive order. That did come into this to play in this campaign.
Yeah. I wonder why like nobody is thinking about what kind of like long-term consequences this has when you're actively priming the most loyal subjects of the party into also presenting a conciliatory tone to all of these fascist policies. And then when you advocate for the watered down version of that, as you hemorrhage the rest of the base, that's like, I don't want that. That doesn't sound good to me at all.
Yeah.
And then you don't, capture the attention of any of the Republicans. As a matter of fact, the Liz Cheney hug and kiss Republican strategy was so ineffective that Kamala Harris lost Republican support in comparison to Biden's past performance. So, I wonder what kind of long-term consequences it'll have. This is just going to be red all the way down forever.
Yeah, I look, I'm going to say something that sounds like weird and probably stupid. This was not like a 2008 election type blowout, right? This was like, they're still counting shit, but when all is said and done, it's looking like Trump, his popular vote margin is about where Biden's was in 2020, right? In 2020, did you see Republicans go, well, I guess we're woke now. Okay, everyone start figure out what your pronouns are.
The last time I remember that happening was 2012, where they wanted to moderate on immigration. And that was pretty much the only time where I remember in like, because obviously like the history of the Republican Party is conceding to the Democrats in the aftermath of the New Deal. So like, I would say that like from New Deal era all the way to like almost all the way to like Carter, I feel like the Republicans, I guess in like the until like the civil rights movement, were usually having to respond to the popularity of the Democratic Party. Whereas since Ronald Reagan, it has just been the exact opposite.
I think that like this reminds me of like 2018 and 2020 to an extent, where with 2018 it was like a very good midterm performance that was in line with what most reputable polls were saying. But because like, basically the Trump was still president after all was said and done, they were like, we're such fucking idiots. We're bad. Everyone hates us. Same thing 2020. 2020 was, if you look at the aggregate, results were, pretty much in line with what we got. There were some underperformances in the House, just because of the COVID effect on polling and the bias it had towards people who did actually stay home. But, it was about what you'd expect. Same thing. We're bad. We don't know what anyone. We're fucking bad. We're bad. We're bad. We'll give up on everything. We're bad. We're sorry. Now they actually lose. And it's like, I've just seen like nonstop self-flagellation. But to what end? What productive end? None.
Well, it's not even self-flagellation. They're just trying to do the exact same thing they did that led to the loss by saying, oh, we just didn't go racist enough with it.
Right. But there's also like, there is a self-flagellation about that where they're like, I'm such a fucking idiot. I had a recycle bin out.
Yeah, I'm so bad. I was always talking about gender fluidity.
Why did I park my Prius near the Republicans? They saw me. They think I'm gay. I'm so sorry. This is my fault.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you just going by these reactions, you would think it was like 1972, I just so much of politics is a reaction or counter reaction to 2020, and a lot of what you see on the Democratic or broadly liberal side is like a lot of the self-flagellation is in turn a response of embarrassment to like what they themselves said in 2020. Most people are a little embarrassed about what they did that year, right? This stuff where it's like, gushers.
Are you about to talk about how I there was the one moment where everyone remembers where they cleaned their groceries?
Yeah.
I did it one time and I was like, I'm taking the L.
No, I did that. I did it too, and I was like, if this is the difference between me leaving or dying, I'll fucking die.
Yeah, no, I did it one time and I was like, I'm choosing death.
What I meant is more so like what embarrassed like broadly liberals about 2020 was the like, gushers stands with the 1619 Project type stuff. You know, like it was sort of
that was awesome.
Yeah, like the apogee of internet liberalism.
For the month of, what is it, June? When is Pride Month? I don't know. God, I'm such a homophobe. Yeah, for the month of June, Skittles won't have any colors.
Yeah. Because 2020 was the apogee of that kind of like internet liberalism, supplanting non-internet movement. A lot of this stuff where you'll see libs being like, I was the first one to fucking kill an immigrant. I blew up a boat with a flare gun. All those people said something like hilarious in 2020, and they're internally like killing themselves over it. I know what that's like. I know it. Like every day of my life, I remember something I did or said when I was like 13, and I want to go back in time, and I want to stop my parents from conceiving.
White people kneel, ask forgiveness in the black community in Third Ward.
All these, I guarantee you, all these people now are like, I actually think we went too far in immigration.
Yeah.
All the people kneeling.
You brought the thunder and rain today, God. Because Satan takes an L today. Father, in Jesus' name.
Did he say Satan takes an L today? Wait, no.
Run that shit back.
No.
Run that shit back.
No, wait, hold on.
Rain today, God. Because Satan takes an L today.
No, not that guy. That guy is not saying immigrants went too far.
This is the guy saying Republicans stole it.
Yeah, that's a swagged ass white boy right there. He's quirked the fuck up.
Run this guy. This guy is awesome.
Yeah. Satan take an L today.
This is
Satan.
If this was the leader of the Democratic Party,
were people even saying take an L like that in 2020?
No. Take an L was like 2014.
Only like gas station guys like this.
Yeah. Is there anything better than like a libbed out gas station guy?
Yeah, Ohio white boys dressing like Billie Eilish. Saying Satan took an L today.
If this guy was on TV right now, like Donald Trump wouldn't even make it to the swearing it. Like Americans would be like, we want this.
Yeah, that's the coolest type of white guy you can be.
It's
just don't let him around, 17-year-olds. That's the only problem.
Yeah.
That's the kryptonite for these guys is high school students.
Yeah, and it's like, well, that's true of Ed Buck too, but he's not nearly as good of a speaker.
That's true. Fair.
I really like
Democratic mega donor.
That you like. It's so hard to find these guys in the wild now.
Yeah.
Third Ward. Where is this?
I don't know.
Louisiana.
Father, in Jesus' name, you get the victory.
He ate too many gas station rhino pills and died. These guys have a short shelf life, unfortunately. They're saying Houston.
Father, we ask for forgiveness from our black brothers and sisters for years and years of racism, of systematic racism.
This type of shit is so funny, dude. It's like it's so performative and weird.
I love how he goes racism.
Yeah. No, this is the exact energy as like you seeing a random black guy on the street and being like, I'm so sorry about police brutality. Yeah. I'm so sorry about what my people did to George Floyd.
That I like so much of politics is I've said it in 2022 before the midterm that everything is a reaction or counter-reaction to 2022, and it's people who are either embarrassed by their own conduct or are like this stuff like made them really mad.
Okay, one of my autistic chatters is losing their minds. Is Felix wearing a Tissot chronograph watch and McQueen sneakers? Sending big love from the Missouri.
This is a Breitling that I got for a very reduced price. What's the place? Chrono24 is a very good like website to buy watches from. You could get a deal on some really great watches there. This was, what did I get? I got this with like after we had done like a really big involved tour that was very exhausting. I bought this. And my coat is from Theory, the clothing company for professionals.
Anyway, all right. Getting back to it, Prem Tucker says, kind of interesting that even though the Democrats lost after letting Wall Street, immigration, and war hawks and Republicans shape the campaign, all those allies still won by helping craft a bipartisan consensus around their interests in electing a man who will advance them. I disagree with this to a certain degree because I think the Republicans have completely infiltrated, like neocons have completely infiltrated the Democratic Party, and they want like managed fascism rather than like the unrestrained and oftentimes volatile fascism that Donald Trump represents. So I think that to a certain degree, there is a, except for Bill Kristol, who did you see?
Yeah. He was like, what the fuck are you doing?
Bill Kristol was like, do populist economic messaging, please, for the love of Christ. Drop Liz Cheney. What are you doing?
I think for like, it kind of depends with a lot of the, like, the fact that he's appointing Mike Rogers.
Yeah.
I think it's a signal that a lot of like, I don't think, not necessarily everyone who like went so far as to like campaign with Kamala, but like a lot of otherwise like Trump skeptical to Trump negative neocons are going to end up coalescing around his foreign policy like they kind of did. It just needs an inciting event. Like, do you remember a lot of those people did that when Elliot Abrams was in the news during the Trump administration? It's hard to say because like the first Trump administration was so chaotic, and it was due to a lot of reasons. I think in large part was that them losing the popular vote made them kind of crazy and cagey and like defensive, that I don't know if they're going to quite be that way now. But also, you don't like suddenly become amazing as an administrator when you really weren't before, you know?
Yeah.
It's hard to, like, these people like do. This isn't really unique to any one side in American politics. Everyone is like a backbiting psycho, but these people do kind of hate each other. I don't know. I think if you were just going based off of past performance and you're like an evil neocon, you're like, yeah, they don't have their shit together enough to do this.
So there's some more that we must talk about. There's some stuff that we have to get to. And obviously I started with the pogroms that took place.
The awful pogroms.
The awful pogroms that we condemn. You know, no, I don't want to watch this one.
Incidents of racism have been
the most racist football club in the world. Not Beitar Jerusalem. There's one specifically on the Maccabee one. I want that one.
It's so annoying. Look, I'm not speaking for you. Like, I don't want to get you in trouble. I hate it when us Jewish people, when we call stuff the Maccabees, because it's like, you would make fun of a Greek guy if he's like, I'm 300, the Spartan. It's the same thing. It's the same. If there was an MMA fighter whose his nickname was 300. His name was Mike the 300 Hayes. And that's the same thing as
he's like, I'm the gay pedophile.
Yeah.
What's up? I'm Mike the gay pedophile.
It's such a it's just as stupid to be like, I remember one time Matt Christman got into an argument with a guy who was like, I'm a Bundist. And it's like, you're about 100 years too late there, pal.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Okay. So let's get to it. Massive pogrom occurred. We kind of briefly alluded to it. Not with the severity that this story deserves, of course. However, Sky News originally reported it as such. Let's take a look. Israeli football fans attacked in Amsterdam.
Amsterdam left at least 5 people injured and dozens have been arrested. But what happened? Supporters of Israeli football club Maccabi Tel Aviv arrived in Amsterdam ahead of their UEFA Europa League match against Amsterdam club Ajax. On Wednesday, social media videos verified by Sky News show Maccabi Tel Aviv fans tearing down Palestinian flags from outside of homes.
Struggling with that
Other
flag.
social media videos appeared to show residents chasing Maccabi Tel Aviv fans. On Thursday, just before the game,
Trump! Yes!
You're in Holland. You're in the fucking Netherlands.
He's in fucking Amsterdam as an Israeli supporter of the Maccabee Football Club, ripping a Trump flag, dude.
That's incredible.
Dude, international Heil Hitler solidarity.
It reminds me of how in Northern Ireland, they have their murals are like a settler colonial super league.
Yeah,
they'll have a mural where it's like
the wrong side of every conflict.
Yeah, they'll have a mural where it literally be like a Confederate soldier, a boar,
an Israeli flag,
like the Legion of Doom of bad guys.
Amazing.
Just before the game, crowds of Maccabee fans were filmed singing racist and anti-Arab songs. while a pro-Palestinian demonstration had been banned by the mayor over fears there would be clashes. Later that evening during the match, Israeli supporters appeared to disrupt the minute's silence for Valencia flood victims with chants.
I like that this is like objective news coverage.
Yeah, this is
Like if you
all
don't,
things that happened.
yeah. Somehow Sky News is more honest than New York Times. Yeah, just wait. So this was the original reporting on the matter.
Fireworks. Maccabi fans were seen attacking locals as a police car can be seen driving by. People with Palestinian flags were seen marching on the streets. Maccabi supporters say they were beaten and attacked on the streets of the Dutch capital.
Hold as L. Like you can't. It's crazy how shameless you have to be to openly be like, yeah, we did a bunch of racist stuff and then they beat our fucking asses, dude.
Yeah.
Like don't admit that. Just hang your head in shame. You know what I mean? Like just leave quietly at that point.
I have to say, they also had Mossad agents.
Oh yeah, that's the other part.
They had Mossad agents in tow.
Bro, if you're a Mossad guy and you're getting your fucking ass beat by like a random 17-year-old Moroccan migrant living in Amsterdam, just, resign. There's nothing else you can do at that point. Resign.
Dude, I feel like any English like soccer firm, that's what they call like the groups of hooligans, if they had SAS backup, they at least would fight everyone to a fucking draw, right?
Yeah.
Like, what is even the point of Mossad?
Yeah, it's also reservists too. It's like IDF guys who are like on vacation and Mossad agents, and they're just getting their shit packed up.
I mean, we've kind of seen the fighting capacity of Golani Brigade. They love hanging out in windows.
It's just like, yeah, no, they're just demonstrably bad at any sort of like symmetrical conflict.
Yeah.
If it's not women and children, they're like, I don't know. There's not much I can do. I've not trained on this.
They're gonna try to get like clearance for every time the Maccabees play abroad. They're gonna be like, you need to let us fly like 20 F-16s for close air support above our shitty soccer fans.
Yeah, that's what happened. They just didn't have air cover over Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Dude.
I never want to hear anything about Krav Maga ever again.
I also never want to hear anything about international rule-based order ever again, because the fact that like the Hague is right down the street and you didn't just like pack up half of these motherfuckers who are war criminals and then just like, prosecute them on the spot. Like what, why do we have any laws at that point? Because if a similar situation was occurring, where like a Russian neo-Nazi ultras, soccer hooligans were beating the shit out of like the Ukrainian neo-Nazi soccer hooligans, okay, in the streets of Amsterdam, like they immediately would be like, oh, you're like a former Russian soldier, okay, you're going to fucking jail. Like Hague is right there. It blows my mind. Like,
I mean, it's not just like that. They're clearly international war criminals, and like if they were like Serbs, they would absolutely be arrested. There is sort of like a culture of lawlessness as it applies to like Israeli tourists in general, even divorced from. I
banned that person who for the crime of ever bringing up a Polish proverb. That's what he look at what he said. A Jew will always tell you what happened to him, but never why. Polish proverb. Like, imagine. That's like,
I think it took the entire fucking country to come up with that one.
Yeah, dude, I love that because it's like the lowest form of anti-Semitism is like repeating the Polish version of anti-Semitism.
Yeah. Oh my God. They tried to like do the Holocaust by like just dropping a cannonball on people from a ladder. Like, get out of here, pal.
Oh my God.
But
that was the Visegrad account.
yeah.
Yo, Vistaground's real active today, dude.
His friend who pushes the generator is working really hard.
It's gonna be really hard now because he has no idea how to make a new account.
Yeah.
He's like, this was the account that my father was using too.
He doesn't even get Poland's computer until next week.
Yeah,
too.
you're done. You're done, son.
But like the like culture of lawlessness with Israeli tourists, at least in like, you know, broadly like NATO affiliated states, like the broad West as we talk about it. This reminded me, people were posting about this too. Do you remember that horrible fucking case in Cyprus where these Israeli tourists, like 6 of them, like committed they committed sexual assault against a Cypriot woman, and they were arrested, but Cypriot authorities like arrested her or detained her, didn't officially arrest her, but like detained her and like deprived her of sleep and like coerced her into recanting so the Israelis could go back home.
That's insane.
And of course, when the Israelis got back, they were welcomed as heroes. They were chanting.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember the story because like it was written. Of course, it was like written critically by Israeli media, where they were like, controversial reception for 12 gang rapist Israeli tourists or something.
Yeah,
like it was the craziest. It was the absolute fucking wait. What the fuck? Oh, this is the Harris campaign. Does anyone have the thing? Does anyone have the article? It was one of the most insane. Israelis accused of raping British tourists go to trial in Cyprus, but no, that's not it. It's like when they came back.
Ended up they like.
Oh yeah, here. Some in Israel uneasy with heroes welcomed for teens cleared of gang rape.
Heroes welcome. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. It's just like they, you know.
This is from this is from Times of Israel, for the record. Just understand that this is not like an anti-Semitic newspaper or some shit that is like making up this this story. This is from Times of Israel, Times of Israel's own reporting. In the arrivals hall, the teens, all wearing white yarmulkes, loudly celebrated their release by opening champagne bottles, chanting "Am Israel Chai," along with "The Brit is a whore." Don't say anything. Anyway, let's don't say anything that's gonna get me the ban, please.
No. There was another case of like an Israeli doing like a hit and run in America.
Oh, dude, the Kahanist?
Yeah.
Yes. No, not the Kahanist. Literally, Kahan's cousin.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy. Like
that happened this year, Chad.
Like for the most part, an English guy can't just like kill someone and be like, our countries are friends.
Yeah.
You know, like if you're an English guy, you still like would probably go to jail for that. It's fucking crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like you can't look at that stuff and be like, oh well, every country has a fucking lobby. It's like this is a unique lobby.
Yeah, it's it's the most important asset in the region, you know? So whatever happens. That's it. Anyway, let's finish this and then I'll show you the edited version.
Some of the violence.
Even when those like Turkish cops beat up protesters.
Yeah, the Kurdish protesters, in DC.
Didn't the bodyguards get arrested at least? Like obviously nothing really happened to them, but there was at least like the appearance of propriety.
Yeah. I don't remember what happened. They might have been considered a part of diplomatic immunity in that situation. But they were like directly the security detail. Not that it justifies it. But I guess the only other equivalent that I can see is like I don't know, immediate family members of like a Saudi you know, the Saudi crown prince or whatever that
Yeah.
like sexually assaults their fucking babysitter or some shit
That
in a
happened.
Beverly Hills mansion, and then they
Yeah.
like chase him around and stuff, and then
That happens. Like George Nader is like that's a pretty blatant case of that, where he's not a he was in the Mueller report.
What George Nader?
That George Nader.
Businessman sentenced for $3.5 million foreign conduit contribution
But
scheme.
he's done way worse than that. George Nader is, I think he's like Lebanese, but he has extensive contacts, both like in Lebanon and like
As an advisor to senior UAE government officials during the relevant period.
Yeah, he's super plugged in the Gulf, and he's sort of like has been a middleman for the U.S. State Department for like decades and decades. But he's also like an insane pedophile, like fucking insanely evil. Like when the Mueller people arrested him, they found tons of shit on his phone. He had previously been arrested for trafficking a 13-year-old.
Jesus Christ.
He keeps getting like slaps on the wrist or like just like completely let off and like not having to register as an SO because of how valuable he is.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you ever really want to depress yourself, just read George Nader's like personal history. It's fucking insane.
This is the type of shit that like that blows my mind, because there's like so many examples of it, including but not limited to that Virginia guy apparently.
Yeah.
But it's like, this is the type of shit that where people go like, oh, there's deep state pedophiles, like they're doing sex trafficking rings and shit. And it's like everyone talks about like Jeffrey Epstein, for example, obviously the most famous case of it. But, you know, no such considerations are extended to people that are ideologically aligned with you, at least on paper. Republicans refuse to recognize that Kimball Musk stayed in Jeffrey Epstein's New York mansion. They don't give a fuck that, you know, even Elon Musk had connections to Jeffrey Epstein. Democrats don't give a fuck that Bill Clinton was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend and was very shaken visibly after Jeffrey Epstein's untimely demise. So it's very frustrating that it's like American foreign policies uniparty, but so is like you know, pedophilia and sex trafficking that's happening alongside the State Department.
No one, everyone, like both parties are incredibly fucking guilty of this on the highest levels. Like Democrats have Ed Buck, they have like Jeffrey Epstein, even though like there are also a few Republicans, though I like on balance, probably more Democrats involved in that. But yeah, Republicans have George Nader, they have Lawrence E. King. They're just, everyone has endless amounts of these fucking creeps. The Nader case is just like, it's so rare that you get to see it all laid out for you in such stark terms.
Dennis Hastert for the Republicans, obviously. He's like, we say Diddy crash, but Dennis Hastert's like an Olympic level pedophile.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of crazy. He's the most prolific pedophile in Congress still, and also holds another record, longest running House Speaker.
Yeah. They're even like
for the Republican Party.
There's also like, you know, there are a ton of pedophiles, but there are also like a lot of like guys who have committed rape and just they're fine.
Yeah.
Who is that one Israeli ambassador to the UN? Do you remember who I'm talking about?
Well, not like Gilad Erdogan.
It was a
not
while
him.
ago.
He's my favorite. Not
no,
Gilad.
No, I'm gonna have to delete him from Spotify.
No.
Oh, no. Israeli ambassador.
Yeah, no, Dennis Hastert is not alleged. He was 100%.
No, he was guilty.
He was super guilty. As a matter of fact, the running theory is that they let him be the Speaker of the House specifically because they knew that about him, so then they could control him, basically. Yeah.
Hastert. Oh, this circles back. Hastert was a he was one of his biggest individual patrons was Jim Oberweis, the evil dairy guy.
Jim, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I was bringing him up as an example of how like someone can have bad politics but make great food.
Oh.
The Dairy King of Illinois, Jim Oberweis.
Yeah, like the Chick-fil-A guys. Anyway, I still haven't been able to finish this fucking short ass goddamn Sky News video. Maybe that's why they re-edited it.
Say free Palestine and we go. Good.
Sky News
They threw him in the canals of Say Free Palestine and we go.
could not independently verify all of the footage shown. Police arrested six.
I don't feel fully bad for people who are like Hezbollists, but like a little when you see that clip and you have to pretend it's like not funny.
Yeah.
Like you lose something as a human.
Okay, but you know, people get mad at you. They're gonna be like, he's gonna be killed.
People.
David Keyes.
5 were taken to
hospital. David Keyes was the Israeli diplomat who like had a lot of accusations against him.
One day after Keyes posted officials to his Netanyahu spokesman, an anonymous complaint of sexual assault against Keyes was reported in Israeli media. The Jerusalem Post reported at the time that the complaint came from an anti-Israel activist who was denied entry into Israel in 2014, but he still had to resign.
This guy, he's sort of like
seems like maybe it wasn't an anti-Israel activist.
He's like an Elon Levy type.
Yeah, David Keyes was a disgrace to women for years. Who let him get away with it? Yeah.
Yeah, there were a lot of accusations.
So that's the short and sweet of it. They arrested 62 people. They made it illegal to fucking protest.
Since being discharged. Israeli far-right ultras are notorious for their racism and physical violence. Dutch, Israeli and British leaders denounced the attacks as anti-Semitic and even referred
how Netanyahu has the Hitler haircut now.
Yeah, I think it's got to be like a flex, right?
Yeah,
like he's like,
like,
come
I
on,
dare
point it
you to
out.
say
Yeah,
something.
point it out, bitch. He's gonna grow the mustache next. You're like, come on, point it out if you can.
I'm taking it back.
Yeah. This is my favorite mustache that I used to grow when I was a child in Philadelphia.
This is like when Kanye wore that jacket with the Confederate flag. This is the same thing.
I'm taking it back.
Referred to it as a pogrom. But their statements failed to mention the assaults by the Israeli
like scathing, which is crazy because it's like objective news coverage.
Yeah.
Which is shocking from Sky News.
hooligans against Dutch.
Shockingly anti-Semitic.
It's like, what? It's insane because it's like you can't take any individual thing from there and be like, that wasn't fair. Like it's all you could do is just like whole cloth call it like anti-Semitic. And that works.
Yeah, so basically this was before what we know about anti-Semitic violence in Amsterdam. This is what they deleted and changed it to. Even the tweet accompanying the video has changed. It has explicitly shifted from mentioning anti-Arab slogans to removing the phrase anti-Arab and using anti-Semitism. Reuters had some choice words where they said anti-Israel slurs were used, whereas Israelis used anti-Arab slogans.
Oh my.
That was cool when they wrote it like that. Maccabi Tel Aviv fans tore down Palestinian flags and chanted racist anti-Arab slogans. The Israeli team supporters were attacked and fights took place in the streets. New tweet that came in after. Violence in Amsterdam. What we know so far. Police in Amsterdam arrested 62 people following violence in the city on Thursday night. The city's mayor, police force, UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy, and others condemned anti-Semitic violence. What's funny is like the New York Times did basically the opposite of this, where they came in heavy-handed and hot. And then they were like trying to edit it to make it like more moderate, basically, where their starting position was like, Judaism as a religion is under attack across the board in Amsterdam, alive and well. It's crystal knocked. And then they were like, okay, maybe there was some racist stuff that happened on the other side too. My bad. So it's cool that everyone is like ultimately still moderating, but They have also inserted the video right after the opening footage of Dutch Prime Minister condemning anti-Semitism. That was not in the original video, or it came in the end of the original video. In the new video, they also added an impact narrative, Vox Pops, but only from a Maccabi fan, not an Amsterdam resident. In it, he says the attacks reminded him of October 7th.
Oh my God.
As if nothing As if it couldn't get any worse, the original report ends with the reporter saying that while politicians had called it a pogrom, their statement failed to mention the assaults by Israeli hooligans against Dutch citizens. This bit was deleted. They deleted that bit. And the re-edit of a previous video didn't meet Sky News' standards for balance and impartiality.
They compared it to October 7th. They compared it to Crystal Knocked. Like, I don't know. Why not just compare it to like Babylonian captivity too?
Yeah, it's just.
It's like, do you guys realize that people see this shit?
Oh, the editor's note has been deleted now as well.
Okay.
Well, good. Now there is no.
Violence in Amsterdam.
No, I already watched it. I already watched the OG video. I watched the OG video.
Danny.
Israel evacuates citizens from Amsterdam after anti-Semitic attacks. Who else gets a fucking evac after their racist hooligans do racial riots on a foreign nation's soil?
You would think that England would do that. Because it's like that's a paramilitary organization, but like not just that, but like that it's new. Like the president talks about the president of the United States talks about it.
Yeah, no, that was it was incredible. It was incredible, dude. And it's always so coordinated. Like it's always like immediately like something just zapped in people's brains where they're like, oh my God, we have to immediately talk about this.
It makes me wonder if there are like, people who, they're in whatever like administration or whatever, who are like spent time in the lobby, if they're all have the same script basically, or if at this point it's just such an automatic reaction that it like seems like they're all going from the same script. I don't know, but like the result is the same no matter what.
It's wild to me that at a time when there is a major crisis surrounding like media credibility, that all mainstream outlets in unison will run this like objectively untrue framing in a way that like maybe they can get away with it in America because like Americans don't understand hooliganism.
Yeah.
Like they have no framework for it. Like, yeah, sure. Like our football fans will do like racist shit every now and then, but like it's not as like serialized as and a guarantee in the way that it is in like soccer fandom. But even then it's like so obvious that on social media, you could just like see exactly what happened. And if you only read the fucking newspaper, you're like, oh, wow, like the world is really fucking on fire. Like the level of anti-Semitism is really tuned up. And in some respects, it has. That is real. Like there is a very real aspect of like Israel's actions being tied to Judaism cynically that pisses people off and negatively primes them against like Jewish people as a whole because they think like, oh, all Jews, like they're too stupid. They're like, they're not. Well, I can't even say that they're too stupid because like the fuck are they supposed to see when everyone, both on the anti-Semitic side and also on the fucking like pro-Israel side, are saying Israel is monolithic and all Jews care about is Israel. So like, of course, people who are uninitiated and haven't read into it that trust mainstream news resources are probably gonna fucking look at that and go like, yeah, I guess this is just like some Jewish shit. You know what I mean? And that's how you fucking create more anti-Semitic shit, anti-Semitic tendencies.
Yeah. It is very interesting during the sort of like self-flagellation / reappraisal cycle that we've been seeing since, really this entire week that, yeah, like, in the light of probably when all is said and done, the Harris campaign shedding probably about like 10 to 15 million votes from the Biden 2020 totals. After I would say the now signature policy of the Biden administration, the one that everyone will remember him for, and the event that everyone will remember.
The CHIPS Act.
The CHIPS Act,
IRA.
AUKUS, IRA. The signature thing this administration was about, the signature sort of
Five Eyes
story.
NATO. Ryan Ruth.
Finlandization.
The Finlandization of NATO. Or the NATOization of Finland.
Yeah.
Sorry, I fucked it up.
But like it's Israel. It has been the main story. It is like the main thing the Biden administration has been about. It is probably like the greatest gulf between like public opinion and where either party is at policy wise and where the news media is at. There are all these reappraisals, like self-flagellations, and the same cycle over and over again. We're so stupid. How could we miss this? But on this, just business as usual. like they will reappraise fucking everything. But this is the one thing where like you cannot deviate from the course whatsoever.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, you can be in the tank for Israel and still, like, not lie your ass off every time when there's a story like this.
Yeah,
like the UK media.
I don't know why they go so heavy-handed with it. That's what I like don't understand.
Yeah,
plenty of people are already primed to be like pro-Israel due to like almost a century of fucking propaganda where. 76 years of just like positive news coverage. Israel's a startup nation. They made the desert bloom, all this shit. Only democracy in the fucking Middle East, which is very racist to say, but
yeah.
Like there is no reason to ham it up further. It doesn't make sense. Like, but I guess like moments like this, like a little blip like this, will really galvanize the supporters. And obviously it serves this fucking purpose. Where is it? Here is Avigdor Lieberman saying, I call upon the Jews of Europe not to procrastinate as it was on the eve of the Holocaust. Leave everything and immigrate to Israel. It's like, come on, dog. It's very fucking obvious what you're doing here. You know what I mean? Like it's so obvious. Like you're losing reservists by the fucking day. The vibes are fucked in Israel. The economy is fucked. It's on fire. And you're like, please, we need more people. Think about how anti-Semitic the Western world is. Please come here instead.
Yeah.
It's fucking pathetic.
And it like all this shit is like, whether it's like the New York Times doing it very like heavy-handed and then like kind of walking it back, or like Sky News doing it more sneakily. All of it is like, I mean, what do you call it except like a recruitment drive for Israeli citizenship?
Yeah.
Like just telling people you're not safe anywhere. Like,
why the fuck would you ever want to live in Israel if you're living in, like, I've said this before, the greatest threat to Israel is not like Iran, Lebanon, or fucking Hamas or whatever. It's literally Sherman Oaks, Boca Raton, and Brooklyn. That's it. That's the greatest threat to Israel's permanence is that, like, if you're living in the United States of America and you have a happy life and this is like your entire experience, why the fuck would you go and live in Israel?
Yeah, it's also like, I mean, like now that like, people can actually land ballistic missiles inside the confines of Israel. It's not just that they're like, people are staying put instead of going to Israel. They're actively losing like kind of like their highest earning and most educated citizens. There is like a brutal brain drain going on right now. Part of that is because like they can no longer keep up the guarantee of like, hey, we're gonna beat up on the Gaza Strip every like couple of years, but that means they'll never come home to you. That they can no longer guarantee like, clear skies over Tel Aviv also. That's part of it. But also, like, it also just like sucks to live there for reasons besides that. Like, the economy is like weirdly fragile. There is like pretty bad consumer inflation. And like, if you're like kind of an urbane, like liberal-ish person, not even like a left liberal or anything, but just like the type of like cosmopolitan person who would have like a well-paying job like anywhere in the world, right? That is living in Israel now is like living in the fucking villages.
No, it's
But,
too
like,
much techno.
crazier.
It's too much psytrance, dude. There's no fucking way. No way, no shot, dude. I'm not. You can't make me. I'm not doing that. Okay.
It's like think about like being like a young person, someone who's like just starting out. Like maybe you just like got out of you got a post-secondary degree. How fun would it be to live in that fucking place as a 24-year-old?
No, listen.
Well, I mean, besides this is very cool.
Go ahead. You wake up, you want to get your morning coffee at the fucking cafe down the street. This is blasting.
You get your plate of corn and your chocolate milk.
And then you take a photo of it and you say, this is the greatest Israeli breakfast I've ever had.
They want to kill us because this is so good. Okay, yeah. Okay, keep playing.
No.
Your friend texts you. It's a clip from Israel's #1 comedy show. 700,000 sketch they've done
About gay woke college students with blue hair.
I am gay for Hamas.
I'm going to anti-Semitism university.
I go to gay college in America. I study in gay with a minor in condom. I'm gay for Hamas, and that is like being a cow for hamburger. It's not. You have not even been up for an hour, and this is how good your life is.
This is the most anti-Semitic thing I've ever done. Is just play this much psytrance. Oh no!
Israel's not a monolith. A lot of people live there. People there also like clown step, which is my favorite genre of music.
Oh, here. Wait, what? Here's one of the hooligans. He's a techno DJ, no joke.
Oh, come on. When did every DJ decide that they're into like Hawaiian shirts now? That's like a big thing I've been noticing.
I just don't get, like, no marketing whatsoever for Israel. How did that happen? Like, it's just like, it's so, oh my God. It's Miami. It's shittier fucking Miami. It's Miami minus like Latino people, which makes Miami somewhat redeemable. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Miami with like less interesting looking stuff, like no like great restaurants, no jet skis.
Ay ay ay. Oh yeah, they're playing Beşiktaş, by the way, who has like one of the most notoriously violent hooligan cultures in Turkey. Where when I was growing up, they literally, I remember in the news, like Beşiktaş fans like killing one another over not being sufficiently pro Beşiktaş. Like there was an argument once in a fucking game where they're called çarşı. It's also like the marketplace. It means marketplace, but it's also like the marketplace in Beşiktaş, the area. And I used to go there to get all my, black market, my black market DVDs and video games, but like pirated, cracked copies. But yeah, they're supposed to play in Turkey, but apparently FIFA was like, nah, let's not do that. Let's go to a neutral territory. They've already moved to a neutral country. We'll probably be behind closed doors. This is anti-Semitism. This is anti-Semitism, the highest variety. No, you don't understand. The Maccabi Tel Aviv fans have a right to go to Turkey and like do a reverse pogrom first. And then if anybody defends themselves against that, then that is the real anti-Semitic action.
It would like if like the same thing that happened like in Amsterdam happened to them there. You would see the greatest watermelon selling of all time by Erdogan.
No, that
such watermelons.
That would genuinely be a problem because he's under a little bit of criticism, under a little bit of controversy right now because like, you know how he did this whole like we're not giving Israel any more like shipments or whatever, and then he just basically continued doing it, but
of course,
but changed the destination to the I think like the West Bank or something.
Yeah.
So they kept sending shipments into Israel, but like made it seem like they were sending it to fucking Palestine instead.
Is such amazing. He is the greatest watermelon seller of all time.
Oh my God, this is a huge move. Who does Eric Adams support in Besiktas versus Maccabi?
Oh my God. That's an amazing question.
Because Besiktas is the fan club that he was a part of in America. Yeah. And I don't know. He's gonna come out.
Such a good question.
He's gonna come out wearing like a hat that half Besiktas is like half Maccabi.
Yeah, he's gonna have a fez that has like a Star of David popping out.
It's like the Mets Yankees hat.
Yeah.
You know?
He's yarmulke, no brim.
Yeah. This is fucked up.
Is there an occupied Golan Heights soccer team that he could be a fan of?
Yeah. In any case, they did a medevac.
Turn overseas now for the latest on that horrific attack against Israeli soccer fans in Amsterdam. The local mayor saying they were targeted because they are Jewish. NBC's Megan Fitzgerald is in Amsterdam with more on all this morning. Megan, what more do we know?
Well, guys, good morning to you. Look, we know that fans are back home in Israel following those emergency flights that took them from Amsterdam back home, following what officials are calling anti-Semitic events that we saw fill the streets here in Amsterdam over the last several days. It all came to a violent outburst Thursday night after a soccer match between Maccabi Tel Aviv and a local Dutch team. Video shows the moments Israeli fans were attacked as they poured into the streets of Amsterdam after the game. Fireworks being launched.
For the record, just want to point out that like one of the biggest one of the very like viral pieces of footage that every news outlet is using was filmed by this local reporter photographer, and turns out this Dutch journalist is demanding an apology and the removal of her footage used by Bild, CNN, BBC World, Guardian, and New York Times in their reporting on the post-match clash between Maccabi Tel Aviv supporters and Amsterdam locals. She accuses them of misusing her footage and insists the truth be stated. Maccabi supporters attacked Amsterdam citizens in front of Central Station after the game. And what's crazy about it is that every single outlet presented it as like these immigrant Arabs that attacked Jews on the streets. So it was the exact fucking opposite of the reality that they were presenting. She says journalism is about finding the truth. It's time to show some respect to reality. That's your job. The only outlet she got an apology from was Tagesschau. And it's crazy. It's crazy that it's like they're just straight up fucking using footage of the Maccabi Tel Aviv fans beating the shit out of like random Dutch people, and everyone in the media is running as though it's the exact opposite.
It probably
people
is
on
like
scooters attacking fans who are running away.
Balance that like we don't really have like consensus reality anymore, and that like conservatives are kind of right about like how legacy media, as they put it, is like contracting. And yeah, like again, in most cases you want there to be like an objectively shared sense of reality and like accounting of events. When I see stuff like this though, I do think like good. Like, okay, who gives a fuck then? Like all these places can go out of business for all I fucking care.
I just think about like the like long-standing consequences of just like having a complete collapse of legacy institutions that you know are supposed to offer somewhat of a critical perspective or at least like give you real-time coverage of events. And the fact that they're misusing the remaining shred, the veneer of like credibility to do this kind of straightforward, objective, nonsensical propaganda is very alarming.
It's the exact same way that I feel about like,
especially because independent media is dominated by fucking far right goons.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, no. This is the exact same way I feel about like this last election or like 2016 for that matter, where no one has ever so richly deserved to lose. It's just kind of a shame who they happen to lose to.
Yeah. And this probably like for the Jewish chatters in here, like your parents probably see this shit and lose their fucking minds over it too, because they're like, oh my God, it's the Holocaust happening again.
Most Jewish people over 50 are like very far gone at this point. Like, it's rough out there.
Like
I've seen some horror stories.
They literally called me today about it. Like, it's hard. It's hard. You got a hard task ahead of you to fucking try to explain to them exactly what's going on.
I mean, like, honestly, it may unfortunately like be one of those things that you kind of have to wait out. The long and the short of it,
but do you like it doesn't go away? I mean, look at what like the Jeremy Corbyn effect in England. I think like made a lot of people more reactionary. Like there was polls conducted at the time saying like 80% of British Jews want to leave.
That was different though, because like Jeremy Corbyn, I would say the more important campaign against him was like not like the anti-Semitism thing was bad, and it like it gave him, it occupied him his time and energy and the time and energy of his allies in like fighting their own party, and it was like a bullshit smear, obviously. But like the thing that was like the thing that was like more electorally damaging to him was that they were able to portray him as like not British and like an enemy of like the English way. With this stuff in America, the reason that I say like you may have to just like live with it is like, frankly, there just aren't like that many Jewish people in America electorally. And just in terms of pure numbers, it would like, if we're just talking about like Jews over 50, not massively electorally consequential.
By the way, Ajax is the Jewish team, isn't it? Like historically. Jewish Amsterdam resident here. I think most locals are angry that we are being represented as an anti-Semitic city, and everyone, like you said, is running the exact opposite narrative. Protests were banned this weekend. These people climbed onto properties and ripped out Palestinian flags. They are not victims.
That would make me so fucking mad that like basically every world leader in like the West is saying that you guys are just, the average fucking Dutchman is just a raving anti-Semite. That would drive me fucking crazy. Yeah. I went to the Netherlands.
It's sick. I loved Amsterdam.
It's an amazing place. Yeah. The average family there is like, I felt like I was in Wolfenstein, not because of anything they did. They were very nice, but just because like the average 12-year-old is like 6'7".
Yeah.
I felt like I felt like the cockroach drawing a little bit, but I was treated fantastically, and I love, you guys have great museums. I am very upset on your behalf.
Yeah. My mom lives in Italy. She called me because she said if I was okay. She's over 50, but our pro-Palestine movement, which I'm a part of, is like stuck. We're all anti-Semites and get beat up. These people had the police escorting them for hours. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, from what I understand, like cops are pretty fucking bad at like every major European city where you do any sort of like pro-Palestinian demonstration, you get your shit pushed in.
It's insane.
You
it's
get
fucking
beat up.
Insane. It really is like, jackboot time
Yeah.
all over Western Europe.
Yeah.
Amsterdam police chief says tensions were already running high before the game on Thursday. Social media footage shows Israeli fans menacing local businesses, attacking a local taxi, tearing down a Palestinian flag, chanting death to Arabs and let the IDF win.
Like, why are you saying Israel evacuates citizens from Amsterdam after anti-Semitic attacks if you're going to add what they did that led to people fighting? Like, why? How is that anti-Semitic at that point? Like, what is it? Like, is it impossible for someone who is Israeli to engage in like violent action and then receive retaliation? Like, that's anti-Semitic? Like, what are we doing? Like, what the fuck? I mean, I guess technically, yeah, it is, right? Any matter of like resistance against Israel's genocide is inherently anti-Semitic. Berlin, Jew here. It's fucking miserable. We have pro-Palestinian Kristallnacht commemoration and 6 police vans came to intimidate the crowd. Yeah, I mean, German police is that is a league of its own. Germany is completely insane. It's an entire country, I feel like, that is engaging in like collective psychosis. Crazy take. Can you elaborate? What do you mean crazy take? Can you elaborate? Soccer hooligans who are notoriously violent and reactionary, okay, of every variety. This is not special to Israel, for the record. And I said this yesterday, and I will repeat it again. It's not that unique. It's not unique to Israel at all to have a group of soccer hooligans engage in violent behavior, okay? Soccer hooligans doing soccer hooligan shit in a foreign nation and then getting beat up in a classic Euro-style soccer battle, okay? That happens weekly, mind you. Being presented as this like pogrom is insane to me. It's insane to me. The comparisons to Kristallnacht is insane to me. Anti-Semitism is anti-genocide. Can you elaborate? What do you mean? He missed your sarcasm about anti-Semitism? No, I said like resistance against Israel's genocide is considered anti-Semitic. I don't know if you knew this or not, but, you know, I am the arch anti-Semite in the minds of many people who want to get me banned, despite me routinely fighting against anti-Semitism. As in the course of today, even, I've covered this in my coverage of the story or other stories. As a matter of fact, I've actively been describing how anti-Zionism is separate from anti-Semitism and how Zionism is inherently anti-Semitic because it presents the actions of Israel and its demographic interests as its maintenance of an apartheid ethno-state as something that is inherent to all Jews, that all Jews are monolithic and they monolithically defend Israel. That is anti-Semitic. And that is precisely the reason why Nazis also say that. Anyway.
Of course, a reference to the more than year-long war in Gaza. Now, tensions from the war are certainly helping to fuel the attacks that we are seeing in the streets. Many Israelis that we've been speaking to here on the ground say that they have left them fearful. And of course, this is reminding them of the painful past of Jews in Europe on the anniversary weekend of Kristallnacht. Now, we have been seeing, global condemnation from leaders.
Dude, that is fucking... That's gross, man. That's fucking gross. That's gross. That's so fucking gross. What a disgusting, monstrous comparison. So fucking shameless. Holy shit.
All across the world, including President Biden, who has called these attacks despicable.
Yeah, like minimizing the Holocaust to defend a far-right, psychopathic, rabid football hooligan group doing hate crimes is an insane proposition. Nothing worse than what you've said. Please explain to me what I've said thus far that is as bad as this. And if you say that my comparisons of a 19-year-old in Yemen who has only known genocide, American-backed, Saudi-led genocide in his lifetime, being quite similar, but a unique experience to another person who was also experienced and written about their own personal experiences. Wasn't actually writing to you. Haha, forgot the reply. Okay, never mind.
Guys.
So disturbing in the timing there. Ugh. Megan, thank you.
I think our community is lost at this time.
Video
Today's show
for Hasan Piker and Hasan Piker only. So if you're not Hasan Piker, stop watching. It is your duty to the American people, actually to the entire well-being of the world, to make a response to the Daily Wire. And when I say response, I mean build a company, build a media conglomerate that is in response to the Daily Wire, because that is the pipeline people are going on, and we need to put them on the opposite journey, okay? And we need to be reaching young people in such a way, and I do believe you are the only person at this point who can do this. So just like let me know if you need ideas or thoughts, but I just feel like this really needs to be done. So
this reminds me so much of 2017 when people would like a newspaper go out of business and people would be like, why aren't you guys buying it and running it?
Yeah.
And it's like, you don't want that. I feel like, to me,
I think people understand. We already have like a network of like-minded leftist like media outlets that are run independently, from myself to Chapo to Dropsite, Intercept, Majority Report, Means TV, and many others, right? Like the way to operate a Daily Wire structure business is virtual democracy now as well. It's virtually impossible for like Zeteo, that's another great example, Jacobin. There's no way to do this in the same way that the Daily Wire does it, because they're completely funded and facilitated by like oil barons.
Yeah,
who recognizes the importance of fucking constantly doing propaganda for the right.
There's no like, left liberal Robert Mercer,
Yeah.
I also I don't like this whole thing. I think it was Dave Weigel who said that like liberals are always fighting the last war, which I think is very true. Like the time, I think there's like very limited returns on this, but the time to have done it would have been like 8 years ago. But I think just in general, the hyperfixation on like parallel media structures and media figures is sort of also a case of like limited left liberal imagination. What would be far more, you would get a lot more yield out of, would not be like a liberal, Charlie Kirk. It would be a liberal, like Paul Weyrich or James Dobson. There are very few liberal institutions that are like specifically and specially geared towards winning elections, influencing legislators, enforcing message discipline, scaring elected officials.
Yeah.
Through either the withholding of votes or the organizational capacity of the organization. That they also have the double function of being able to like staff any potential administration with people who are ideologically on the same wavelength, which is, if you look at the conservative movement, a lot of their success was making it so that like, even when like, Gerald Ford was fucking president, or just someone who wasn't like the first choice of like a Dobson or a Weyrich, they still got their people in the administration. Having structures like that would go such a long way for liberals. And the thing is, they know how to like execute power, but only like within the party.
Yeah.
And only when you like mention fucking Palestine. But yeah, no, I don't know why I'm fucking giving them advice. They know this.
You can't flood the market with like a million pod johns and expect the same level of results, because like a lot of what like the independent Republican media ecosystem does is directly funded by the exact same billionaires that also fund, the likes of Fox News and all these other outlets and institutions. There's constant cross-pollination. There's institutional legitimacy afforded to all of the content creators on the independent space from mainstream media. But most importantly, and this is something that I have repeated quite a bit, most importantly, there is a direct ideological similarity between a Ben Shapiro type and the Republican Party, because they're all on board with the same fucking agenda. The Republicans are afraid of their base. The Democrats run away from their base. The Democrats are disgusted by their base. So a person like myself is not being represented in the party's establishment regardless. Now, there are some more progressive figureheads within the Democratic Party that I align with, but even then, there's plenty more room for, the things that I believe in. There's no immediate ideological equivalent versus like Ben Shapiro is almost entirely aligned with the Republican Party down to every single point. So unless the Democratic Party changes its entire policy structure and moves away from third way neoliberalism, it's never going to be an equivalent. You're just going to flood the market with like a million Harry Hasans.
Yeah.
Which they have done. They've done that already.
Yeah, they have a ton of those people. And like, the thing is, for the Republican Party and their media structures, we talked about this before with how like Kamala Harris did not have like patter. She didn't have like signature issues or policies. The case put forward by like the Harry Hasan types, by like the shell that comprises liberal parallel media structures, is like, we're not the crazy guys. We're not this. We're America will survive if we win. There's nothing really to get excited about if you're a lib on the media side. And that, like, you could have the most charismatic guy in the fucking world. You could have, like, just a brilliant broadcaster, someone who has amazing stage or camera presence, someone who is magnetic. If all they have to talk about is like, oh, when the Senate's back in session, Chuck Schumer is passing the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism.
Yeah, no,
you're not going to get, like, there's nothing for them to talk about.
That's a big cultural victory for us. Love that. Please throw me in jail, Chuck Schumer. Like, I voted for Adam Schiff on fucking stream. You guys saw it. And I was like, this motherfucker is going to be responsible for the vote that, like, inevitably puts me in jail in the lame duck period when Chuck Schumer passes the fucking IHRA definition of anti-Semitism in a must-pass bill that is tied along with defense spending. Like, that's their priority. If that's your legislative priority, you are so far removed from the interests and needs of your fucking base. Like, we are diametrically opposite to one another.
Yeah, like, a huge part of, like, contemporary conservative media, specifically people in the highest strata of online conservative media, was that in the eyes of their audiences, they would take on the party and they would win. Harry Hasan, he seems like a very nice, like, boy, but he's not doing that. He's not even taking on the party, much less winning.
Yeah.
None of them are doing,
because
like,
everyone is just parroting the party.
Yeah,
everyone is just parroting the position of the party. The closest equivalent you have with, like, internal support from the party is the Podjons.
It has all the messaging discipline of, like, the Cultural Revolution, with just towards nothing, towards no actual goal. The Podjons, how fucking conciliatory and just spineless they sounded talking about Biden when they were trying to get him to drop out. It's like,
And it turns out they had internal polling to show that he was like getting wiped off the table with like 400 electoral college votes to Donald Trump.
I'm sorry. How do you not tell people that?
Yeah, you should save America unironically by fucking openly admitting that. Like that would have been a saving America moment if the moment that they saw that internal poll, they should have been like, this is utterly incomprehensible. Yeah. What the fuck are we doing?
I think people have. I think the way people conceive about this stuff is like very short-sighted, and it betrays like a lack of understanding about just media in general, divorced from politics. And there are a lot of reasons that like you can't create like a fucking left lib Andrew Tate. You can have incredibly successful liberal cultural and media figures and products, but it's never going to be one-to-one. You're never going to create an exact liberal Tucker Carlson, but maybe you can create someone who like fulfills some of the important functions that like a prime Tucker Carlson did, which is like they attack the right enemies. You know, during the primary in 2020, someone who was at a one of the big streaming websites, I won't say who, was like trying to get me to ink a deal, like just me, an exclusive deal. And I would have done it if Bernie had won the nomination, only for the reason that like I felt like I could maybe fulfill that role as someone who can like attack his enemies in a way that like no one else, in a way that he certainly can't or wouldn't. But yeah, people just look at
That's what I said too. Like I would be the top fucking regime pilled propaganda minister if the Democratic Party was like at the very least presenting like OG Swedish style social democracy as its like genuine vision. Like that's not directly aligned with my values, right? That's not completely what I want, but I know that that is not only good for America in terms of the direction that we should be heading towards, but it's also certainly successful policy anyway.
That like this is the problem though, is that the American liberals, when they are looking at media, they only see the form and not the function. They think that like all these things are what they are culturally because of their exact form. They see like, you know, Fresh and Fit having like 25 girls that they hate who they paid to be there.
Yeah.
And they're just screaming at them and they're like, oh, people must like this show because they're yelling at those women they hired. And not like the actual function of what any of these things are.
Yeah.
They don't like Tucker is, I think, like an incredibly talented like broadcaster, right? But his form is not really replicatable for a liberal Democrat, but the function could be. But again, you can't understand the function if your politics is you in your concept of politics, you really never think about like who your enemy is and who is important to have as an enemy.
Yeah. But like, I don't even fully agree with that because like I said, then the Podjons would be the dominant like force in this space because that is what they are. Like the Podjons is the closest equivalent to like a Daily Wire style, a Daily Wire style equivalent, like direct access to the party, constantly having party operatives on board. Like they don't shape policy, but at least like they're channeling the policy. And I think that I that still doesn't move the needle enough.
Well, yeah, no, that's the problem though, is because like they never take on the party. And like Rush Limbaugh didn't take on the party either. But like
but Rush Limbaugh was represented by the party. That's the point.
Right.
Like, to a certain degree.
But like so are these guys, just in the extent that they seem to fucking love everything that the party's doing. Like, that is the main difference, though, is they don't take on the party and they don't win doing it or appear as though they're winning doing it. And also just the fact that, like, there is really nothing to get excited for inside the party for its own sake.
Oh, they got the internal poll after Harris became the nominee and took over the campaign. No one knew about it before he dropped out, but Biden's inner circle. My mistake. Mea culpa. My bad.
Yeah, but still, it's like, we all had like an idea of how shitty Biden was doing. With all that they know, I would wager to say that they at least knew quite a bit more than we did.
Yeah. And ultimately, no billionaire is going to fund someone whose overarching cause is the abolition of billionaires. Okay? Like, that's not going to happen. At most, you'll get like a billionaire with a pet project, right? For, I don't know, climate maybe, because they're in a competitive sector, or maybe they're a billionaire that is in the green energy, like renewable energy space or something, right? But you're not going to have someone who's like, yeah, I want someone who's like unconditionally pro labor, because you're not getting there unless you're like a labor billionaire, I guess.
Well, that is sort of like the spiral of devolution that happened with the destruction of the New Deal coalition, because there used to be a pretty reliable like Democratic donor base that was like, you know, maybe they didn't have like as many individual ultra wealthy guys as the Republican side, but they would have like, you know, individual groups of people like union lawyers or, you know, entertainers, or people who, if not billionaires, there were enough of them who had enough like disposable income that it did create like a, you know, it did provide like a dependable cash flow. Ever since the funding of political parties has been so utterly focused on ultra wealthy individuals for both sides, that has been sort of a problem in just how Democrats run campaigns. Like, how can you it becomes harder and harder to run like an Obama 2012 style campaign when, you know, Tony West and like Mark Cuban are helping you run the fucking party.
Yeah. I don't know. I just don't see the signs I've seen from the Democratic Party, by the way, they're asking for money because they're 30 million in the hole.
Tony West really did run the campaign like fucking Uber.
Yeah. Like, where did the money go, man? The money went to all the ads talking about how much they love Liz Cheney. What a fucking disastrous run.
Has David Shore said anything?
Nah, he's probably in a fucking K-hole right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
David Shore was probably listening to the same like psytrance playlist we were listening to.
Yeah. It's just like, for others, you may be looking for something meaningful and important to channel your emotions. If that's you, then we're asking you to make a donation to the Democratic Party today.
Meaningful. Pay off our debt from our shitty campaign. Every time that I think they couldn't possibly show more contempt, they surprise me. They surprised me even more.
Donald Trump fucking slam dunk, by the way. I'm very surprised that the Democrats who fought a hard and valiant fight in the 2020 presidential election, raising a record amount of money, didn't have lots of money left over. Now they're being squeezed by vendors and others, something he knows personally.
Oh, yeah.
He knows exactly what that's like.
Yep.
Whatever we can do to help them during this difficult period, I would strongly recommend we, as a party, and for the sake of desperately needed unity, do. We have a lot of money left over, and our biggest asset in the campaign was earned media, and that doesn't cost very much.
He's such a prick.
That's
so funny that he's doing the thing where like 50 Cent would like buy all the tickets to a Ja Rule show.
Someone said they spent 6 figures on the Caller Daddy set. Building a set for Harris's appearance on the popular Caller Daddy podcast with host Alex Cooper. The interview came out in October and was reportedly filmed in a hotel room in Washington, D.C.
That's what they spent $600,000.
They got 800,000 views on that, by the way. Bradley Martin I was having a conversation with him after because he's pro-Trump, and he was like, "Look at this," and he pulled up "Call Her Daddy," 800,000 views, and then he was like, "Look at this, Joe Rogan Donald Trump interview, 46 million
I didn't
votes."
know it only did 800. That's a brick.
Yeah, at the time.
That's a fucking brick.
At the time, people were telling me, like, you don't understand. This is a valuable constituency that she normally wouldn't appear in front of. And Semaphore's very own media guy, what is his name, Max Tani or whatever?
Yeah.
He kept reiterating that, like, you're wrong, and that Kamala Harris campaign did do a lot of, like, podcast outreach. They went to a lot of successful podcasts. No, they didn't. Joe Biden went on Complex, okay? That is not like a successful organic podcast. That's just media, but on YouTube.
Do you remember when Joe Biden went on Complex in 2020 and was like, he ended the interview by going, "And by the way, I don't consider drunk driving a felony."
Wait, what? You mean Joe Budden or Joe Biden?
Joe Biden. When you said Complex, it reminded me. Drunk driving.
There is no way.
No, I swear.
What? Oh.
You have to see the video.
Wait.
There we go.
You only arrest for the purpose of dealing with a felony that's committed, and I don't count drunk driving as a felony.
My goat.
Oh,
that's why he
the
won.
goat.
That's why he won. Bro, he's swept. He swept the Midwest with that one,
Yeah.
dude.
There was no chance. There was going to be a crack in the blue wall after that.
Yeah, if Ohio had access to internet, they would have voted for him too. Okay, Ohio, the Poland of America.
This was so good because after he goes that, the hosts are just like shocked. They don't know what to say at all.
That's amazing.
Yeah. This was such a fun campaign. Back when Big Joe was running things.
Reminder, Alex Cooper got paid $125 million. I know. That's like look, this makes sense, even though it's like an insane figure, because that's just how media works. They're like, oh, podcasts are the big thing. Let's give her $1 billion, right? This is the female equivalent to Joe Rogan. It doesn't matter if she's not putting up Joe Rogan numbers. It doesn't matter at all, right? Because the media has a lot of fucking money, and that's the reason why they're going to burn it, right? But the campaign shouldn't be spending money like that.
Yeah. Spending 6 figures to make a fucking set that looks exactly the same as every other fucking set in the world.
Yeah.
The main thing you need to understand about media is that all media is sort of like capital is allocated based on comps. And by comps, I mean, in this, like when they say, oh, Call Her Daddy is like Joe Rogan for women. These are the only terms that media executives, those who dictate the flow of capital, these are the only terms that animate them.
This is what we spend all of our money on. I'm sorry.
This was so insulting.
We got nothing left in the.
So insulting.
We got nothing left in the budget, guys.
Hello, ladies on train.
This is the reason why the polls were showing that black men were voting like by insane margins for Trump at the time, which didn't even happen. But like, it didn't stop the media from being insanely racist for no reason.
Or sending Obama out there to call them misogynist. I would be so fucking pissed if I were a black male who voted Democrat, because it's like the single most reliable group of male voters, bar none.
Yes.
Bar none. But B, like, your attempts to retain me are, we're going to protect your crypto wallet, and then like this.
Yeah.
Like this is,
and that
this
was
is
only
so
after.
Boondocks.
No, that was only after they fucking were like, oh, we have to give them something. Weed legalization or what was it? Like weed decriminalization, weed legalization, which by the way, they also did that at the last step for not just as like black outreach, but that didn't even get any fucking play at all.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy. That used to be the meta. That used to be the meme. Like, oh, just legalize weed and every state will go for you, was like the old adage.
Yeah.
And now even that has no motion. God damn.
This was so fucking like this is like literally treating black voters like children.
Yeah.
Like it's like going, hey, remember the video? You remember the pattern, right?
Let's see what.
And how much do you make?
I work in finance, making six figures.
How tall are you?
6'5".
Do you have a plan to vote in November?
Nah, not my thing.
That's
like a bunch of
I
like
would never vote again.
a bunch of white like the former BuzzFeed marketing guys sat together and were like, we need to make an urban style video.
Yeah.
That resembles what black people like.
Yeah.
What do they watch on YouTube? They watch that balloon popping show.
That is so fucking insulting.
Yeah, price point for that $750,000. Cha-ching.
That set cost $20 million.
Yeah. Damn, that ad ate.
Have y'all gone to Kamala Harris's policy page? It's fat.
Oh, amazing.
This is why I like putting all this in perspective, why I do think it's important to like take stock if you're a Democrat. Because everything I've seen, this is a campaign that like deserves to lose by like 10 points.
Oh, but
it's like actually amazing.
Wait, going back to the Maccabi Tel Aviv thing, they did okay, I'm sorry. People are going to get mad at me for saying this, but like I have this theory that a lot of, not all, but some Israeli tourists operate like they think they're in the West Bank wherever they go. And there is perhaps no greater example than this. And this is precisely the example that I have used in the past when I say, if you see a Star of David outside of a door normally in anywhere in the Western world, that like an anti-Semitic hate crime is probably about to take place, except for in the West Bank, where a settler will mark your house with a Star of David so that you leave the house before they throw Molotov cocktails at it. This is a 1-to-1. They went over to the Jewish quarter of the city and spray painted the Star of David like they're in fucking Hebron. That's insane.
Yeah, no, the average, like, we like to say on the show that culture is downstream from politics. When the entire politics of Israel is geared towards like expansionism, when settlers set the tone for everything, everyone behaves like a West Bank settler. Everyone behaves like the Hilltop Youth.
Yeah. But I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
Said Big Dog, we gotta recalibrate. Mia Khalifa interview, 3.8 million views. Vice President Kamala Harris, 800,000 views.
Oh.
Damn. It's done. It's fucking done, dude. We gotta run Mia Khalifa.
Yeah.
We gotta run Mia Khalifa for president.
Well, she's like a centrist choice because she has a Katyeb tattoo.
Oh,
but
yeah.
she's now against Israel.
That's true. That's true.
I don't blame her for that. I don't get mad at her for the Katyeb tattoo. I know it's not like my thing to forgive her. Don't get me wrong. But I forgive anyone for anything that they did when they were like 18. I think it's mean to hold things like that against people, you know?
She covered it up. She's not
a Katyeb anymore.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Israeli supporters of the football club Maccabi Haifa are seen attempting to burn the flags of Palestine and Netherlands while chanting, Gaza is a cemetery at Teddy Stadium in Jerusalem. Come on, dude. You're going to be...
Sorry.
I'm
sorry.
Nope, you said that. It's over. There's going to be...
over.
I found out the other day that he has apparently posted on his Instagram stories every single day, numerous times, about me, like various clips from the stream. And it was shocking. I did not know that that was what was going on. And since then, I referred to it one time when he said Defense Minister Yoav Gallant is a good guy. And then apologized for it and said, my bad. Me and my wife do not know anything about politics. We just kind of loosely pay attention. And he is a moderating voice in the war cabinet.
Yeah.
That's what he said. So he apologized. He said, mea culpa, my bad. And I think people were telling me that he then spent the rest of the video talking about how I love Hezbollah. Which, by the way, once again, okay, you know, get mad at me all day, you know, numbers on the board. Hezbollah more restrained than the tit for tat back and forth missile lobbing campaigns. Last time I checked, that did not eliminate entire fucking city blocks in Tel Aviv in the same way that Israel did in Beirut. So
maybe.
And they have fiber internet, which is something that I will never get over because I do not.
Move to New York.
Yeah.
I'm going to make everyone who's still here move to New York with me.
Yeah.
Do you know how easy it is to get fiber in Manhattan?
Really?
Yeah.
I've thought about it, but like my whole life is here. You know what I mean?
I know.
My whole life is here and I do love LA so much.
I am going to like, there are aspects I am going to miss. Like I wouldn't,
like getting good Armenian food.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. No, like there are like, this place is like beautiful in a way that like New York just is not, even though there are like aspects of New York that I also think are irreplicable. Like the experience of like walking, like Manhattan walking, this sounds so fucking stupid, but it's true. When I have a day where it's like, okay, I need to like get a screwdriver and like get some keys copied and I need a non-standard soda. And I take like a like 6 mile walk up and down like Upper Manhattan.
Yeah.
That's so fun in a way that like here when I have to walk like half a mile here, it is the most annoying fucking experience on earth.
No, you can't do that. Yeah.
It sucks.
You have to walk on like the highway.
Yeah, I feel like it turns me into one of those guys who I would make fun of in Illinois who walks on the shoulder of the highway.
Yeah.
But it also like not just like the beauty, but like I like the aspect of like when you go to hang out with people here, you like go to like you go to like a house. I think that's cool. I would rather go to like a house or like a beer garden type thing than like a narrow ass New York bar.
Yeah.
So it's, yeah.
I feel like you sweat more in New York. You know what I mean? Like, because it's cold outside and then it's warm indoors and you can take the jacket off. Like, I don't know why. Like, a lot of my experience of like being in New York is just like there's too much sweating.
I have the opposite thing.
It's humid.
I have the opposite thing. I like sweat way more here for whatever reason.
This is a dry heat out here.
Yeah,
I never sweat out here. I love it.
I sweat so much here and not in New York, but like I'll be here like a lot regardless. I do.
It's because you're fat. Shut the fuck up, Chatter. Chatter, I'm fucking 200 and motherfucking 25 pounds, bitch.
Incredibly lean.
This is not the leanest I've been, but I'm close. I'm like super close to the leanest I've ever been. What's the sweat ratio? I don't know. It's high. But dude, why are they burning the Netherlands flag?
Like
they went back home to do the same thing.
Did they like bring a Netherlands flag in their life? You have to be so fucked up to be like a dentist and be like, "Yep, I'm like them."
So stupid. Like
It's like when Ben Shapiro pretends that he hates medicine. It's the same thing. It's like you're not like that.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Come on.
He's just trying to be like the cool kids, like fucking RFK Jr. Okay.
Yeah.
The last thing I want to show you from the Maccabee saga, okay? The Maccabee Sagar is this like 15-year-old Dutch journalist who apparently is like a center-right journalist in the Netherlands. Or I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. When someone says they're center-right in like, you know, Amsterdam, I'm like,
Yeah.
Like, what level of anti-Semitism are we working with here? That's what people were saying. But they're burning the Netherlands flag because of the ICC, The Hague. But yeah. He's far right.
Nou, dames en heren, achter mij is de wedstrijd nog volop aan de gang. Tel Aviv krijgt een pakje slaag.
This language, bro.
It's fine.
This language, bro.
Toch doet dat de sfeer niet ten goede. Ik ben benieuwd wat er gebeurt als ze nou eigenlijk naar buiten komen. Dus laten we een kijkje nemen. Wat een leuke, gezellige mensen.
Ik blijf springen uitgekookt. Amsterdammer tot de dood.
It goes hard.
Leppen hooligans en die mannen maken geen jokes.
De wedstrijd is afgelopen. Ajax heeft gewonnen. Iedereen.
You know his racist ass loves the fucking, like, you know, refugee drill music that he's playing on his fucking...
Oh my God, yeah.
Because that is not a white guy that came up with that song. Let me tell you, okay?
No.
I don't know anything about fucking... I don't know anything about anything, okay? About the politics of this language that seems made up. I don't really understand it. But I can tell that it's not a white person singing that song, okay?
En kom naar buiten gestormd. Het is afwachten wat gaat gebeuren. Joden. We lopen.
Okay, I very quickly
give you guys that one.
I very quickly now understand what level of anti-Semitism this young child is running on. Wait, actually, did he say Ajax is the Jewish team?
Kom naar buiten
is.
gestormd. Het is afwachten wat gaat gebeuren. Joden.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, no. Ajax hooligans called themselves not Jews, super Jews, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's why it was the supporters that were saying
that's
it.
not so bad.
Never mind. I got scared for a second.
Oh, yeah. I was about to say.
Ajax is the Dutch team. No, I know, dude. It's the Dutch team in the fucking historic Jewish quarter of the town, which is why the team, the fans of the team called themselves the Jews.
That's cute.
Yeah. Or I think the Super Jews or something, right? How do you say Jewish in Turkish? Yehudi. Which immediately sounds like a slur when you say it like that.
Yeah.
But
they do that to Palestinians all the time. Because they think, like, if you just hear someone say, like, Yehudi, it's kind of like the same in a lot of languages.
Yeah.
Like, it does sound bad. It's like that 30 Rock joke where Selma Hayek goes, I'm Puerto Rican, and Alec Baldwin goes, don't call yourself that. And she's like, what? No, I am Puerto Rican. And he's like, oh, it just sounds like so pejorative.
Yeah.
We lopen nu richting de Belmer Arena. En je merkt dat er wat jongeren over straat lopen. Die nogal onrustig tegen de politie doen. Dus ja, maar volgens mij, het is weer, ze schelden ze gewoon uit en dan rennen ze weer weg. Inmiddels wordt iedereen die onrustig is gewoon...
His voice is crazy, bro. This kid is Dutch Kuno? Yeah. Kuno doesn't care. Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Don't you think he's using he's like modifying his voice in editing?
No, I think he's 12, I think.
Weer weggestuurd. Stad verloopt rustig. Maar we gaan verder zoeken op Centraal Station. Kijk, alle sporen zijn verschillend afgezet. Zodat je dus niet elkaar tegenkomt als je niet op hetzelfde spoor. Minder ruzie. Alles voorkomen. Ook tussen de poortjes. En bij de NS staat gewoon een hond. Gewoon om even af te schrikken. In de metro zit de sfeer
Oh, he's got a
er.
fuck the police slant going. I like this. I like it.
Is this like a famous 12-year-old in the Netherlands?
I mean, I feel like when you're in the Netherlands, like you don't have that many content creators. So like if you're like anyway, like if you're even a little bit famous, like everybody knows you.
Yeah. It's like, how many people live in the Netherlands? Like what, like 6 million, 7 million people?
I don't fucking know.
It's like being the host of Chapo in Brooklyn.
Damn, it was saying 17 million.
Damn.
That's still a lot of people. That's surprising.
Gelukkig wel in. Nu nog rijdt op Centraal Station. Tel Aviv.
I see why this kid's so popular. This is very fun.
This is giving mixed signals to people who are uninitiated about the background of the team.
Yeah.
It almost... Once again, I'm going to repeat. These are the fans of AX, which is known as the Jewish team, but also referred to as the Jewish team pejoratively by other soccer hooligans, but also referred to in a loving manner by the soccer hooligans who are fans of AX. I know nothing about soccer. This shit's wild. Ajax, sorry. Chat, this is why I was trying to explain to you, like, just understand automatically that outside of like 8 total clubs and fandoms, most of the soccer hooligans don't have the best politics, okay? That's all I'm saying. And if you think it's like Bill's Mafia, like, no, it's even fucking worse than that, okay? The average soccer hooligan in like Italy, and I keep repeating this over and over again, will throw bananas at their own black players, okay? At their own players. So...
Oh, we zijn net op Centraal en je merkt al eigenlijk dat de sfeer wat minder gezellig is. Er worden vuurwerkbommetjes afgestoken en ze zijn nu aan het rennen en aan het schreeuwen. Ik weet niet wat er... Nee. Ik weet niet wat er precies gebeurt. Het is wel een flinke stoet. Oh, ze zijn palen uit de grond aan het jatten. Ze hebben palen uit de grond gejat. Ik denk om zichzelf te weren van mensen die ze lastigvallen. Oh, ze doen nu allemaal maskers op.
Oh, now they're putting on masks. He's like slowly walking.
Er is geen politie, dus ik weet niet precies. Het is nogal...
I wonder why they would be doing that. I guess the Maccabi fans have a right to defend themselves. Is that what's going on?
I'm reminded of Metal Gear Solid 3, where they tell Snake that it's a procurement mission. Everything that he's going to use in the mission, he's just got to find on site.
Yeah.
That's what they told the Maccabi supporters.
Heel gespannen sfeertje. Oké. Ja, politie.
Distressed Asian tourists.
Ze gaan achter mensen aan.
That's one weird thing about
Veel politie.
Europe. I guess this is more like an English thing. How like
no, they do it all around Europe. Everyone's Asian.
Yeah, and it's like technically they're right. Like Asia is like an enormous continent that encompasses like, you know.
Dude, remember when American racists were like, "Oh, they're doing it to hide the crimes of the Pakistani population," and it's like, no, that's just like how they refer to.
Yeah, that is the best like American centric bullshit where it's like, oh, you think you can trick us?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. Asian crimes are on the rise. Like, we know what you mean by that. And they were like, they thought that like England had changed the designation to like Asian, like the racial designation to Asian of like Pakistanis, specifically, or like Middle Easterners, specifically to hide like to hide the crimes of like South Asian gangs or whatever the fuck they were trying to claim.
From who? Like to hide it from Americans.
Yeah, to hide it from Americans.
Yeah. If we find out the real race, and then we're gonna elect Donald Trump in England.
Yeah, that was really funny.
oké, het loopt helemaal uit de hand. Oh, palen naar de politieauto. Zo. Ze zijn een beetje uit elkaar. Taxichauffeur reed er ook expres doorheen. Ze hadden van die bouwvakkerspalen uit de grond gehaald. En die op andere mensen gegooid en op die politiebussen.
That kind of goes against the narrative that I was seeing on mainstream news. What? Oh well. They do have a right to defend themselves against police vans, to be fair.
We zijn weer eens, zoals altijd, de enige media die er is. Politie vlucht hem een soort van, of rijdt. Hij keert terug, alleen hij is in zijn eentje. Je hebt wel... De groep is hier. Hij heeft duidelijk meer versterking nodig, want dit gaat anders niks worden.
English, but like funny.
Guttural.
Yeah. Groep hier.
Er staan 2 busjes. Het politiesignaal is uit. Het leek op een vechtpartij, maar we weten niet precies met wie. Ik denk met mensen die tegen ze zijn. Het lijkt erop alsof ze misschien in dit hotel verblijven. Alleen ze trekken de stad in. En ze lijken niet bang. Ze schreeuwen veel. Ik versta het niet. Dus als je het kan vertalen in de...
my news report on soccer. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They're woke. It's like...
Yeah.
It's like those... It's like those Japanese babies that do chores.
Yeah.
In the Netherlands, they have this program where they're just like, here, okay, baby, go out and do news reporting.
That is something I think about. Like, I feel like it's like sort of overblown, like the high trust and low trust society thing. But like, it is interesting in countries that aren't like as much of like a terrifying free for all
as America.
Like, yeah, that you can like your kid can like walk around at like pretty late at night and you have a reasonable expectation they won't be like run over or shot, you know?
In de comments zou fijn zijn. In de comments. Sir, what's happening?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
You went to the game?
Yeah.
What do you think is gonna happen? Because yesterday they destroyed some things in Amsterdam.
I just stay away to don't involve the violence.
Okay. So you're not a hooligan?
No, I just stroke an eyelash.
Okay. Enjoy your night.
Thank you very
much. Ze trekken nu echt het centrum in. Dus ik ben benieuwd wat hiervan terechtkomt. Het ziet er nog steeds niet gezellig uit. Ze hebben ook nog maar twee busjes. Het lijkt er echt op alsof de politie eigenlijk...
It's crazy that like when the Maccabi Tel Aviv hooligans are fucking roaming the streets, like ripping Palestinian flags off and shit, there's only 2 police vans. But God forbid you do a pro-Palestine rally in the city center where they will like bulldoze your fucking encampment. Very sick stuff. Very cool that they're just like, oh, a violent paramilitary of ultra-nationalists roaming the fucking streets. It's fine.
It is insane.
It would be anti-Semitic not to do, the normal police work in this, to do normal police work in this situation.
Niks doet. Niet eens, dus niet eens een waarschuwing. Ze rijden gewoon mee. En ja, dan wil ik, dan op een gegeven moment dan gaat er wat kapot en dan kunnen ze nog niks doen. Maar misschien rijden ze mee in de hoop dat er meer versterking is. Volgens mij, al die taxis, dat was dus gisteravond ook, die zijn niet zo blij met de actie. Dus die zijn nu met z'n allen aan het toeteren en dan hoogstwaarschijnlijk komt daar weer ruzie van.
This is like
Zoals je kan horen.
This is adorable, but he's also like a very good reporter.
Kijk. Veel.
Oh, ze jatten allemaal pallets uit elkaar. Ze lopen nu met houten planken.
Hey bro.
Paolo Oliveira should be ashamed. Like,
Ze lopen gewoon met wapens.
So much better. He's so much more likable.
Er rijden trouwens 3 trams gewoon bijna tegen elkaar aan. Misschien is het een soort muur. We komen van 2 kanten. Ze komen van 2 kanten. De conflicten komen nu.
Zo dan.
Okay.
Zo dan. Kom je bijdraaien?
No offense as an American, but it's so weird to me seeing like how animating soccer is, because every fucking time I've watched it, I've watched the World Cup like in Spain. I was watching Argentina versus Germany or whoever the fuck they were playing in 2014. And I was so bored. Like, it is so boring. I don't understand. But it inspires so much, like, so much just anger and passion. And I get being a fan of it, even though it's not for me. I don't get how you're like, I like this. This game is so exciting. I'm going to join like a club of people who like beat up other people. My life is going to be traveling from country to country, beating up people who also watch fucking soccer. Maybe, I don't know. I don't understand it.
I disavow everything that Felix Biederman said on this broadcast.
No, these opinions are only my own. These are only my opinions.
I would never disrespect the great sport of football.
I don't.
Thank God I wasn't here when he was saying those things. I'm about to get fucking
ze hebben
Omega Dogs.
kwamen terug. Ze zijn zeg maar die twee groepen. Eén groep kwam vanaf daar. Toen zijn ze met z'n allen daarheen gelopen. Met stokken gegooid. Nu wordt er met vuurwerk gegooid. Dat was wel even schrikken.
Neem eens Timmy Poel Schroeder. Schroeder.
Je merkt wel, ze zijn nog niet klaar. Dit gaat nog wel even door. Zo, ik moest ook net stoppen met filmen. Ze zeiden, voor je eigen veiligheid zet nu je mic uit. Maar ze zijn niet blij.
Garantiert geladen Person uit de stad komt op en afgestroomd. Did I do it right? Maccabi Hooligan, put away the camera.
Maar ze zijn niet blij.
Then stop. Then stop. Dude, you are not in Hebron. You are not in the West Bank. What the fuck are you saying? Stop. That's like, what are you? He's just like terrorizing a child with a camera, dude. I don't think he understands. This kid, okay, is not only a child, but also a media child, a member of the media and a child. That's like, I mean, that's catnip, baby. You don't understand the situation you've put yourself in, okay? That's double jeopardy. That's a double-double.
Dat ga ik niet doen. Maar ik vond dit best wel spannend. Zo heb ik ze ook nog niet vaak gehad. Ja, en dat ook. Er is geen politie om niemand te beschermen. Gewoon niemand. 1 busje. Waar zijn die paarden? Er stonden net tientallen paarden op de arena, dus niks. 1 bus. Dit loopt uit de hand. Het is een soort, ze doen weer hittraining. Ze doen 30 seconden keihard rennen en dan gewoon weer voor 3 minuten rust.
They're running really hard for 30 seconds and then take a 3-minute rest.
Er is nu...
oh my God, he said he's a high-intensity interval training.
Meer politie. We lopen er nu recht achter. Oké, ze sluiten hun in. Ze worden een soort van ingesloten, zodat we niet de dam op kunnen. Maar we zitten in principe nu wel echt in het centrum. Dus we staan weer op stilstand. Ik denk dat ze daarheen gaan. Ik vind, het ziet er levensgevaarlijk uit. Ze staan met ijzeren pijpen, stokken. Alle harde dingen die op knuppels lijken hebben ze op straat gevonden.
I have to show you the funniest thing of all time. Have you seen this? I really hope you haven't seen this and this is the first time you're seeing it. This is the new UN ambassador.
Danny Dannon?
Yeah.
אנחנו בבניין המרכזי של האו"ם, שבו מוצגת תערוכה של ציורי ילדים שאמורה לעסוק בשלום עולמי. בואו תראו במה באמת התערוכה הזאת עוסקת. קחו לדוגמה את הציור הזה, שבו מדינת ישראל לא קיימת. ועוד ציורים שבהם מדברים על Free Palestine ודברים אחרים. אין פה אפילו מילה אחת על החטופים שלנו. אין התייחסות למלחמה שאנחנו מנהלים. אנחנו ניאבק בצביעות של האו"ם ונדרוש שהתערוכה הזאת תרד מהקיר הזה.
What the fuck?
It's a children's drawing. And they took it down, Felix. The UN responded by taking down the child's drawing quilt.
How do you not get laughed out of the UN? This is what I mean about the devolution of everything and everyone being dumber now. I feel like if you did this in 1992, you would be laughed out of the building. Pro-Israel buzz or not, this would just be seen as so fucking ridiculous.
And I think the media literally covered it as UN forced to take down anti-Semitic painting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. My favorite little thing is when the pro-Palestinian children are like, Golan Heights can be Palestine too. You see the little tip. They're they give them the extra land. Oh my God. It's fantastic stuff overall. Yeah, they're just they're child free. They're Reddit r/child free. Okay, Israel's the most r/child free country out there. Oh fuck. Nah, they've made a point that children have not condemned Hamas. There's libtards crying compilations, I guess. But I do want to do inside the rise of Germany's neo-Nazis, Tyler Hitler Vera back at it again, dude. Oh, there's an English version? Wait, he came back and shot it twice? Felix, you have to see this.
Of the United Nations, where thousands of people are passing every day, the UN decided to put an exhibition about world peace. Look at the drawings of children from all around the world. Nothing about Israel. Nothing about our hostages. Look what they have. They don't recognize Israel. They promote hate in those drawings.
This is the version I originally saw. Yeah, it was the English one where it goes, they promote hate in those drawings, and then it pans over and it's like peace. Teach peace.
They promote hate in those drawings.
One of them is just the world split open and there's a brain in the center.
It's
that is shameful.
That is shameful.
Peace comes from within.
Why has the UN not killed these children?
I really God. This really should get you laughed out of somewhere, but it just does not.
Shameful.
This is part of the hypocrisy of the United Nations. I demand that the UN will remove this exhibit immediately and will stop with the hypocrisy against Israel.
Yeah. Fantastic stuff, man. Thank you. All right, let's go back to our favorite Adolf Hitler
the greatest
archetype
reporter in the world.
Yeah. Our favorite Adolf Hitler archetype. His name is Tyler Hitler Vera. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The greatest documentarian of our generation. Okay? Let's take a look. He went to investigate the rise of Germany's, in air quotes, neo-Nazis. YouTube is like, nothing wrong with this. God forbid I have a fucking Jubilee video that I reacted to for 10 seconds. I'm like, copy strike.
I am kind of impressed that he I don't know, that he understands the concept of that Germany's president isn't just Donald Trump. If I had to guess what Tyler Oliveira is how he sees the world.
This is the. Oh, he also did the Inside the Country that banned free speech, and he hung out with Tommy Robinson. If you were to pick one, which one do you want to watch? Germany's neo-Nazis or England banning free speech?
I feel like I know what's going to be in the English one, but with the Germany one, I'm legitimately curious to see him interact with Germans.
Immigrants are in Germany to make Germany an Islamic state.
In 2023, foreigners made up 15% of Germany's population, but accounted for 41% of all violent crime suspects, with 75% of the victims being Germans. As Germany is the third largest host of refugees, hosting over 2.5 million refugees, with almost half of all Germans believing refugees are no longer welcome.
We're so back in 2016. Do you remember this shit? Like when
back when like
Sargon of Akkad or Lawrence Southern would be like
Southern tried to kill a bunch of refugees.
Yeah, straight up. Like went and linked up with an out and about neo-Nazi white nationalist group to like intercept the Doctors Without Borders ship.
Yeah,
like fucking psychotic.
There were tons of like.
I love the American brain rot of like doing 1350 stats on in Germany.
Yeah. I would love to see Tyler Oliveira run into Gunther. I feel like Gunther would stun him.
I highly doubt those numbers, by the way. Does anyone have the actual numbers? I mean, a couple things from my old eras of dealing with this kind of bullshit. Is a couple things that I recall is like something that they do all the time is they'll say like immigrants are responsible for like 75% of crimes, and fast and loose with the data. Number one, inside of the EU, even if you are not a part of like, even if you're not a German national, you're still considered an immigrant. That's number one. So they will just be like, oh, all immigrants. And then, you know, they'll be referring to every single person, regardless of where they're coming from, in an effort to say that they're all like the Muslim migrants or whatever. That's number one. Number two, another thing that they do is suspects. They don't actually cover convictions. That's the same principle between 1350 as well. 13% of the crime, not 30% of the crime, sorry, 13% of the population is black. They comprise 50% of the arrests, not the convictions, the arrests. Okay. So he said in this circumstance, he said suspect.
Placing their refugees with the third largest suspects with 10% of Germany's population, but accounted for 41% of all violent crime suspects, with 75% of the victims being Germans.
Yeah. Real Germans. EU fact check. Almost 60% of violent crimes in Germany are committed by men with migrant background. False. The ex-post by Danish politician Andres Visiten links to an article by the National Pulse, a radical right-wing media outlet. What's actually wrong with the claim? The police crime statistics differentiates between German and non-German suspects. The criterion is nationality. Any migration background is not taken into account, as the voluntary nature of such information means that consistent recording is not guaranteed. However, they did do the thing. The various terms migrant, person with a migration background, or foreigner are often lumped together, even though there are significant differences. According to UN, a migrant person is, yeah, there you go. There you have it. Once again, it's, they're doing the same thing that every fucking European style Nazi does all the time, which is literally if a tourist gets in a fight with a local, that's a part of the migrant crime that's happening. Or even if someone who is living in Germany that's not a German national, you know, since it's the fucking European Union and you can do that sort of thing, and they do a crime, no matter how little or how large, that's a migrant crime, okay? So anything from like pickpocketing all the way to like rape and murder, they are slamming into one category, and they're packaging it all as like Arab Muslim immigrants that are doing this.
It's very similar to like how the ADL compiles hate crimes.
Yeah. According to the United Nations, a migrant is a person irrespective. The Federal Statistical Office conducts population surveys in Germany. The population with a migration background includes all people who are not born in German citizenship themselves, or who have at least one parent who was not born with German citizenship. This group comprises 23.9 million people, around a quarter of the German population. Furthermore, it is true that statistics referred to by Vistisen differentiate by male and female suspects, but it does so separately from the categories of German and non-German suspects. Interpretation and background of the claim. The claim says that Germany has a problem with violent crime committed by men with a migrant background since Angela Merkel decided to open the borders for refugees in 2015. Millions of Syrians reached Europe, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Experts Dr. Salvatore Nicolosi, an assistant professor in international and European migration and refugee law at Utrecht University, says that one cannot conclude that because Merkel's government decided to allow Syrian refugees in, therefore Germany suffers more crime. Nicolosi, I simply see a policy decision that prioritize the need to make sure that those fleeing a war-torn country such as Syria are allowed to have a chance to seek protection in Europe. Okay, but that's woke stuff. Greatest Tyler Hitler Vera post. YouTube video essays who tell you how to think and what to think do not travel the world talking to real people with different perspectives than them. First of all, you're not traveling the world to talk to people with different perspectives than you. You're traveling the world exclusively to talk to people with the same Nazi opinion that you have. So I don't know why he's saying that.
He's like, that's like the annoying thing about him to me is that he's like so defensive.
Yeah. Yeah, he's leaning into it though, because he's never been like this outwardly and overtly in the tank for like, you know, open neo-Nazi movements and sentiments. So I think he's this is like he's getting into his. Also, Dantavius, get behind me. I will protect you. And so is Vince was on there too, and I will protect both of you.
United Kingdom, where free speech is illegal.
If you're a keyboard warrior.
As Germany is the third largest host of refugees, hosting over 2.5 million refugees, with almost half of all Germans believing refugees are no longer welcome, placing their hopes and their votes in the nationalist, anti-immigrant, far-right AfD party, causing them to win a regional election in the state of Thuringia, and to make history as the first far-right political party to win in Germany since the Nazis in World War.
Dude, how can you say that and not recognize what's going on? Like, was he dropped as a baby? Like, what the fuck? Like, he actually went step by step to be like, ooh, how interesting. Like, why are you covering this as a positive, man? What the fuck?
I feel like if it was like 5 years ago, Pablo Oliveira would be like a J Station type YouTuber.
Like, the late night, like 2 a.m. calling evil Santa Claus.
But his thing would be like, he'd be like, you guys, I found a time machine off of the dark web. I went back in time to talk to Hitler to see if he's really that bad.
Yeah. And he told me he's cool, actually. He's chill.
It would just be like a guy in like a shitty Hitler costume.
Yeah. Also, German anti-fascists are, you know, I don't know what these guys' background is. It can be very
this guy
good.
Probably loves Israel.
Or very, very bad. Like, he just came back from dousing like a Arab bakery with pork fat.
Yeah. Dude, we walked to Anti-Deutschers from our live show in Berlin.
Wait, really?
Yeah, there were two like the moment we started talking about anti-Deutsch, like two guys like stormed out angrily.
Oh, they got mad.
Yeah. And I wondered, like,
so what? They were just like not listening to your commentary beforehand. Like, did they think you were like super pro Israel or something?
This is like 2019. It's like at that point, I feel like you would have like a pretty good handle on like what we're about with Israel.
Yeah.
We had done like multiple episodes on Palestine.
Also, you're in a more precarious situation as a Jewish person in Germany with the anti-Deutschers because they love beating Jews who are anti-Zionist. Yeah. They're like, they got that old school epigenetic memory.
Yeah. I was talking to a family member who was like, you know how you have like everyone who has like lib family members has like, you know, sometimes they freak out after an election.
Yeah.
I have one member of my family who like every time like they did this in 2016 too. They were like, what country should we go to? And like, usually I'll like indulge them for a bit and then be like, okay, like calm down. Don't have to like go somewhere. It's like, it's okay. But they were like, they were floating countries. And I said, well, Germany's out. I'm getting dinged for hate speech there. And now I'm wondering, do you think I could even like go back to Germany now?
No,
Probably not,
No, they
no.
probably would put you in a camp.
Yeah.
They would be like, yeah, come through. No, it's great. We've heard what you had to say about Israel.
That sucks, man. I really liked it there too, but I don't think they would let me back in.
Yeah.
I feel like I could probably 80% sure I could get into England. I feel like I could get back to the Netherlands. Germany though, definitely no.
Yeah.
Fascists? Yep. Nazi-Schweine! Nazi-Schweine! Nazi-Schweine!
It became a beast, and we're not really able to stop it anymore. And people just think about it, how it all went when fascist Germany rose. Yeah, and I'm afraid that it will happen again.
As many Germans believe their national identity is being destroyed, their generosity exploited, their culture degraded, and their country no longer safe as they mass import economic migrants and refugees into their country, other Germans are fearful they're witnessing the rise of the Fourth Reich, as AfD politicians were caught meeting with neo-Nazi activists discussing their master plan to deport millions of migrants from their country, causing mass.
When that happened before. It sounds a little familiar.
Mass protests across Germany calling for a complete ban of what is now Germany's second strongest party, labeling them and their supporters neo-Nazis.
The AfD regularly rejects accusations of extremism, but the BBC...
Come on, dog, look at that guy. What do you mean? What do you mean? He's got the Benjamin Netanyahu haircut. the young BB haircut,
Remember,
you know?
God, that was such a distinct period of the online right when they were really into the
high and tight.
Yeah, the high and tight
fade.
haircut. Yeah.
Yeah.
has found clear links between significant party figures.
There's only one Islam, and this is what is dangerous for Europe, and it's not at all compatible to our values. Not at all.
I believe all religions are same, and there should be, brotherhood.
I also agree that all religions are the same.
Before I go to a protest organized by Pegida, an organization opposed to mass migration and the Islamization of the West, with a counter-protest organized by Antifa right next door, what does the liberal city of Berlin think about the migrants in Germany and the rise of
They had the fuck Nazis banner, but with the Run DNC, but they have the same ones with the fuck Hamas.
We were, whatever area of Berlin that is, we were there.
So-called far right.
We
Where are you from?
Right there.
I'm from India. Came here for work? No, I'm a student.
Was it difficult to come to school here?
No, of course not.
Easy?
Yeah, so much.
Do you think Germany is letting too many immigrants in?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Oh my God.
Brilliant.
That's my man right there.
I love that. You know he means Muslims.
Yes.
You know he's like, I left India to not be around these fucking Muslims, man. Why the fuck is Germany?
This guy has definitely replied to me and called me a terrorist.
You know he loves Israel.
Yeah,
oh my God. It's like, we will always defend you, Israel.
This guy is tuning into every Elon Levy stream.
What are your thoughts on the AfD party?
Oh, this is very bad for the foreign people. Very, very bad.
Tell me your thoughts on that.
This is really, you feel that they are very racist and they are so radical. For Germany, it's not good. And
why would Jasmine use this one word so much when talking about Germany's immigrants?
I mean, I don't know, right? I have no idea. But this absolutely will reach a fever pitch and then people will push them out. Absolutely.
National race. The question is, at what cost?
Well,
how much is a dollar worth, right?
Yes, and
what will be the social consequences of mass immigration to a
What
country?
did he use?
These very questions are what troubles the AfD, as the foreigners that make up 15% of Germany's population account
The
for...
only reason why they have trouble with the answers for the solutions to these things are because the solutions would get them put in jail. They know what the solutions are. They have plans for what the solutions are.
Oh, he means like final solution. I assume that's what like he's infer.
They just can't
Is that what
say
the
them.
inference is? That's crazy.
I would have to see the whole stream.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
L. Adolf, bruh. Yeah, they're all fucking racist, bro. Being racist is racist. No, Asper's community is not as primed on this shit.
This is so bad image for Germany.
I'm from Thuringia, so
Okay, so that's where they won the election.
yeah, that's right.
Were you happy that day or unhappy?
No, nobody in my friend circle or family circle was happy about it. And the rise of the populist parties is a big problem, not even in Thuringia, but the whole of Europe, I would say.
Too many immigrants here?
Yeah.
Do you think you're a hypocrite for thinking that?
No, I don't think so.
Are you the exception?
No, I guess no.
I'm coming here from.
Wait, no, he doesn't read what he doesn't even understand what you're saying. Like in his mind, he's like, no, I'm not Muslim. The fuck? Like,
Yeah, no, he believes some crackpot thing where it's like,
dude, Indian racism, like the level of race science that like racist Indians operate on is so crazy to me.
yeah, they think that like Indian, like every West German nation or West European nation and Central European nation was founded by Indians.
Yeah.
So it's not even immigration.
Yeah,
It's
no,
like
it's taking back what's it's not even taking back what's his. Is he's just around fellow like-minded Aryan individuals.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's wild.
he has no idea what Tyler asked him that.
Yeah, it did not track. Like he's not thinking about it in the same way at all.
From Tunisia for 30 years, and
He's like, I'm not lower caste. What
Yeah.
are you talking about?
Yeah, when he asked him, was it easy to come here? It's like, yeah, is it easy to go between Illinois and Iowa?
Yeah.
You know? Is it easy to travel within the Indian global super empire? Yes.
There are a lot of Indian Muslims. Yeah, we're not talking about that. Okay, calm down. Remember during the election cycle, a chatter wrote I drove Adolf and he pretended like he didn't know who that was and laughed at it. What?
German, it's changed now. Yes, they changed so they don't
BJP
like foreign
voter.
people. But on the same time, they need a worker. This is a big problem for maybe the government because they accepting a lot of refugee. But the refugee, why? Because they have no language. But if you say 2 years, you stay here and you get money and you don't work, this is a big lose for the country.
I think they are a little bit racist.
Why do you think the alt-right and the AFD is on the rise?
Migration. I think people getting Germans and so getting annoyed by migration.
It's a populist party. It's a party that just doesn't really have any politics or any real plans for Germany. That's my opinion, at least.
Sure.
And they use not only scapegoats, it's just what populism does, just quick answers to complex questions.
According to Google, 14% of the population right now in Germany is immigrant population.
Is he trying to like red pill random Germans on the street? He's like, oh, I'll have you know, these migrants are doing a lot of crime, by the way. How does that make you feel?
It's now I'm mad. Like, okay, I don't know for sure that I can't go back to Germany. I'm like guessing, but he gets to go. I don't.
Yeah, what happened to like Germany is supposed to have the most like comprehensive hate crime like statutes out there, like hate speech statutes out there, and like I guess they just have like a finite amount. Like they've spent all the battery on fucking anti-Israel sentiment. They spent all the battery arresting German Jews who are anti-Israel.
Yeah. It's just like I contributed to the German economy while I was there.
Yeah.
I went through so many vapes. What is this guy doing? Nothing.
Or of immigrant background?
I think it's higher.
Higher? Let's call it 14 or higher. Yeah. And roughly 40% of the crimes are committed by that.
While foreigners make up 50% of Germans, they account for a record 41% of all crimes. I wonder what article he got that from.
That 14%. Why do you think that is? And is that a reason for concern?
Well, that still leaves 60% of crime on nationals, right? So it's absolutely, if just by numbers, it's more local people, let's call it that. I mean, of course, it's a cause of concern, but I don't think the cause of concern or the answer is shutting out immigrants.
They're a populist right-wing party that are trying to destroy our democracy.
Okay, tell me more.
Most importantly, I think they threaten to undermine the trust that people have in our democratic institutions, especially young people. I'm very concerned about that, especially with the recent studies done on like the Shell-Jugendstudie and stuff, where we see already the very negative effects that populism has had on their outlook on democracy and the future.
Do you think Germany has an obligation to bring in refugees?
I think Germany has an obligation as any Western rich country.
What are your thoughts on immigration here in Germany?
I think it's less of a problem than we make it look sometimes. I think there are great opportunities in immigration, but I also think that we need to be careful in how we approach it because the topic is already so partially poisoned in public discourse.
Do you think immigrants have an obligation to build and uplift their own community rather than leaving and fleeing to countries?
I take it back, Chad answer. No, I know, but like, I know that motherfucker probably hates my ass. My biggest haters are all European liberals, dude.
Oh my, yeah.
My big like number one haters, like the most active like Reddit hate that I get, I think, is like directly from like European liberals.
I get like
globe emoji guys.
I get some angry replies from like Germans for sure. Though, shout out to the Iberian Peninsula. I got a lot of friends and supporters over in Portugal and Spain.
That balding guy's my cousin on my mom's side. What the fuck? Yo, check in with him. See if he's ever like tried to fucking dox me.
Countries like Germany, let's say.
That's an obligation for politics and politicians. Politics, of course, that's also something that I think nowadays it's being forgotten. Politics, they come from the people.
Where are you from?
I'm from Iran.
How do you like Germany?
I love it. I love Berlin, not the whole Germany.
Where have you been treated differently here in Germany?
In Rostock.
What was the experience?
They were like, you're not.
Yeah, like you're Turkish. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay.
They use that anti-Turkish slur. I forget what it's called. It starts with a K.
Is there anyone on earth who takes to baldness better than Iranians?
Yeah, he looks really good.
He looks amazing bald. Like,
yeah.
I think I see a lot of Iranians who are bald and they're just really fucking pulling it off.
Yeah.
Come here, you're not one of us. Like, what are you doing here? And then
God,
it made
really
me go crazy because I found myself being aggressive like around people, and I was like, hey, it's not me, but yeah, it changed me.
And does Muslim culture integrate well into Germany from what you've seen?
No. It's important to say it's because of German country.
German's fault?
It's not a thing of fault, but it's I think it's one of those things.
Does Germany have an obligation to change and modify themselves to accommodate them, or vice versa?
I would say neither. I think cultures, and we can see, for example, in the UK. The UK is a way more integrated or diverse culture.
I hear many people call them racist and they're undermining democracy.
Yeah,
okay.
I think so too, yeah.
Why do you think they're gaining popularity right now?
Because they provide easy solutions for difficult problems, but the solutions are not really that simple.
You see, in Germany, we don't have so big problems. We are rich.
Germany is one of the only like big countries where like the average guy you talk to is like Ezra Klein. That is something I've noticed about it over the years. Average guy you talk to over there, same priorities and beliefs.
Rich country with many people, but for me, we come from South Germany. The world is okay.
That guy has like a white
life is
Edgar
good, yeah.
haircut.
At the end of the day, you go touch grass, smell the
that's
flowers,
so-
life is good.
Yeah,
Germany,
hip.
I see no fentanyl addicts, no trash cans on fire. The city is peaceful, let's be honest. There's not a fraction of the problems I've seen in major US cities here in Germany, but anything's possible.
Before I go to Dresden, I headed to Erfurt in the state of Thuringia, where the AfD won the state's elections after receiving 30.5% of the vote. Why are people in the state so supportive of the AfD? And are their feelings towards mass immigration much different than the more liberal international city of Berlin we just talked to?
What does the public think here out in the city? Let's go talk. Excuse me. Do you know about the AfD? Good or bad?
Bad.
Bad?
Yeah, he's against all the refugees.
Okay. Why did you guys come here to Germany?
We came here to live with all people, to look for safety and to have good life, but AfD is against all of this.
Okay. What did you guys flee? The war?
I came because of the war in my country.
You guys have family here too?
No, they are trying to come also. Okay. Yeah. Now, what will happen for all the refugees will happen to us.
Okay, you're concerned about getting deported back home?
I don't know, maybe.
All right. Thank you for the sticker. Goodbye. Well, he gives a sticker. Protect trans kids and fight fascism.
I don't really want to get into that
Sure.
because it's a very complex discussion, and I think it's there are many factors playing into it. But I think it's not the AfD is not the solution at all.
Sure.
It is anti-democratic.
Oh, where are you guys from?
India.
India.
Morocco.
India? Okay. How long have you guys been here in Germany?
2 months.
1 year.
1 year.
1 year.
1 year. Why did you guys come here to Germany?
Actually, I'm doing an Ausbildung in here in Germany.
Better future. I want to earn money. I want to take a new experience over here.
Okay, I'm here in Germany for my Ausbildung, and I'm here for making my future better.
What are your thoughts on their anti-immigrant sentiment?
We need them. My generation is not enough to fill all the work we can offer. So our population shrinks, and we will not be able to fill in a sufficient workforce.
What are your thoughts on AFD? Okay, you're smiling. Any thoughts?
I don't have any interest in this. I just live my life. I see like everything is normal here. Everything is convenience. Everyone are doing what they like, and I'm also enjoying it.
How would you rate Germany on a scale of 1 to 10? Are you guys happy here? Give me a number.
8.
How would you rate India?
According to Germany,
Compared to Germany?
Compared to Germany, actually, I would rate it like 6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Statistics would say that 40% of the crime-ish is being perpetrated by those of immigrant background. Is that a concerning problem to you, or is that overblown?
I think it's a problem with the segregation at hand. If I would have to flee my country out of actual fear of being and then put into basically camps and would not be allowed to work, perhaps I would also search.
Wait. Asmongold listened to German iDubbbz and said the only solution to this problem everyone understands is like a violent one that'll get you locked up. He's like very woke. What the fuck? He didn't say anything wrong.
For work, but not so much on the legal side of things. Yeah,
but sexual assault, for instance, wouldn't fall under that category, right?
Oh, no, definitely not.
Do you think things like that are a cultural difference?
Why'd you say that then? That's interesting.
Or no? Or just bad apples exist in every bunch, things happen?
Some things are cultural, but I wouldn't say that, we should not put everyone, which we are doing right now politically, everyone into the same...
Leftist HasanAbi fans are racist to Indians too. Wow, wait, what? The fuck do you mean?
What? Is he talking about the segment about like the Indian guy?
The Indian guy who was like
none of that was
median BJP voter who was like, yeah, I don't like these fucking refugees.
Nothing
I don't like these
about
fucking
that
migrants.
could be considered racist.
Or first of all, there's a shit ton of racism towards Indians online. None of which revolves around like knowing the different cultural attitudes or India's own internal caste structure and how racist some Indian fascists can get.
Yeah. No, like all the racism towards Indians online, like it's fucking insane. Like it's at an absolute fever pitch. Like it's fucking repulsive. But it is all just like submental, like grade school shit. Like just calling them
like smelly and shit.
Yeah, smelly and saying that they like shit everywhere and stuff like that.
Racism already is like very stupid, but it is like uniquely childish.
Yeah.
Like
it just Yeah.
Cup. I'll also give 8.5 or 9.
This recent rash of like anti-Indian racism online, it's also so like just like joyless. You know what I mean? Like there's obviously like a difference, I think, between like the kind of like ethnic jokes you see people like tell about each other where there's like people are at least like enjoying themselves, whether you think it's like in good taste or not. With this, it's just like complete like full throttle, just like hatred, like almost like incoherent.
Versus the other joyful racism, yes. Versus as opposed to joyful racism.
Okay. Yeah, it's good. I'm doing what I like. Anything I'm doing, if I want it, I'm doing it. No one is here to stop me until and unless I'm not doing anything wrong.
What about the motherland?
It's always my love. It will be always more than 10.
Then why are you not in India? It's a 10 and this is an 8.5. I can't believe you now.
No, the thing is, like, main problem in India is population. We don't have too much of employment there. Yeah, too much of employment. We cannot earn that much money that we earn here. I'll have sufficient money with me, then I'll go back to India, do something on my own. I won't be living up far away from my family. Yeah, family is more important than money, I know. But I'm giving this time to myself to earn money. Then later on, I'll see what I can do.
You're going to leave as well at some point, or would you stay here permanently?
I plan to stay here for a long time, aber yeah.
Ja, ich wähle auch die AfD. Weil
all the normal people are like, yeah, AFD's pretty racist. They hate democracy. They have no good solutions. And then the one guy that you find that just looks like the same guy everywhere. Like, this is the same guy in America, okay? Just a fucking crackhead.
I love how like every man they talk to is like Ezra Klein. Like they're like, I think that they propose simple solutions for highly complex problems, and they are an infection on the body politic, and that polarization, especially negative polarization, will be an issue going forward. Like, and then they find this guy who like enlisted to fight on the Eastern Front when he was like 5.
Yeah, it's great. Like that one guy, German iDubbbz, literally was like, yeah, I think it's really messed up that there's not adequate integration. Like, we're segregating these people that are escaping war.
Yeah.
Like, he had such an empathetic approach after Tyler was like, oh, you know, they're doing rapes though. It's a cultural difference. They have a culture of rape. Insane.
That is
ich habe nicht
That is like one thing about like obviously I think like a lot of America's like main policies, whether it's the way that we administer healthcare or, you know, utilities or whatever, a lot of things we do it in like the worst possible way. One thing I will say, and I don't think America has like a good immigration system by any means, but compared to like the European style of doing it, where when they do let people in, they just like, they are just like completely segregated from the rest of the country. And it like, it is like they're doing everything in their power to prevent them from assimilating. That is like one thing that America like has over Europe.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, had.
Yeah, it's probably gonna get different.
Yeah,
it's probably gonna like change for the worse over time. But a lot of that is also like kind of cultural, and I don't know.
Chatter that is saying Pajit spam. I don't know what that means. Is that like a slur? But apparently one person said it and they got insta banned. Now, so ironically, what is it a slur? What is that?
Yeah, it's like a slur people use against Indians.
Okay, I don't know if you guys know this, but like I'm not as why do you always say slurs out loud when you say it's a slur? Wait, why is Twitch not even like guarding it then? What the fuck? Why is that not auto-modded?
Yeah, he doesn't spend like fucking 20 hours a day on Twitter to see all this shit.
I mean, for the record, what do you call it? Like, as much as I know about all of the, latest and greatest in slur technology, there are still obviously areas of oversight. Okay. And secondly, immediately that guy got clapped because my mods, you can say it, lol, not just call someone that. What? I don't even know what it is. I'm not going to say it ever again. It's not a real slur. 4chan made it up.
One guy said it in a chat of like 30,000 fucking people, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
and they got banned instantly. So
Yeah.
you're the one who's fucking spamming it now. And you now taught 27,000 people a new slur. Maybe some people knew what it was, but now you taught me that slur. I didn't know what it was.
look at this guy's fucking neck tattoo.
Yeah.
What is that?
Ihn ausdrücken.
That
Gottes
look at
Willen.
that is the
Aber-
most generic neck tattoo I've ever seen. He just like walked into the tattoo parlor and was like dealer's choice.
Hasan, be so for real. You knew what it was. I'm not going to say it, but I don't think you should say it either because I'm going to accidentally read it. But no, I definitely didn't know what it was.
Why would he lie about that? Like, what fucking motive would he have to whatever.
Yeah, no, I'm...
Whatever.
Hasan, South Cal, MFL, you on Twitter every day. I don't see that much anti-Indian racism on my timeline because my entire timeline is filled to the brim with people calling me a terrorist. So like, my entire timeline is just like Islamophobia directed my way. So we do have different, we have different timelines, I think. It's Punjabi for bro, but 4chan users use it as a pejorative. Anyway. Also, bro, this is literally a troll account made 4 months ago. He's trying to clip chimp something to create a narrative that you're racist. Yeah, I feel like anti-Indian racism is like huge in Canada.
Yeah,
like it's like really big in like the UK and Canada. Like in America, for better or for worse, I mean, of course, there's still fucking anti-Indian racism in America too. Like America's very racist, but it's not the same level of like in order to get like really racist with it, you have to at least like know some stereotypes. I think most Americans just like think like, oh, Indian 7-Eleven, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they don't know enough about like Indian immigration to have like extensive slurs and shit like that. Many Americans didn't even know the P word, not the one that he was saying, but the other P word, which is a shortened version of Pakistani.
George W.
Bush. Yeah, George W. Bush literally said it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the one that KSI got in trouble for, yeah.
Wenn der eigene Deutsche so ausgenutzt wird. Ja. Okay. Und das ist eben das, ja, da muss ich ein bisschen was dran ändern jetzt hier. Weil wir müssen doch an uns denken.
Weil auf jeden Fall, ich mache meine Sache, ich mache meine Aufgabe. Wir alle Deutsche hier, wir sind gleich. Alle Männer sind gleich über alle. Es gibt keinen Unterschied, als du bist Deutscher oder nicht. Problem ist hier, muss man wirklich richtig lernen. Erstmal die Sprache, damit man in dieses Land integrieren kann, weißt du? Muss man das machen. Ich auch, ich habe die gleiche Idee, was hat mein Kollege gesagt jetzt. Für mich, Marokko ist mein Land. Ich lebe Marokko wirklich. Ich habe viel gelernt in Marokko. Die Nummer, ich gebe Deutschland 3.
Do you think many refugees coming here are actually just economic migrants?
Indian, right?
Well, that guy was Moroccan.
Oh,
that last guy. But the three guys that were speaking were
Yeah, they can speak German, Hindi, English. Like it is crazy when you go out there and you realize like how deficient Americans are.
Oh yeah.
It's we really are like kind of pieces of shit in that way.
Okay, by the way, am I crazy? But like Tyler Hitler Vera so far has shown that like Germany is a relatively diverse population. And most people are not vibing with his racism. Like he just keeps walking up to people and being like, y'all rocking with this racism? And they're like, no.
Yeah.
Like they're like, nah, I'm in Berlin, dumbass. Like I'm surrounded by immigrants.
Yeah,
I'm an immigrant.
He is stupid for like going to like the most liberal city.
Yeah. I'm sure this is going to change soon.
Using the term refugee to come here and
sometimes. But yeah, for me, it's not the the highest part.
Deutschland versus India.
I would love to stay here, but my motherland is India, as you also already
I see.
know. Yeah.
So you'll come here, make some money, and then go home?
Yeah, definitely.
Pretty much a nation which lies on its workforce. So if that's shrinking, sure, we will lose financially, and we will fall back in the international race.
The question is,
bro, what is going on? This is like more knowledgeable about like the necessity for migration when you become a developed nation and your fucking birth rates decline than like 98% of Europeans in general. What is happening?
I think I would like go insane if I lived in Germany because like everyone you talk to is like, yeah, like an Ezra Klein type.
Yeah.
Like I couldn't cut loose over there, you know?
Yeah.
But it is like, it's probably better than having a country where like 40% of people are like, you know, we killed a giant in Afghanistan and the news covered it up. Like that's probably better.
The
for
giant
your
of
country.
Kandahar.
Like, at the end of the day,
I mean, that is fun. I do love hearing about that shit.
I want to. If there was a surgery or a course of medication that could like make you believe that stuff,
you would take it.
I would at 100%.
There's a dude I talk to that like routinely will tell me, this normie dude who is like insanely conspiracy brain, and he believes that like the original language before Hebrew was not Aramaic, it was Arabic, and that like they made it up. Like Hebrew is not a real language. None of the like and he's not Arab at all, by the way. He's just like,
oh, I love that.
yeah, no,
I love that,
bro. He's like Mexican Japanese, which makes it so much better.
I love that.
He's like, yeah, dude. The entire like, look it up. All the world coins had Arabic on it.
That's so cool.
Like he's saying that like everything was Arabic, and that like people lied about. He also believes in the mudslide theory. That like there was an ancient civilization and then there was a mudslide that like destroyed it. And that's why, all of this like incredible technology is actually secretly hidden under the earth.
Oh, I love that. That's my favorite theory is that like we had iPhones 100,000 years ago. That's like Graham Hancock.
Tartaria. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Yeah.
Have you ever heard the Gary Kasparov conspiracy theory?
No, what?
Gary Kasparov, like
I assume something anti-Semitic.
It's not. It's like more interesting.
Wait, wasn't Kasparov the Jews did 9/11 guy?
No, I think you're thinking of Bobby Fischer.
Oh yeah, that's okay. Yeah,
Bobby Kasparov, Gary Kasparov, chess genius. His theory, his conspiracy theory, is that the world is only like civilization. Really, is only like 1,000 years old, and that stuff like the Roman Empire and like basically anything that they say is like, from like 3000 BC or something, they're just lying. And that everything has actually happened in the last 1,000 years. Christ was born 1,000 years ago, or Christ was born like 700 years ago.
Whoa.
And I love conspiracy theories like that because it's like, how would someone benefit from that? What would the point be of
also,
doing
how would
that?
they like put together a grand conspiracy such as that?
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
That's the thing I never understand. It's like, dude, in order for a conspiracy like that to exist, you would need multiple millions of people that have been tasked globally to keep up this lie. Like it makes no sense. And also, there is no reason to create such a insane lie like that.
I love it because like my favorite types of conspiracy theories or just like world system theories are the ones where it's like it's stupid for like a great number of reasons, but you have the capability of looking at it and like kind of figuring out why it can sort of make sense. Because it like if you like, I don't think this, but you can put yourself in the mind state of someone who believes that, and it is like, okay, well, like, how would we know the difference between something happening 500 years ago versus 1,000 years ago? You know?
Yeah. I don't fucking.
I love that theory though.
But I guess like that is harmless until it like reaches the anti-Semitism stage, versus like what these guys do, not these guys, but the AFD guys do, which is like a different version of that, where they think that like there's this grand conspiracy to like flood the market with migrants to destroy remnants of your beautiful German culture, you know?
New chronology. It's called New Chronology.
I like that.
Proposed by Anatoly Fomenko, he was a Soviet professor of mathematics. He's still alive, actually, Professor Fomenko. Yeah, New Chronology.
Okay, they haven't killed him, so it's not real.
Yeah.
That's how you know.
No. This is how Putin knew how to get the oldest vaults.
Oh yeah,
because New Chronology is true.
Yeah, that proves Jesus is black.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is at what cost?
Well,
how much is a dollar worth, right?
Yes, and
what will be the social consequences of mass immigration to a country?
These very questions are what troubles the AFD.
What is happening? Why is he like trying to actively make content out of this guy who's just like not having it?
As the foreigners that make up 15% of Germany's population.
Who's trying to like get rid of him.
Yeah. I'm sure he could have found like more racist German people. Like he was just like, he wouldn't even let him finish. He was just like, yeah, a lot of social consequences, right? Cut.
Account for 41% of violent crime in 2023, although some believe acknowledging these statistics is a gateway to racism and xenophobia. I headed to Dresden's town square, formerly named after Adolf Hitler during World War II, to talk to protesters on both sides of this debate.
So, this is the song that the alt-right has made their mantra. Excuse me, can I interview you? Interview? Deutsch? What are your thoughts on Pegida?
Pegida, genau. Ich gehe zu Pegida.
What are your thoughts on Muslim immigrants in Germany?
Oh no.
Why?
Nix, also Islam habe ich nichts am Hut. Das wird mir zu hot, das wird mir zu
Yeah, she's
kriminell.
like 5 times a day. Can't do it.
I dropped out of Islam.
Yeah, no,
Way
can't
too
do
difficult.
it. If it was like twice a day, maybe. Okay, once in the morning, once at night. But 5 times a day, bit much for me. Not for me. It's too criminal for me. Islam. She means like too many things are haram. She loves the bratwurst. She can't be having no pork. That's not a thing.
It would be really hard to be a Muslim German.
Yeah.
You're like cut out of so many German ass activities.
I know. Drinking and eating pork is like.
Yeah.
Kriminell braucht man nicht. Braucht eigentlich keiner. Wir sind christlich geprägt und so.
What? Why? Why B-roll of the Kaaba? Like what the fuck?
Kriminell braucht
You're
man
bringing
nicht.
it to Germany.
Braucht eigentlich keiner.
Like what? What would be the purpose of this?
This is so fucking stupid.
She's like, I can't. She's still saying it's too hard. I can't find where it is every time I need to pray.
I came here to find the Kaaba.
Yeah, I can't find it every time I need to pray. I can't face it. Okay, I'm sorry. It's not happening. It's too hard. It might as well be criminal.
Wir sind christlich geprägt und so soll es bleiben.
Okay.
Wir wollen unsere Kultur behalten und nie anders.
Okay, danke. Thank you.
Bin ich dagegen. Deutschland den Deutschen.
What are your thoughts on the movement and the idea?
It's a bad idea.
Yeah.
We have to have more peace in the world. I don't like the wars. You have the same problem like in Holland.
Yeah.
And like France. There are too many.
I believe all religions are same and
I
there
think you
should
meant like
be,
too many wars, right?
brotherhood
Okay.
in all of them.
But I don't know what wars Holland is engaging in. What like France? What war? What is he?
In peace?
Yeah.
Good, bad, neutral? What do you think?
I think it's so they are against Muslim, etc.
Against the Islamicization of Germany.
Of course, I'm against because I'm an Erasmus student. I'm an exchange student, so and I come from France.
Okay.
And in France there is
Yeah, we
also a
hate
rise
them.
of the
We hate them over there too.
right.
Wait, no, he said
alt-right.
He said the alt-right. Never mind. Maybe.
Now we are getting back to
Wait, never mind. He was
woke.
Yeah, I think he was
fighting
being
each other due to religious reasons, and that's just stupid. Has quite a bit of refugees and
a lot.
Yeah, a lot, and I'm very I'm proud of refugees coming to Germany.
I think this is a form of neo-Nazism.
Not yet, but quite close.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I interview you? Okay.
I like your videos.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Oh no!
Oh
Ew, no!
That guy. Oh no!
Oh Oh, you know he's beating ass,
Yeah,
dude.
he is beating up so many protesters.
Look at that mine lolly looking ass motherfucker, dude. Look, holy shit, that's a bratwurst right there.
You're talking about Pegida?
Exactly.
I think that's it's good because my point of view is, especially here in Germany, that we have a big problem with migration. I mean, you know, Germany has taken the most of these people. I think since 2015, around 3 million. That's a good question. I mean, that's maybe a historical issue because, you know, the past of Germany was not very happy.
To exploit cheap labor for their own gain? Is it out of kindness? What do you think?
No, I don't think so.
Does it benefit Germans?
Dude, it's very simple, dog. It's not even like out of the kindness of their hearts or anything. It's just when you have a massive amount of manufacturing and you're a developed nation, you inevitably stop having less kids. And when that happens, you need more younger people to come into the country. It's not that shocking. The entire post-World War II German manufacturing was propped up by Turkish migrants. Like, that's what's so crazy. Chat, for those of you who don't know the history of Germany, so during World War II, they did the big bad, okay? And then in the process of doing that, a lot of men died, okay? A lot of men died. So when they came back and they were like, oh, we have to rebuild the country. We have to be an industrial powerhouse. Like, how the fuck, how the fuck do we do this? They looked around and they were like, oh shit, let's just do a migration program alongside the Marshall Plan. Yes, that definitely was a big part of it. But they basically fucking brought in a shit ton of Turkish migrant workers. Gastarbeiter. In the Gastarbeiter program. Programmen. Sie Gastarbeiterprogrammen. I don't know, actually. Gastarbeiter. Guest workers. Yeah. Greeks, Portuguese, Italians, Turks. Okay? And it wasn't like the Bracero program because they were integrated into German society. That's why Germans love Döner, right? You are so racist. Ha ha ha ha ha. What? Why? What did I just say? Anyway, so the point is that Germany has done this before. Okay? They've done this before. They have had, they've brought in migrant workers in the past, specifically to beef up the economy when they needed the additional manufacturing help.
In society, for the kindness, it's a benefit, but the negative points are bigger than the benefits that we have now today. In the past months, we had a lot of kills from Syrian or Afghanistan people, from immigrants that we give shelter.
There should not be any fight between the religions. People are here for roaming. That should not affect them.
The immigrants are in Germany to make Germany an Islamic state. Muslims come from all over the world and say, this is now our land. Okay. And it cannot be. Muslims should go away. Now Syria says, there is no more war. The people from all over should come back to Syria.
Tell me what they believe in and why they are fascists, in your opinion.
They want to get rid of immigrants, of people.
You know, he probably has one of those bullshit German jobs. I blow the chocolate horn at the factory, at the chocolate factory. What's your job? I make advent calendars. I play Santa Claus in the 3-day long Christmas play. You know? He loves patting little kids on the back. We talk to him, and it's like Turner Diaries. Oh, like, Jesus, did I misjudge this book by its cover, you know?
Talking about a German guy you talked to?
Yeah, the old guy in the hat who's like, they're trying to come here to make an Islamic state. They take over everywhere. Because when you see him, you're like, Oh, that's like some bullshit jolly German guy.
Nope.
No, he's very
Also,
evil.
there is no such thing. I feel like I've never met a jolly German.
What? No, I've met so many.
I've never met a jolly
met so
German.
many.
Straight up. I feel like there's some about like German culture in general where those motherfuckers just don't laugh, dude.
Oh, no, I totally disagree. Maybe. Okay.
Even Mr. Arthur, like, I love Mr. Arthur, but he's like very straightforward.
I feel like
Germany is the most autistic country, I think.
Well, that's true. But like, I feel like they brought it out for me. They were like, it's
because you're Jewish.
Yeah, they're like, we have to put on our best face.
We have to ham it up.
Because like,
the Jews, they love the comedy.
Yeah,
I will do the comedy for you.
When I say like German comedy sucks, but it's very charming to me. I love it. When I was there, I met all types of like jolly old krauts. I met ebullient waiters. I met cheerful old men. I met whimsical chocolatiers. I met dreadlocked smoke shop employees. I met all types. My heart was warmed. A lot of them were very serious.
So, you know, Germany's autistic because they thought Hitler was charismatic.
Yes. I love that. The way that American historians talk about
my God, so is Japan.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. I love that because like the way that American historians talk about Hitler is like, well, yeah, it's like really bad, but you can like he was so charismatic, you could see how people went along with it. And you watch his speeches.
Yeah, he sucks.
He sucks.
He was mid.
But like Khomeini, one of the most charismatic public speakers ever. Like Khomeini is
or fucking what was I gonna say? Gaddafi.
Yeah, Khomeini was though like he was like everything that like historians think Hitler was as far as charisma. They're not on par morally.
They do not also say nice things about him. We're not we will before Ethan clips this and then fucking does like an 18-minute monologue about how much we want Islamic style Shia mullahs to run the country in the 12 imams, okay?
Khomeini was like objectively one of the most charismatic politicians in like the last probably 100 years, if not more. He basically whole cloth created a new form of government. Like he reconciled like Republican government with Islamism in a way that like no one had really done before. And like
Hugo Chavez was charismatic.
Hugo Chavez was definitely charismatic. But Khomeini like had like an almost like supernatural quality. Like I'm not saying it was, but it's just like his personal like magnetism and charisma was just fucking insane. And like sort of there are guys who are like charismatic speakers and charismatic figures, but he was just like on a whole other level.
Fidel Castro too.
That fled war, that fled shitty situations without any real reason besides being extremist.
I see. Many of them have told me the war is over in Syria. Now it's time to go back home. Do you agree with that idea, or is that?
God, dude,
such a piece of shit.
He's so.
Who told you that?
How does he live?
Not a single person in this entire process, even including the most racist guys that he's talked to, has not said that. It's like, oh, many people, and by that I mean I'm saying that actually.
How do you like?
Oh, the old guy said it. I didn't hear. The old guy wasn't here. I was pissing. It's still not many people, but
yeah, the one guy said it.
Yeah, so many people are saying that.
Too harsh.
I mean, think about the US with the melting pot thing and just, and it's the same. We should be more welcoming, and that's not the way to do it. Just getting rid of them. It became a beast, and we're not really able to stop it anymore. And people think that it's okay, but just think about it, how it all went when fascist Germany rose. Yeah, and I'm afraid that it will happen again. Yeah.
Do you think Islam is compatible with German values and German culture?
I mean, it's monotheist, so they believe in one God like we do, and it's a welcoming religion in my opinion.
This guy's doing the reverse, where it's like, if you're Indian, It's like Abrahamic religions only, please. Yeah, none of the other stuff, okay?
Also, frankly, if you're a South American Catholic, that's polytheism.
Yeah. Yeah, not allowed, okay? None of the saints or whatever.
So I don't see anything wrong with it's comparable in my opinion.
But after hearing the public's perspective of Pegida, I met up with the controversial founder himself, Lutz Bachmann.
Tell me about your role in Pegida, who you are, backstory.
I've been
German Shadows was saying that Pegida doesn't even have motion anymore. So like he just went to like a nascent, like at a time when the AFD is like popping off doing numbers,
Yeah.
he went with like the one group that is, I guess, you know, falling off.
It's like how BNP fell off when the Independent Party, UK Independence Party popped off.
Yeah. It's well, EDL's back though.
That's true.
And bigger than ever. I mean, they did literally, that's kind of crazy that they did a pogrom in the UK. Like unironically, they did that shit for like a week.
Yeah.
That was wild, dude.
Yeah.
We
It's
just
such a
kind of left that
yeah,
behind.
fucking weak response from the West too. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, well, the EDL
After spending months of being like these pro-Palestinian rallies where they're like demanding our country stops giving weapons to kill babies in Gaza is the most anti-Semitic pogrom you've ever seen. They turned around and were like, yeah, I guess they're trying to kill migrants in hotels.
the West only like selectively acknowledges Islamophobia as a thing, because if they acknowledged it all the time, then people might go, well, okay, like why are we giving money and logistical help to like the world's largest slaughter of like Muslims and Arabs?
Yeah.
It's like when Israel is not in the news, they'll acknowledge it, but not while it is.
The UK's crazy because like, see, Tommy Robinson apparently is gonna only have to serve 1 year in jail. It's like you could literally be like a British Adolf Hitler, and they'll just be like, yeah, you go to jail for like fucking 3 weeks, mate. It's all right.
I mean, I think the EDL rising in numbers, part of that is just like the material reality of the UK right now, and it's only going to get worse as like things get more austere and terrible. That is a really bad place to be right
Tommy
now.
Robinson got a shorter half the sentence that a Just Stop Oil protester got sent to jail for 2 years for throwing soup. That is an irredeemable country, dude.
Yeah.
It's also ironic because it's a fucking island, which makes it even funnier when you're like, these people that you're throwing in jail are literally ringing the alarm bells about, you know, basically England inevitably becoming fucking Atlantis. And you're over here being like, yeah, fuck those young people. Fuck them.
England is like, they have decided that the way that they are going to exit the world stage is like kicking and screaming and throwing shit everywhere.
Yeah.
And that the second they get booted out the door, they're going to kill themselves.
basically the founder of Pegida. I'm one of two founders. We founded 10 years ago. On the day, 10 years ago, on this day, 20th of October 2014, we had our first rally here in Dresden.
Okay.
It's this kind of demonstration is going to be the last one.
What does Pegida mean? What is the reason for the movement here?
It actually all started over, as the name already tells you, Pegida means Patriotic Europeans against Islamization of the West. We are fighting 10 years now against Islamization,
just rolls off the tongue.
which is taking over all over Europe. But in the meantime, in these 10 years, there came more themes and more themes. We are now fighting against these crazy genderism, and as well, we're fighting.
Yeah, they're against the Islamization. Oh, that's the other thing that they say. They say like Islamo-communism or something, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Europeans are so fucking stupid, dude. Like they come up with like new ways of trying to be racist, but it's always so goddamn nerdy.
Or it's just like repackaged American stuff. Like the anti-Deutsch people will talk about Islamo-fascism.
Yeah, Islamo-fascism. Yeah.
Yeah. I like how their thing for like crazy gender ideology was like a gay guy and a woman dancing.
And they in France they say Islamogauchism. What I've heard this before. I don't even fully understand what that means.
I've never heard that one.
Le wokism. Islamogauchisme. Le wokisme. Gauche means left. Oh, okay. Islamo-leftism, which is crazy because like not a single person turns around and goes like, hey, not that long ago we had another fucking fascist movement and they would constantly talk about Judeo-Bolshevism. I feel like this is quite similar to that. What's going on? Like no one is asking the question at all. Everyone's like full tilt. Like, no, yeah, we just switched targets and it's fine now.
I mean, they like hardcore Zionists talk about Iran the same, like it's protocols language.
Yeah,
everyone is an Iranian agent.
Yeah, they're all the protests are Hamas. All the protests are Iran. Iran is behind every protest.
Against
Iran is doing, Iran is bringing in refugees to Germany, so they can destroy the moral fabric of German society. I wonder if the German population has said that about another group of people not that long ago.
It's funny because like the only guy who like did explicitly threaten to do that was a member of NATO.
What do you mean?
Erdogan.
Yeah.
Erdogan had some. I forget what the fight was about, but he was like, "Oh yeah, I'll send 1 million fucking refugees."
I think it was literally. I'm not even kidding. I don't want to fuck this up. I think it was because they wouldn't like arrest some newspaper writer who like made a mockery of him. Yeah. He's so funny. He's like, I'm weaponizing the like 8 million Syrian migrants that you gave me billions of dollars to house. I will send them to the fucking border of Greece right now unless you arrest the guy who said mean words about me.
He's so like the only guy to ever actually threaten to do that. Did you know that Erdogan wrote several plays when he was a young man? I've been trying to find them.
I can find it for you, most likely. I mean, if it exists. I know he he read like the poem that he went to jail for, but he is. I didn't realize he was like a theater kid.
Oh yeah.
That's crazy. How the fuck are you telling me about Erdogan? That's wild.
That was just like a tidbit that I remembered about him.
Yeah. Why are they arguing? Why Europeans behave like Europeans? I mean, it's just funny. We're learning about European culture, Euroculture. Okay, but cucking NATO because the Swedish Nazi burned a Quran was funny as hell. Yeah, but he's got no motion. He has no motion. All America has to do is be like, okay, we're opening up another dormant investigation into like one of your 7 million different corruption cases.
Yeah.
And then he'll be like, okay, never mind. Actually, I was just kidding. I love to bring Sweden and Finland into NATO. I'm doing the NATOization of Finland, Jack. That's what he said.
Yeah, we will not service, do midlife upgrades, or like even provide replacement parts for any of your American planes.
Yeah. I want to remind everyone. Oh, did you see this Ben Shapiro tweet? Because Qatar, they want Qatar to to deport all the Hamas members, right? And Ben Shapiro was like tweeting about it. I thought it was really funny. Well, let me see if I can find it. But so immediately, as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, they're gonna go to Turkey, right? Because like that's the only other place they can go to. So yeah, he goes, Turkey must pick NATO or Hamas. Yeah, dude. Ben Shapiro, foreign policy analyst. Yeah, you tell him. Like, you tell him, Ben. Yeah, that'll show him. They're so stupid. Like he's so dumb. Like what do you think? No, they're gonna 100% house the Hamas people, and yes, they're still in NATO. Like you can't. Ben's like, I can't believe this. This is compromising Israel's foreign policy goals in the region. So we have to remove the second largest NATO military from the partnership.
It's like Turkey let people cross the border as long as they were joining ISIS.
Literally
far crazier.
Yeah,
shit.
they were doing a fucking gold bar extraction for to deliver money to ISIS and weapons to ISIS.
They were bringing ISIS oil to market.
And also, who do you think was overseeing that operation?
Yeah.
Like, who do you think was going, yeah, you should do that? I wonder. Do you think that was like Turkey, behaving in an autonomous fashion, when the other time they either are aligned with ISIS or attacking ISIS in Syria? Every fucking weekend it changes. You think that they were, or of course the Kurds, obviously, like killing the Kurds. Like, they don't do any of this shit without America's go ahead. Okay.
Yeah. That's so fun. Like, not letting anyone cross the border unless you have your ISIS permit. That's so funny. And yeah, they're in fucking NATO. Like,
yeah, there's no like,
they're not. Yeah,
that is the reason why they're in NATO. Okay. Yeah. Like, originally it was so that America could place missile bases, directly targeting the USSR. But since then, the goal of NATO has evolved. It was that, and also to make sure that there was like a massive ultranationalist movement that squashed out through violent paramilitaries that still very much exist, by the way, called the Grey Wolves. One of them is right here. No, it's this.
Oh, fuck.
Not that.
I fucked it up.
This,
It's been so long since I did it.
Yeah. And obviously control the Turkish government, okay, through a parallel state or a deep state, which is where the fucking term originated to begin with, Operation Gladio style. And then since then, the goal of, or Turkey's involvement in NATO has allowed America to utilize Turkey in a way to do whatever the fuck they want to do in the region. But this way they get to have their hands clean. So they're not directly the ones like immediately being involved with ISIS, because that would be a bridge too far for America, Not Israel, though. Israel likes to directly involve themselves with ISIS.
Yeah.
Including but not limited to offering medical health care to ISIS fighters or apologizing when they shot them. I think that was like the al-Nusra guys.
The rumor was that Erdogan's daughter worked in a field hospital that serviced Nusra and ISIS fighters too.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Oh, they found it already.
Yeah, I think
they found Erdogan theater thing.
Yay.
He's on stage. Yıl 1977 ve Erdoğan tiyatro sahnesinde tiyatroların özelleştirmesi tartışmalarının odağındaki isim başkanı Erdoğan'ın 1977 yılında bir oyun yazdığı, yönettiği ve rol aldığı ortaya çıktı. Damn, this was in 2012. They boomed his ass. They leaked this shit.
How tall? Erdogan is what, like 6'4"?
I guess. He is kind of tall.
Yeah.
O ekiplerde yayınlanan Maskomya oyununda oynayan oyuncuların biri de Bayrampaşa Belediye Başkanı Atilla Aydıner. Yazan, yöneten, oynayan Recep Tayyip Erdoğan. Başlıklı haber şöyle. Oh, he wrote it, he directed it, and he played in it.
I didn't know he started it.
Yeah, he was
What a talent.
At the age of 23. Milli Selamet Partisi Gençlik Komisyonu Başkanı iken Maskomya adlı tiyatro. I don't know what Maskomya is. It's weird. Tiyatro oynatıyor. İyi Evlat adı verilen başrolü oynadı. He was starring in it, and it was called his role was called The Good Son. Yeah. What does that mean? Turkish chatters. Biliyor musunuz Maskomya ne demek? Erdoğan'ın başka oyunu milyonları. Hold on. Let's just fucking translate this. Or how the fuck do you translate it? Oh, here. Was Eric Adams was in it? Yeah, he was. Its original name was Kızıl Pençe, which means like red claw. The book was a work that reflected the university events between 1970 and 1980 very well. We changed the name for the work. We made Maskomya. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chatters were saying in the chat like Mason Komünist Yahudi, and I was like, there's no way. Oh my God. Mason Communist Jew. We did the rehearsals in Tepebaşı. Gazisu? What the fuck? Prime Minister Erdogan was our director. The subject of the play was a family story. There was a father. His name was Ayhan Bey. He sent his sons to Europe and received religious education in Europe, but unfortunately he moved away from the belief system and did not follow their religion. Past, it was a role that grew up with that culture. We worked on the play after a while and we started performing all over Istanbul. The work was very popular. Oh, they went and they traveled. They traveled.
This was a hit. He was like Tyler Perry.
It was
Tyler Perry started the Medea character.
Necmettin Erbakan wanted them. They performed in front of Necmettin Erbakan in Ankara Palace. I got behind the wheel. The Prime Minister was with me. We're going to perform. We had very important guests: Prime Minister Necmettin Erbakan, Hasan Aksay, Şevket Kazan, Oğuzhan Asıltürk, and we received great applause. We performed this play for many years until the 1980 coup. In the meantime, we performed another play. Its name was Scorpion. It was a play that revealed how a university professor and students he trained later killed their professor in his office. That's kind of sick.
Yeah. We've never put like, subscriber goals on the Patreon where it's like, at 10,000 we'll do this. If we hit 50,000 paying members in 2025, I will find Mason Communist Jew and I will perform it in English.
Okay.
That's a promise.
Dude,
hold me to this.
The reason why they wrote this article was because Erdogan's like a big privatizer, or originally he was like, now he's like a massive welfare state guy. But when he originally came onto the, when he came into politics, he was like a massive serial privatizer.
Yeah, that's why all the like Bush foreign policy people like called for his release.
I like directly reported when I was a intern as a reporter at Habertürk, I think, or Bloomberg Habertürk. Anyway, and I was doing I was an economy reporter, and I went to like straight up some of these some of these like, I guess, what is it called? Like when you're, I don't know what exactly it would be, but it was like, I think it was like Turkcell maybe that was being sold. Like it was state enterprises that were basically being privatized. Oh, WAPO covered it. A Turkish TV blockbuster reveals Erdogan's conspiratorial anti-Semitic worldview.
We don't know that it's anti-Semitic.
I mean, it has Jew in the name.
Yeah, but we don't know.
And communist, so it probably is like European
But the
style.
communist is different than the Jew. Like, it isn't like, oh, Jewish communist. It's like, maybe the Jew is fighting the Mason and the communist.
Wait, why is this in fucking German? Is there not like a normal version of this?
I hate it when that happens. That happens to me so much when I'm looking at missiles.
Let's see if there's a normal one. Oh, there is no English version. Okay. Dude, we're all over the fucking place right now. Oh my God, my mom sent me, she's listening to us. She sent me a YouTube link. She sent me a YouTube link of Erdogan's like news coverage of Erdogan's theater play. A play written by a Turkish Freemason communist Jew. The non-religious factory owner Ayhan Bey sends his son abroad for training. Years later, his son returns to Turkey, having fallen away from the Muslim faith. This leads out a falling out with Ayhan Bey and his son. At the same time, the factory owner's workers rebel and take over Ayhan Bey's property. They are incited by a Jewish worker. It's funny to think.
Who poses as a Turkish Muslim?
The ringleader, portrayed as extremely malicious in the play, ultimately incites his colleagues to murder Ayhan Bey. So, you can't make this shit up. You absolutely can. And I'm willing to bet that there is, given Erdogan's background, okay, given the groups that he came from, there is a non-zero chance that there was CIA money that touched this operation. Like, that's what's really funny about the situation, is that like there is, especially considering the plot of this, which is directly like, there's two different groups, right? You have the Muslim nationalists, who are of course anti-communist, and you have the ultra-nationalists like the JJJ, the Grey Wolves, that are also anti-communist. Both are fascists of a different variety. Both are, in some ways, directly involved with the CIA. So the fact that this was like an art play that they made, that was, an anti-Semitic, anti-communist play, leads me to believe that, who knows, this could be,
I love how like on the nose it is too. Like there's just no subtlety to it at all. Like, oh, he went to university and drifted away from Islam, and then a Jew pretending to be a Turkish Muslim takes his property and kills him. It's so good. Like,
yeah.
Just no sense.
In it, a Jewish agitator proposes a Muslim Turk to incite workers against the owner who plays with his life. At one climactic moment, one devoutly Muslim character recites the moral of the play. All evil regimes are Jewish inventions. I'm reading it right now. Yeah. No, but that's like, that makes so much sense. It makes so much sense that they would like I could totally see this being like, it's in the budget for some cultural work that we can.
Yeah.
Someone in Langley was like, we're cooking with this one.
Yeah, the CIA was spending so much money on shit like this at this time.
Oh, yeah.
This was, yeah.
They were like, this is a young talent. We like him.
Yeah, like a scout found Erdogan. A scout was like, this Erdogan kid looks good getting off the bus,
Yeah.
This kid's tall. He's for privatization.
Is Hasan a Jew lover? Nice, dude. This guy's not even.
This
what?
guy saw the play in its original run.
I don't even. Yeah. DOK Diego MAGA CAG MAGA all the way since 2020. He's been watching since 2020.
Sometimes you look at like chatters or repliers, and you're like, that's coming from a halfway house. Like,
Yeah.
no offense, but
This is typical dumb conspiracies. They claim the same shit about Atatürk, supposedly Jewish, claiming to be Turkish. Typical Islamist bullshit. Oh yeah, they say Atatürk is secretly Jewish as well.
yeah, that's an awesome one.
Yeah. Which is funny because like they're also antagonistic towards him when he was also not exactly very fond of communism himself.
Yeah.
So, it's
Turkish Islamists versus Turkish like secularists is like the ultimate like fuck off, we don't like your kind, and they're like exactly the same.
Yeah, in many respects.
Yeah, I mean it's very different in a lot of respects. But
You're gonna yeah, that's I'm gonna get fucking banned again. I'm gonna get extra banned. Oh my god.
But yeah, I had only known the broad strokes of the play. I had never heard the title, but it's so fucking funny.
Atatürk was a secret Greek. He wasn't like secret, bro. He was born in Selanik. Like he is straight up. I mean, just like your boy. I wasn't born there, but my grandparents were.
Isn't that just like
in drama?
Isn't that just like, a bunch like someone in Texas having like Mexican heritage, basically?
Yeah. No, they mean he was from the Greek side, not even a Turk. Whatever. When you find out your goat is Greek. Okay, all right. How the fuck do we get into this?
Oh man,
Get ready for Manic Meltdown by E on his IG stories. He's already criticizing coverage of Amsterdam. Yeah, I don't care, dude. Yeah. Twitch is once again doing the maximum level of anti-Semitism, which is when someone looks at media coverage of a story and criticizes it for not accurately reporting what actually happened.
For the freedom of speech and stuff like that.
What concerns you about Islam?
You just need to look in the world. I think Islam is an like mid-age ideology.
That's the one thing I haven't been able to figure out with him. Like he's obviously like very racist, but I can't tell if he's like anti-Israel style or pro-Israel racist.
I feel like it's just like he's waiting to see like if he
whichever way the wind turns.
Yeah, well, no, like if Israel like gave him a check. If Israel gave him a check, we'd see a video like tomorrow where he's like, I talk to queers for Palestine and blah blah blah.
You see, there's no space between government and Quran.
I see.
So Sharia
So
law,
separation of religion and state.
Separation.
Yeah, they're gonna do Sharia law in Germany.
Yeah, it really shows that like this sort of cultural American victory, how like every like dumb reactionary is just like, this is like interchangeable with like a Republican, you know?
Yeah, but it's like, or liberals nowadays, but
yeah.
it is awesome that I just like, this is such a it's such a not real thing. And yet so many people have primed themselves into believing this, like, where they just straight up think like, yeah, no, this is the whole point. Like they're coming to they're coming to Germany and they want to do Sharia style laws.
Yeah.
Islamic style laws.
In like 2014, when I was paying attention to like sort of the codification of the Tea Party into like a coherent national movement, like after like the two most consequential Obama midterms in 2010 and 2014, the big thing that I noticed around them was like that was sort of the origin of immigration becoming like not just like a national issue, because it obviously was before, but like sort of the litmus test for Republicans. And it was interesting to me because it's like it's hard to characterize how things were like, 9-10 years ago or so or whatever, but like the guys who were ascended in the party for talking about immigration at the time, it really seemed like, this is way more like European than it is American. Like obviously there's like xenophobia in America or whatever, and like there are individual elections that are heavily focused on immigration, even prior to
it has gotten worse in the last dude, it has gotten tremendously worse in the last 30 years. And if you look at like I feel like it's very revealing when you look at the Republican primaries between like fucking, what was it, like George H.W. Bush and I think it was Reagan versus Bush.
Oh yeah, when the clip of Reagan talking about it, yeah.
When they're both talking about like, the question is about like, should we pay for the schooling of undocumented migrants? And they're both like in agreement. They're like, oh yeah, they're here. They're our neighbors. Like it's ridiculous that, it's ridiculous that we would want people around us to be uneducated.
Right.
Is the position that they're at. And I feel like you can't even get a fucking Democrat to say that now.
Yeah.
Like I feel like if a Democrat would say that, they'd be like, you are a scumbag. You want America to be fucking destroyed. Like,
yeah, like I could see John Fetterman being like, yeah, I'm a Democrat, but I think it's bullshit that you could commit a crime and your kid gets free school.
Yeah. It's wild. It's wild.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, we're getting there. As conditions worsen, we're looking for new enemies.
And the problem is, it's not just these maybe 10,000 crazy Islamists they are running around in the world. The problem is, if they behead somebody, the normal Muslim is standing and watching it because he can't do anything because his book, the Quran, tells him it's right, like behead all the unbelievers and stuff like that. So they're actually...
What?
Dude, the beheading shit is so wild because like, I guess it's ISIS, right? Like, I think the last time like someone was beheaded in fucking Saudi Arabia was in 2012. We looked it up. Like,
they're,
which is again America's ally. Okay, it's not like that's not a thing that's happening. That's not like it's so wild.
Also, he's saying like, oh, even if they disagree with it, they can't do anything because they're Muslims, and the Quran says that, and it's like. That, I guess, like, no one told any of the guys who fought ISIS on the ground in Syria, who were, like, 95% Muslim.
No, that was hand cutting and stealing. Does Saudi Arabia still apply beheading? Which, by the way, is a brutal form of capital punishment. And it's quite interesting for Americans to be in favor of capital punishment, but I guess like the method of execution is what they have a problem with.
Yeah, that's like the one that isn't okay.
Yeah, they should have fucking choked him with
Yeah.
like a new type of gas that they had to illegally fucking find, you know what I mean, in a room, or strap him to a fucking electric chair. It's like, only weird injections allowed, please. That's a significantly more modernized version of the state executing someone. It's so stupid. George Carlin did a whole stand-up special about this.
She's not allowed to fight themselves against.
Bro, a guy was beheaded in France in 2020. Wait, what? French people still use guillotines? No. No fuck. What? No. Does France even have capital punishment? Capital punishment in France is banned by Article 66(1) of the Constitution of the French Republic since 2007.
I think he might mean, I kind of have an inkling of what he's talking about.
No, that was a crime, not punishment.
Yeah, that's what
you're saying like someone, he means a terrorist attack on a teacher?
Oh yeah, the murder of Samuel Paty.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Dude. That's not... 18-year-old Chechen Muslim refugee killed and beheaded a Patty with a cleaver and was shot and killed by police minutes later. Like, that's a crime, dog. That's not an Islamic style judgment being issued due to Sharia or whatever the fuck. What are you talking about? The last guillotine in France was used in the 1970s. That's crazy. We beheaded Saddam Hussein. No, we did not behead Saddam Hussein. We hung him. I remember because I remember seeing the footage when I was a kid. Didn't they literally fucking release that footage too? And I think, if I recall correctly, it was like right around Ramadan too.
This one?
No, Saddam Hussein.
Yeah. I don't know about that. I remember there were a lot of like gaffes with how they did it. Like, do you remember how the executioner like chanted Muqtada?
No, I don't remember that.
That was a big deal.
It was morning of Eid, right? If I recall correctly, because like, I mean, not that Saddam gives a shit. Like, I mean, or I guess he would have given a shit because he was getting hanged, but it is kind of crazy.
Saddam kind of went out like pretty tough, honestly.
I saw it on live TV in Jordan. Yeah, they played it. They did it. It was on YouTube, and when you stopped at the right time, you could see his face from the flashes lit up.
Saddam was definitely like a bad guy, but like
executioners were Shia and chanted Muqtada.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that was like a hugely embarrassing thing for America. He really went out like a soldier, though. You know, I wasn't a fan, but you got to admit.
Teachers who were vets of the Iran-Iraq war in our school gave us sweets and stuff. They were so happy when he died. God, America's such a fucking stupid-ass country, I swear to God.
Well, he said Iran-Iraq war. That might be Iranian chatter. Right?
Footage was leaked during Eid by Shia militants that were in the room. It was a follower of Army of Mehdi that recorded it and leaked it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was supposedly leaked from the phone of someone who was there. I say leaked with the 12 quotation marks. Yeah. I think that was deliberate. I think the timing of it was deliberate, so that I think it was like, I think that the timing of it and the release of the footage was deliberate. Because I remember as a young boy, how are you stupid for wanting him dead? Yeah, I know. Saddam presented a grave threat to you, my friend. You're right. I'm glad that we fucked up Iraq.
Yeah, I love it.
This guy in 2024, he's like, you know what was a good war? Iraq.
I love when people do that too, where it's like, are you saying Saddam was a good guy? And it's like, the only people I've ever seen say that are like delusional Bothists who like live in London on Twitter. Those are the only guys. I've seen those guys argue with like Shia guys who actually like live in Iraq. And they'll go like, I saw an argument between two of those guys where the pro-Saddam guy was like, you got to admit the order to invade Kuwait was a good order, though, bro.
Yeah.
You have to admit it.
Or,
but like, yeah, no one.
Or
fucking,
you got like I do have some Iraqi Kurds that will always be like, no, I'm so glad he got fucking executed, which I get where you're coming from,
like
but
that
it's
I
like,
get, yeah,
but it
sure.
still fucked your life up in ways that are pretty obvious.
Right. My point is not that like, my point is that like, it's not like we went over there and like killed one bad guy for being bad.
No,
and
they
then, like
just
left.
like they killed Hasan Nasrallah because he was homophobic.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
why. That's why it was good. Okay. Baathists are psychotic. They still fantasize with the greatness of Iraq under Saddam is fucking dumb. I mean, it's the objectively, was it a better place than it is now? So I think that's probably what it is. It's like the nostalgia of being like a regional power.
Saddam's Air Force, they have one dub over an American pilot. An Iraqi MiG-25 shot down an American F-16.
It's crazy.
People don't do that every day. That was kind of sick. You gotta, yeah.
It's the crazy ones.
Fox
UK
Bat
always
was
say
an unfairly detested aircraft. People make fun of it because, people thought it would be like made out of titanium and like turned on a fucking dime. But it was pretty good. It's a pretty cool plane.
it's 10 years in front of us.
Okay.
You see what's happening there. Churches becoming mosques and stuff like that. And every government, they already have their people in the right positions and they obviously take over. You see it all over Europe. And this is what we were fighting from the beginning. We wanted to stop that.
Do you think Islam and Western values are compatible?
Not at all. This is what I think. There's even the head of the Muslim Council in Germany. It's called Ayman Maziak, this guy. This is basically the highest Muslim in Germany.
Okay.
Himself, he says...
Felix, am I mistaken? But I thought he's responsible for 9/11.
Oh, dude, come on.
No, I love this. This chatter is he just literally he was originally responding to me saying, God, Americans are such a stupid fucking country. Like, we are such a stupid nation. And he went, how are we stupid for wanting Saddam dead? And then immediately proved the point I was making.
Okay. I don't want to call him stupid because there's a chance this is like a
troll
or like a 14-year-old. You know what I mean? Like,
why would a 14-year-old have like fucking remnants of George W. Bush era propaganda that like virtually
because
everyone, including the people that worked, including George W. Bush, now recognizes his bullshit and openly admits as such.
Because like they have like dumb parents or like a dumb older brother or something. I don't know. I
Dude, open the schools, man. Open the schools.
That's it, dude. That's the thing is like, I will never yell at like a 15-year-old now for being stupid because the deck is so stacked against you.
It's fucking...
If you have no pre-phone memories, like, you're kind of fucked. It's tough.
Chatter, you are mistaken. Saddam Hussein was not responsible for 9/11. What are we doing, man? What? Sometimes I read something like that and I'm just like, why am I doing what I'm doing? There's just no point to this at all. There are so many more people who think like that.
Well, now he knows.
Yeah. Who's Osama bin Laden to them then? Yeah. Oh.
There's only one Islam. There's not like the press and the media telling us there's a moderate Islam and there's one really Islamist. And even the head says, no, there's only one Islam. And this is what is dangerous for Europe. And it's
I bet
not.
that guy thinks Saddam Hussein is responsible for 9/11, though. He's like, Saddam Hussein was an Islamist. He loved Sharia law.
That is a Christopher Hitchens
Yeah,
type guy.
yeah. Yeah, his Islamofascism cannot work in Germany.
Not at all compatible to our values.
That's my
Not-
favorite when they'll be like, this is Lebanon before Hezbollah. It's like, that's Lebanon yesterday before Israel bombed it, dumbass.
It'll be like a hot girl at a beach, and it's like, yep, there no more beaches in Lebanon.
Yeah.
They lost all the sand.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. When they lump in Syria and Saddam Hussein when talking about like Islamist fundamentalism, I'm like, come on, dude.
I saw there's this like really shitty Chuck Norris movie from like the mid 80s where these like stand-in PFLP type terrorists hijack a plane, and there's this Jewish couple on the plane, and they're like, wait, they're from Lebanon? They can't be. I went to Beirut in the 70s. It was like Monte Carlo. What happened? And like, this movie was made in like 1986.
Delta Force.
Delta Force, yeah. And like they were as far back as 1986. They were like Lebanon 10 years ago. Lebanon now.
Yeah. Very different.
Not at all.
Okay.
So there's a German politician that has been saying in the 60s or 70s, he says, you don't save Calcutta. If you bring whole Calcutta to your country, then your country becomes Calcutta.
I see.
You know
you think their culture will replace German culture?
Exactly. They call it integration, but integration for me is a big lie. Because integration, when you see the word, means that you integrate somebody and he brings a bit of his with to your culture. I prefer what we call assimilation. When they come here, they need to assimilate to our culture. Then they are welcome. I don't mind people from Syria, from Afghanistan or wherever. I don't care at all about skin colors. You can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think you do mind.
Yeah, and it's also like the entire way that these guys do immigration is like designed to keep people from like taking part.
Yeah, they slammed them into like low income neighborhoods with zero job prospects and no like tools of integration regardless.
If you were trying to like force them into like a cloistered existence where there's no like cultural exchange or assimilation, that is what you would do.
Yeah. Been born white or yellow or black or whatever. But they have to assimilate to our culture, to our values, and to everything.
And what are your thoughts to some of these counter-protesters who may say you're like racist, neo-Nazi, xenophobic, those sorts of things?
I always ask them, give me one proof that I'm racist. I've even got my best man for my wedding.
Standing in front of stop the Stop the Islamicization of Europe.
Yeah, after saying that Calcutta is going... Germany's going to become Calcutta. That they're going to overtake Germany.
I like that he's convinced Tyler he's not racist, though. That's good.
That's a very, very difficult feat.
Yeah.
Is a Turkish guy. He's Muslim. I've got so many friends, black friends from everywhere.
Okay, secret question. Was the photo of you as Hitler doctored? Is that Photoshop?
Yeah, it was Photoshop.
Straight up Photoshop?
Even the press brought, maybe 2 months after, one of these journalists, he actually had to prove in court, and he lost the case. And there was the picture is real, but the beard was Photoshopped from them.
And at this current rate, what will Europe look like in 50?
What?
He's saying that the mustache was added in after.
Okay.
Why are you making the... Wait. Did he mean actually beard, or does he... Wait, where was the photo? God damn it.
To our culture, to our... my best man for my wedding.
Secret question. Was the photo of you as Hitler doctored?
So that's the photo.
Is that Photoshop?
Yeah, it was Photoshop.
Straight up Photoshop?
Even the press brought maybe 2 months.
Wait, that's not before Photoshop. You just... No, this is... Hello? This looks doctored. What the fuck? No, this looks photoshopped.
What the fuck?
I was inclined to believe him. I do think he's a racist. But I was inclined to believe him until I saw this before Photoshop photo, which very obviously has been Photoshopped.
And he's doing the Hitler face. That's the face you do when you're Hitler.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
He can say it. He's Jewish.
Of course, Tyler is not following up on this.
He's doing anti-Deutsche.
No, that is a facial expression that Hitler loved making.
Yeah, because he was on meth all the time.
Yeah.
Months after, one of these journalists, he actually had to prove in court, and he lost the case. And there was the picture is real, but the beard was photoshopped from them.
And at this current rate, what will Europe look like in 50 years, in your opinion?
God, no, I wish I had like a glass ball to look in the future. I wish, but I think things will change. There will be like the mainstream would call it a right-wing revolution.
He was radicalized by a PKK protest. Damn, that's why his best man was Turkish at his wedding. He's like, I hate these PKK bastards just like you do. You're right.
I call it the normal people will take over again.
Any conflict we should predict or what?
Just enjoy it.
Okay.
Just enjoy the show.
Okay, amazing. Thanks for your time.
I'd be like, go on down the road, you fuck.
250. Pegida-Kundgebung in eigener Sache. Jeder achtet auf den Nachbarn, verdächtige Personen und mit der Polizei oder unseren Ordnern.
When they say this shit,
Lesen, nachdem Lutz das Video rausgekommen hat. Pegida löst sich auf. Wir sind zerstritten. Freunde, nichts davon ist wahr. Es sind Lügen aus der gleichen.
what does this take? I mean, it's clearly a joke. I think Pete Buttigieg should say the Democratic Party will win the presidency in 4 years if he continues to debate in his clear-headed and level-headed way and become straight and more racist. It's a joke, my friend. Yeah, dude, you can't be doing this rally in German. Like, you should just say this speech in English just to, avoid the confusion. Okay? Like, when you say these words in German, like when you say most words in German, no disrespect, but it kind of seems, it's giving Hitler. But when you say these specific words in German, you're just you're not even paraphrasing, you're just being Hitler. Okay, now you're just quoting Hitler. Okay, got it. Cool. All right. That's Hitler. That's wild, man. They're just Dan Henschel fans. Yeah.
Jetzt geht's ja gleich drüben bei Pegida los. Wer heute vielleicht zum ersten Mal da ist, weiß auch noch nicht, was kommt. Es ist meistens rassistisch, eigentlich immer. Es ist ganz oft antisemitisch. Es ist gegen alle Menschen, die den Leuten da drüben nicht ins Bild passen. Es ist einfach nur zum Schämen.
Noch viel lauter sein müssen. Menschen, die hierher kommen, haben es verdient, dass wir sie integrieren und nicht, dass wir sie pauschal an die Grenzen abweisen oder ihnen nur noch Butterbrot und Seife zur Verfügung stellen.
Also, Fake News, Pegida wird es weitergeben, aber wir machen ein neues Projekt. So, und damit die erste hier auf der Bühne, Angelika
They were
Barbe.
screaming Lügenpresse. Not even joking. Like, they were chanting that. It's just like...
Well, that's okay. That's just an unfortunate thing. It's like how the German Air Force is still called the Luftwaffe.
Yeah.
It's like,
I think at that point you got to find a new word.
Yeah, but it like means like flight wing, Like I bet if they could go back in time and change it, they would have it so the Third Reich wasn't in German. It was in a different language. But yeah, no, it's it's
poor guys.
Maybe they should have picked like different. I mean, the Third Reich didn't think they would like lose, so like they never thought, oh, this is going to be awkward when we have to have the normal German Air Force, and it's called the same thing. There may have been one guy who was like, this is pretty fun. I'm having a lot of fun, but we are going to lose. So we should call it something else. There was probably a general in the Wehrmacht who is like those Kamala staffers who are like, I'm really proud of everything we did. I had a great time.
Yeah, we did it. We had a really good run.
We revolutionized mechanized warfare and
death
and airborne infantry. I'll miss this team a lot.
What's important is losing gracefully, and
Yeah.
that's what happened here.
Well, Hitler was smiling in his concession speech.
He said it's the campaign of joy.
Yeah, yeah.
That he brought to Germany.
Yeah, that is what's important. Everyone who was like still alive at the end, they had made lifelong friends. And the fight wasn't over. Years later, when they created NATO, everyone was back into the exact same position that they were before.
Yeah, shout big ups. Shouts out to fucking America for that one.
Yeah.
They just straight up were like, okay, so what are your best anti-communist generals? And they were like, me. And they're like, so what's your background? Oh, I was a Nazi general.
I love the Simon Wiesenthal thing about the guy who was president of Austria. Kurt Waldheim, I think, was the president of Austria in, I think, the 60s, 50s or 60s. I forget when exactly. But Simon Wiesenthal was like, the preeminent like Nazi hunter in the world. And they when Waldheim became president, they were like, is this guy like clean? Was he like a Nazi? And Wiesenthal was like, absolutely not. He's a friend of Israel. This guy's great. And then, like, of course, it instantly came out that he was like a very active member.
Yeah. Wow. Not a lot has changed, huh?
Oh, it was the 80s? I thought it was I knew I forgot the time when it was.
Bratwurst Winter. Did you know Richie Torres posted her
what?
Twitch ban congressional letter to LinkedIn?
Come on, dude.
Why does he post about Israel on LinkedIn all the time? I thought that was a joke.
This is the definition of backbencher. Like, this is the definition of like the most bullshit congressman who is like not getting anything done.
Oh my God.
Dude, if you live in that district, knock on one door, you'll probably get it.
100%. Please, dude. Someone needs to help his fucking constituents, man. Jesus Christ.
Do you think they even like bother sending form letters when people are like, "Hey, there's a fucking pot. There, my street is filled with fucking potholes." Hey, I'm having trouble with my social security. And another thing, here's another clip of Hasan.
Dude, that's amazing, dude. He did. He like actually posted the congressional letter on his. Someone responded.
I'm a 9/11 survivor.
I'm a 9/11 survivor. I wasn't aware of Islamists other than the Middle East, so I didn't carry fear of Islam or Muslims with that event or judgment. October 7th changed my worldview because it cracked open the hidden agenda of Islamists hidden to me. I used to follow Hasan Piker in his early days. I kind of like a rebel. It's a shame that he doesn't use his fire to fight against all hate. That would change the world. Miller C., business transformation strategist. Wait, she followed me in my early days, but thinks I'm an Islamist now?
I like that she's like more or less okay with you being an Islamist, but she's like, but he should be against hate.
Yeah.
Like,
deport him to Gaza.
that is an 800-year-old man.
Yeah, why does anyone give terrorists like him airtime? Also, it's not surprising as Turks are raised to be anti-Semitic from birth with ridiculous lies and conspiracies about the Jewish people. He's right. The Moscow, the Mason communist Jew theater play by Erdogan.
Well, no, I feel like we disprove that because I knew about it. But you didn't.
Yeah, that's true.
I
missed that. I missed that on the anti-Semitism seminar.
My parents showed me Mason Communist Jew instead of Dora the Explorer when I was a little kid. They were like, this is important for you to see.
It's also ironic as they're actually perpetrators of genocide and ethnic cleansing. Ask the Kurds and Armenians. Well, how about you ask Israel if they recognize the Armenian genocide?
Yeah.
It's quite a complicated situation for them, considering that, they're doing the same thing right now. So it's weird if they were to recognize that.
Israel has been treating Armenians fucking great. Hey, what lobby is most opposed to recognizing the Armenian genocide besides the Turkish lobby?
Yeah.
Would anyone happen to know?
Yeah. Yeah. And his professional YouTuber primary information source for campus and encampment dwellers everywhere. How encouraging. To paraphrase FDR, Hasan Piker and his uncle Cenk Uygur are with their friends at WOL like Nardine Kiswani, a Trojan horse. Fifth column that betrays a nation unprepared for treachery.
Why did FDR say that about you?
Yeah. Wait, why? This guy's a rabbi? What the fuck? Why
does a rabbi need to be on LinkedIn?
And why is a rabbi on LinkedIn saying that I'm a fifth column style Islamist betrayer of the nation?
Dude, what the fuck?
You're a man of God, dude. What the fuck?
If you're a rabbi on LinkedIn, I'm taking your Torah. I'm taking all your shit. Why do you need to be on LinkedIn? Oh, I could make more. There's a competitive
this guy
labor
owned me.
market
This
for
guy owned me.
rabbis.
Piker, definition might need small lying evil added, but dictionary.com. Piker, a person who does anything in a contemptibly small or cheap way. A stingy, tight-fisted person. Tightwad, a person who gambles, speculates in a small, cautious way. Well, I'm learning things about myself.
This is what I hate about LinkedIn. LinkedIn's so annoying.
Oh, that's crazy.
I think I'm gonna call the LinkedIn rabbis congregation and be like, yeah, I'm trying to get a bar mitzvah done, but your rabbi is spending all day on LinkedIn.
These people are just being straight up Islamophobic and racist while showing their full names and places of work. They just don't give a shit that anyone else can see
There's
this.
no professional consequence for that shit.
Yeah, are you kidding me?
There's zero.
No, they're gonna literally elevate them.
Yeah.
They're gonna be like, hey, Linda, I saw how Islamophobic you were being. Keep it up.
You get
you're now a manager.
Yeah, we've said this a million times. That there's no way to qualitatively determine who's the most oppressed in whatever place at any given time, nor is it particularly useful towards knowing anything. But you can really get away with saying just about anything about Muslims in America.
Yeah, 100%.
In a way that
even if you're a member of Congress, 5 days before your own election, when you're on the ballot, you can be predisposed with trying to fucking do a smear campaign and cancel the largest left-wing voice online in a sea of right-wing psychos. The only person on those live stream numbers that we looked at, I was the only fucking progressive person on there. Every single other person is far right to omega far right, and Richard Torres is worried about trying to take me out.
I mean, you saw who Richie Torres spent election night with.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Barry Weiss. And also, Red Scare literally sold ISIS merch. What the fuck? Oh, I forgot. ISIS, not a lot of issues with Israel. Never mind. Suspiciously. Yeah, that's true. I forgot. When you're pro-Israel, you can just fucking do whatever you want.
That was so funny when ISIS apologized.
For being associated with the Red Scare podcast?
No, for firing on Israel. ISIS was on top of the world though. When that merch that was ISIS's ISIS and XXX Tentacion had like the same trajectory at the same time.
I'm imagining them sending a copyright takedown notice to the Red Scare podcast. Please disassociate with us at once.
Think about being ISIS's lawyer. You're just like a normal lawyer.
Yeah.
But like ISIS is just one of your fucking clients.
It's like, we're issuing a fatwa. This is very bad for the brand.
Yeah, the letterhead is just like regular law firm, like Goldstein, Davis, and Jones. My client's ISIS.
Oh, man. That's good.
Herzlichen Dank und ich danke allen, die hierher gekommen sind. Wir versammeln uns hier heute, weil wir alle zum Grundgesetz stehen und weil sie das Grundgesetz aushebeln. Das akzeptiere ich nicht. Wer sich zu Pegida bekannte, wurde ausgepfiffen, wurde ausgegrenzt. Dessen Existenz wurde in Frage gestellt. Denken wir nur an Sigmar Gabriel, SPD, der Pegida als Pack bezeichnet hat. Oder Özdemir, der uns als Mischpoker bezeichnet hat. Oder jetzt habe ich gerade gelesen,
Lady was around the first time. Yeah.
Yeah.
But she was too young to participate too much. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is, as I said earlier, you know, when you get a bunch of Germans in a crowd and you start chanting any speech whatsoever, it kind of gives me the ick. No disrespect to the Germans in the chat, but you know, there's something about it that don't sit right with me. But when you're saying these things, it's like, oh, okay, this is literally just, you know, this is just the same shit that we've seen.
Well, the nice thing is that like the anti-Deutsch people like mostly agree with this now.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
How does that work? Like, you're anti-fascist on the off season, but then now you're like, I actually think the Pegida movement had some good ideas.
Well, yeah, that's the thing is that like by going with like the Islamofascism like cop out.
Yeah.
Ich gar nicht. Hat sogar im Bayerischen Rundfunk gesagt, das sind Nazi-Schweine, denen das Demokratieverständnis fehlt.
Ich danke euch wirklich sehr, dass ihr heute hier seid. Macht doch mal richtig laut. Da hinten kommt auch gerade die Zubringer-Demo. Die werden wir gleich richtig laut begrüßen. Und dann zeigen wir heute noch ein allerletztes Mal, Pegida is over, Bachmann, go home.
Was haben denn die Medien weiter...
There's not a lot of motion in this anti-fascist rally. There's like nobody there.
There's no motion in like either of these,
Yeah.
really. This is pretty
zerstört.
sad.
Sie haben ein Ossi-Bild geliefert als Spalter, als abgehängte dumme Leute, die hier demonstrieren. Und später dann als rechte Nazis. Und wir erinnern uns an die DDR. Da hieß es auch, wer nicht für uns ist, ist gegen uns. Und wer gegen uns ist, ist gegen den Weltfrieden. Jetzt müssen wir schon für den Weltkrieg sein. Das wollen wir aber nicht.
Like politics is so stupid now that like every movement on earth is like, we're actually the party that's against World War.
Yeah. Also, why did he just like play the entire fucking rally? That's so boring.
Yeah, this is pretty.
He's still going.
Totally, yes.
Okay, what are the main problems you have with Pegida?
Actually, you can hear it all in just their name. They're like patriotic European people against Muslims.
Okay.
So, yeah, and all their banners and flags also show their opinion, like the Reichsflagge, which was used by the Kaiserreich and by the Nazis.
What if they said like, yo, we just want the borders to be safe and less immigrants? Is that cool or no?
That's not cool. No. They are coming from places where there's war or bad economy, so you can't live there. And everybody has the right to have a peaceful life.
I think it's important for society that they support basic human rights, that everyone can live on this planet, but they say things about people that's not okay. If people need to go from their home place, it's never pretty. And if there's war,
I didn't realize we did 10 fucking hours, dude. I gotta go to dinner. I'm sorry.
All good.
Felix Biederman, everybody, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone,
for coming on.
My pleasure, as always.
I can't believe we did a 10-hour banger. Holy shit. You were here for so long.
It kind of flew by.
Yeah, it did. It's because we were investigating, you know, really important things today. Thank you so much, Felix
My
Biederman. Where can
pleasure.
people find you? What would you like to promote?
Everyone, of course, check out patreon.com/Chapo Trap House, my now incredibly relevant series on conservative ink, conservative media, coming in, I guess, like 3 weeks or less now.
Hell yeah.
I am just waiting on voice work from the E1 boy for a very short segment, but yeah, no, I'm very excited about that. Again, shout out to Josh at Intermedium and Spencer for the incredible work they did on that. Also, check out our Twitch. Check out WFYM, our Twitch guys' incredible podcast. Probably the single greatest resource for freaks online. But thank you so much, as always, for having me.
Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow. SNL with Bill Burr. We're going to do Live Watch. You already know, baby. Peace.
Sudden discord has on the street.